progresses. Cole Uluwave, man, as long as you got an Uluwave on the defense, you're going to be okay. Cole Uluwave was great for Mountain Ridge yesterday. Really just an impressive win. The offensive line, we don't talk about the offensive line enough. Shane Johnson comes up from Taylorsville, playing at Mountain Ridge. He played really well. And Tyler McClellan just got a scholarship offer. Bismarck State, good for him. Another offensive lineman doing good things, right? So Mountain Ridge, really, really impressive. But Skyridge doesn't have anything to hang their heads down either. I thought they played really well. And I think if you're in the Skyridge locker room today, you're looking at this and you're saying, guys, a couple of special teams plays, like a couple of fumbled snaps, fumbled punts, right? An extra point. If we correct those simple mistakes, we might win that game, right? And so Skyridge, they're going to be really good. It's just a few tweaks. Those week 1 tweaks, I think, got the best of them this time.
I think the other thing, too, I mean, Skyridge jumped out to a 20-6 lead in this game.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, it looks like the way this game starts, Falcons probably going to soar to another lopsided victory where they dominated Mountain Ridge last year. And I'm not saying this is the case, but you have so many guys who are kind of first-year contributors on a rough weather night. It's like, all right, hey, look, the importance of staying locked in for a full game, right? Yeah. And it's tough with the weather and delays and all that. Like, there's a lot of things going on there, but some of that is getting the experience of knowing what it takes over the course of a full 48 minutes, right?
Yeah.
So Skyler's going to be just fine, and that team in Region 3, they're going to be a factor in Region 3. They're going to be a factor in 6A. But top 5 matchup goes the way of the Sentinels and getting a little bit of revenge for last year. Friday night, Jeff, we got a lot of games. Let's dive into games tonight because, man, there is a plethora of them where some of these are great matchups year in, year out. Some of these, again, going to be early week 1 tells of these teams and their seasons. Jeff, start us off. What game? I know what game, but tell our viewers, what game are you most looking forward to tonight?
Well, obviously, we're looking for the rematch of Cypress and Clearfield. That game came down to the wire last year.
It was close.
That was close. That was one that my Falcons, they let victory slip through their fingers. It was right there, and then it didn't happen. They're looking for a rematch at Falcon Field today. It's going to be a packed house. There's Week 1 mini cheerleaders already showing up at Clearfield. It's going to be a packed house. It's going to be fun. Falcons, I'm looking for the Falcons to bounce back. I think that was everybody's most important game this week, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Without question.
Definitely. No other games to really talk. I was going to save that for last, honestly. I wanted to
would have been fair.
End with a bang, but that's okay. We'll start with a bang. Let's go with maybe 1 versus 2.
Oh.
Corner Canyon at Davis.
It's going to be a good one. I mean, what do you say?
Well,
right?
Talking about what we're going to learn.
Yeah. Well, we're going to learn who Corner Canyon is, right? I think this is the first time since Cole Hagan that they have not had a starting quarterback in week 1 that already has Power 4 scholarship offers going into the season.
Ooh.
I think that's true. Somebody can fact check me, but I think that's true.
Did Dart have Power 4 offers when he started?
He had a couple.
All right.
Smaller school. He wasn't the big national guy that he became, by the end of that year.
How dare you call ASU small, Jeff?
And so look, Pearson. We're just gonna pivot away from that. Pearson at quarterback. It's a new era, right?
Yeah.
Coach Satera's there, takes over for Coach Kerr. We'll see, right? I mean, there's a lot to learn.
And I don't know. I mean, I haven't been at corner practices. Is it a new offense? Yeah. Is this going to be more ground and pound? Like you think about what Coach Satera ran at Brighton, and he's controlling the defensive side, right? He's going to allow his OC to do what his OC wants to do. Is it going to be an offensive scheme change?
Right.
No idea. The one thing we do know, that corner defense is going to be legit. Diesel Dart, Mo Brown, others, right? Like that defense is going to be really, really tough. I would have no problem. Well, we'll get to that later in our Friday night tailgate show because we got a lot of time. But I think that quarter defense is going to be really good. And speaking of new quarterbacks, in comes Davis, right? Trayton Bessinger no longer there. Now you have Bodie Scheinberg. This young man came in from California. Big kid.
Yeah.
We're going to learn a lot about who he is, where his talent is. He's got a lot of talent to play with.
Yeah.
But I think most of us are like, okay, Bodie, what do you got?
Yeah, if you look at Scheinberg, and if he was wearing number 5, and he has that Davis uniform on, you could maybe convince me that's Trayton Bessinger.
Yes, you could.
They're like the same height. They kind of look the same. But it was once the ball was spot that like Trayton Bessinger, he would turn in to a completely different person. He had so much control over Coach Peary's offense that he was calling out checks. I mean, he looked like a seasoned college quarterback.
I mean, Coach Peary said he knows his offense as well as I do.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. I would be very surprised if Brody Scheinberg's there on week one. I'd be surprised if anybody is there on week one. But he's got the weapons that are going to be able to help him. 3 wide receivers, Sam Coleman going to Utah State, Jaxie Tyhow going to Utah, and then, of course, Bodie Sparrow going to Oklahoma. When you have 3 college wide receivers and a pretty good offensive line, a lot of new pieces to that line, but guys like Mason Bush stepping up, and they've got more size than a typical Davis offensive line. They've got the weapons there that if the quarterback can go in and learn the assignments quickly and just deliver the ball on time. And that's really what Coach Perry's offense is all about. Get rid of the ball on time, get it into the hands of those playmakers. You're going to be okay. We'll see how he does against a tough corner defense that's got talent. To your point, Dane. I mean, we don't know what that offense is going to look like for corner. We know there's studs all over that defense. Very good defense.
I think this Davis team will be interesting because while you welcome in a new quarterback to the state in Scheinberg, I think you might look to them to get their ground game going a little bit more consistently this year as well. I know they got options on the outside, very talented on the outside, but you talk about that offensive line, I think continuing to grow and under Coach Peary's watch over this program. There's excitement about Briggs Taylor out of that backfield. Just a junior, very explosive. That was kind of the element last year that felt like they would try to find it. It was tough to find it consistently. Can Taylor get going out of the backfield, and can that help round out this Davis offense? I think they'll need it if they want to get a run to Rice Eccles. They've been so close the last couple of years. You wonder if that run game has maybe been the missing piece. We'll see if they can develop that. Defensively, I actually think this Davis defense will be better than people expect.
I do too.
You got Bodie Sparrow, Roman back there. You've got Porter Hunt, Cooper Rigby. They're both back from injuries last year. Bridger Young is back. There's some guys for this Davis defense, and they're going to have to play big in big moments because this is a tough schedule for Davis. They got corner week 1. They'll play Mountain Ridge in week 3. This Region 1, there's some good teams in Region 1, and they're going to be tested over the course of this year. That defense is going to have to be good for Davis this year.
Yeah, that defense is going to have to be really good. You mentioned that Mountain Ridge game. I was talking to Coach Robbins over the summer. He did say that he and Coach Peary have a handshake agreement that they're going to play the first game in week 3 where nobody runs the ball, not even one time. So that's what I'm looking for Mountain Ridge this year.
Well,
they had 25 carries yesterday.
I was going to say,
I mean, who knows?
You really think that's going to fly with Bradley Foster?
Yeah, no, not anymore.
Hey, Coach.
24 hours ago, maybe, but not anymore.
I just averaged 9 yards a carry against Skyridge, but yeah, cool.
Goodness.
Whatever.
Yeah. I'm excited for that game. That's the one thing that is, I think, that has been lacking for some of these really good Davis teams is those early season tests, right? They've had some good games. That Fremont game last year comes to mind. But a true test, a true statement type game. And then for corner, it's the same thing. Whole new era. Nobody really knows what to expect for Coach Chatera at corner. If you could go and beat Davis in Kaysville, that's a statement that, hey, Coach Kerr might have left, but we didn't go anywhere. We're still here. This is a statement game to start the season.
Corner preseason pick to win their region, Region 3, which is the best region in 6A, and preseason number 1 in 6A as well. So a lot of expectations for Coach Chatera. He's familiar with it. He coached there.
Sure.
Now he's the head man. We'll see how that goes starting tonight in just about 10 minutes. You can catch that game live on KSLSports.com. Let's get to some other games, Jeff, because there are some great games tonight. Other games that stand out to you?
Well, when I was driving in, I passed the buses of the Syracuse Titans. They're driving down the freeway, going to Woods Cross. I tried to get Coach Tulane's attention and like have a moment, a week 1 moment where I locked eyes with him and we just shared this football bond. And I thought he was yelling like, "Let's go," but he kept telling me to watch the road, and so I had to make some adjustments. I think that is going to be a really good game. Good road test for Syracuse. I think it's going to be sneaky good this year. All the talk about Davis in Region 1, you look at what they've got coming back in Syracuse with Ledger White. They've got Caleb Hall on defense. They've got Cal Prom.
Oh, that's the guy right there. That's the guy right there.
He's a difference maker, man. I mean, he was just a freshman last year, return specialist, made some plays as a receiver.
Out of the backfield, receiver, and
everything.
Defense. As a freshman.
He was good, and he's going to continue to be good. Syracuse has size. It's led by Muli Vaipula. Big man, plays both ways. They've got the pieces, and of course, Coach Tulane, he's a Syracuse alum. He's very proud of that program that he now leads. Great coach. I mean, just a phenomenal football coach who gets the most out of his guys. That Syracuse team is one we're not talking about a ton. People across the state aren't talking about a ton, but that's a team that Reminds me a little bit of maybe Mountain Ridge a year ago. But Mountain Ridge kind of came out of nowhere, and all of a sudden they're a Rice Eccles. Syracuse has a lot of the same kind of juice.
White is right. Right, this kid, he can lead an offense. He knows what he's doing. He's experienced. In fact, they're experienced at quarterback, D-line, and DB.
Very
Pretty
good.
good positions to be. You'd love some experience up front, right? Offensive line. That's where Pula comes in. He's got a Wisconsin offer, just a junior, by the way.
Right.
So, I mean, like, he's a stud up front. I like that. I think Syracuse is going to be really, really interesting team to watch this year. And Kale Prom, folks, you heard it last year. We'll talk about it all year long. This kid is going to be one that you're going to keep your eyes on for the next couple of years. Just a sophomore. He's
electric.
Awesome. And they're taking on Woods Cross, which Brody Benson, he has built this program, and there are expectations for Woods Cross once again. This is going to be a really, really fun game, I think, at Woods Cross High School. We'll get to Woods Cross later on in the show. How about Lone Peak Crimson Cliffs?
Yeah.
Lone Peak making the drive down. Crimson Cliffs always so strong in 4A. They're a reload program. Lone Peak heading down. They're a reload program. One of the top in 6A, one of the top in 4A. Can Crimson keep this close, Jeff?
It's going to be tough. I mean, because Crimson has their own set of new, right? They lose Andy Stokes. They lose Major Stokes. Obviously, Coach Stokes takes the job at Orem. So there's some new that down there at Crimson Cliffs. But one thing I know, that's a community that always shows up. And now when Lone Peak is making the trip all the way down, there's going to be a lot of people there, a lot of Crimson Cliffs fans. It's going to be a ton of fun. And you know that guys like Tanawai and Drayson, they're looking to make a statement for Crimson Cliffs. And there is a lot of new with Lone Peak. Cruz Christensen is back, so there's some things that you know for sure. And you know there's going to be size up front. You know they've got studs specifically at the linebacker spot on defense. So you know what Lone Peak is as an identity. But there is a lot of new, and maybe you're not quite as scared when they're walking off the bus, right? They don't have that Jaron Pula that like all the colleges in the world are talking about right off the bat. They don't have 6 of those like they did last year. And so there's maybe some hope there for Crimson Cliffs. And they played Lone Peak pretty well last year, but Lone Peak does have some studs. And Kingston Stroshine, I mean, he's not a nobody, right? I mean, they've got some studs. They don't want a statement to be made.
You know, you talk about, we mentioned Orem. A lot of people think maybe the best team in the state, certainly best in 5A. After that, it gets pretty competitive pretty quickly. Maybe a litmus test game here in week 1, Springville Alta. And you talk about some new Springville, Brackett Burton coming back. Remember, he had that great semifinal game last year against Brighton, really jumped on the scene. For Alta, there's new. Xavier Cochee, which we talk about how good Jackson Hunt was last year. Cochee's numbers were even better.
Yeah, he was great.
He's at Alta, so is his brother Max. They got youngsters that they're expecting to step up. We saw this Alta team feel like they were so close in so many games last year. Alta Springville, how much do we learn from these two in week 1, Jeff?
It really is going to be interesting to see whose identity just as a program and a coaching staff shines through, because those are two teams that do it differently, specifically on the offensive side of the ball, just different philosophies. We'll see. We'll see what it looks like on both sides of the ball. I like Springville in that game. I just think that coaching staff, Coach Valetti, you know what you're getting out of Coach Valetti. And as long as he's got a guy who can tote the ball, they're going to be okay. And Springville, I don't know. That's going to be a good game.
Totally fair. I'm excited to see Xavier Cochee.
I am too.
I'm really excited to see what he's able to do, because they are like 4 deep at tight end, by the way. I was talking with Coach Burdett, and I'm like, you're going to run like some 14, 15 formation this year? Because like they are so deep at tight end. They're going to run the ball. They are going to run the football, and now you got a quarterback who can run and can throw. I think the Alta it's going to look totally different than in years past. A couple other games to keep an eye on as we quickly wrap up our pregame show. Bountiful Harriman, we're going to learn a lot about Harriman, a lot of expectations for the Mustangs this year. Ridgeline Morgan, oh man, top of 4A, top of 3A. That'll be electric.
Yeah, great game. It was a close game. It was maybe the closest game Ridgeline played last year. Those are two very, very good teams.
Weber Fremont, Carter Payne, Creed DeVries, a lot of talent for Weber coming back. Coach Cannon, boy, he fires out like he's coming out of a cannon. A lot of energy around Weber in this rivalry game. And Fremont, a lot of young talent, Jeff, trying to make a scene.
It's a script flip. We called that Weber Fremont game last year, and it was, Fremont had all the studs. They had all the experience coming back, and it was the young guns for Weber. How quickly do they get familiar with what they needed to do? And Fremont got the best of them. Now the script is flipped, and it is very different. Kyron Majors, though, check him out at Fremont. He's just a freshman. He's a dog. And we saw when Coach Tua Tagovailoa gets a guy like Celeste Moa, gets a dog, He'll ride him as long as he can. Watch for Kyron Majors at Fremont.
That's your KSL Game Night Live Game of the Week. It's coming up next right here on 5.3. Folks, stick with us. You can catch that game on 5.3, or you can stay with us on the stream here on KSLSports.com. Join us on 1280 The Zone or 97.5 as we've got our Friday night tailgate show. You're going to want to catch it, but if you're at a game or you're watching a game, come back after your game because we're going to have live post-game all the way up until 10:30. Thank you for joining us for our pregame show. We look forward to seeing you right here back for our Friday night tailgate show here on KSL Sports.
Hi, how can I help?
Well, my husband and I feel like we've outgrown our current money manager.
I see.
Our lives have changed, and we need something more than just mutual funds to help us in retirement.
She's right.
I hear that often. At Fisher Investments, we'd start by getting to know you, your finances, family, health, lifestyle. We tailor a portfolio around your goals and needs.
Sounds good.
Can you help with estate planning?
Yes, we have a team of specialists who can help you with estate planning, Social Security, investment income, and more. We'll get to know your whole financial picture and help keep you on the path to a comfortable retirement.
And your fees?
We have a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
I feel better already.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Everyone knows that having a good credit history makes it easier to save money and get approved for the things in life you need, like credit cards, auto loans, home loans, and a lot more. But here's the problem. Building your credit history takes time. That's why UCCU created Credit Builder, an innovative loan program designed to help you build your credit history and raise your credit score. Visit UCCU.com to start building or rebuilding your credit today. UCCU. Love where you bank.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
Roll into summer in a new Chevy from Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. We've got cars, trucks, and SUVs perfect for fun under the sun. Together, let's drive.
Hey, Doug.
Escape the everyday with a quick trip to Cedar City. Just one tank of gas from the Wasatch Front, but a world away in experience. Hike through the cool, refreshing beauty of Canara Falls, where red rock walls and flowing water create a stunning natural escape. Then head up to Cedar Breaks National Monument, where the air is crisp, the views stretch for miles, and the night skies come alive with thousands of stars. And when the sun goes down, step into the spotlight at the world-renowned Utah Shakespeare Festival, where unforgettable stories unfold under the open sky. From outdoor adventure to rich arts and culture to peaceful, wide-open spaces, Cedar City is the kind of getaway that helps you slow down, breathe deeper, and reconnect. So whether you're chasing fresh mountain air, unforgettable scenery, or a night of incredible live performance, it's all waiting for you, closer than you think. Discover the art of adventure. Find your inspiration in Cedar City. Plan your getaway today at visitcedarcity.com.
I don't need to explain to you that water runs Utah, that we didn't get enough last year, or that Utah is one of the driest states in the country. But I will tell you, slowtheflow.org has tons of tips for saving water. Head to the website to learn how you can keep Utah beautiful and livable.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome in to the Friday night tailgate show here at Studio D, KSL. Dane, Stewart, Jeff Hansen here with you. Happy to debut our Friday night tailgate, folks. Jeff, football, well, look, in the fall, your Friday nights are football, family, food, and fun. And that's what we're going to do here on the tailgate show. It's a virtual party.
Yeah, we're going to have a great time. We're going to hang out It's loosey-goosey. Who knows what we're going to talk about? Some of those Week 6 games? I don't know. We might ramble. But we're going to have a ton of fun. We're going to talk a lot of football. Little different from, the Red Zone show that we've done in the past, but also some similarities as well. We're going to have a lot of fun, though.
We're going to keep you apprised of games. We're going to have games for you. We'll pull games up. We'll talk about games, talk about what's going on. But some of this is going to be a little bit looser, and we want this to be engaging, right? So wherever you're at, the intention is, be it on 1280 The Zone, 97.5, bring your Walkman with you, right?
Yeah.
Throw in the little earpiece, or put us up on your phone. Stream it while you're watching your game, and interact with us. Hit us up on social media at KSL Sports Rewind. You can text us. We want this to be just really, the high school scene in the state of Utah is like a big family, right? And sometimes you get in an argument with your older brother. That's what rivalries are all about, but it's one big family, and it's just meant for us to have a Friday night of fun and enjoyment and football.
Yeah, and we need you to tell your families to also tune in. Tell everybody, tell your friends, tell your family so that we get to keep our jobs.
That'd be great.
That's the big thing, right?
And then we'll have our post-game show. So whatever game you're at, as soon as your game is done, tune in again on 1280 The Zone, 97.5, or you can stream on KSLSports.com. And as soon as the KSL Game Night Live game is over, you can join us on 5.3 for our post-game show. We'll recap all the night's action, talk about big performances, scores, obviously, implications, all that. This is just going to be 4 hours of fun every Friday night. If you can't tell, we're alliterating with F because there's a lot of fun to be had in the fall during football season.
One thing that's fun for me tonight, Dane, is we were driving in. I drive a Jeep. They're pretty square. So, anytime there's a slight breeze, I feel it in the Jeep.
Yeah.
And there's a little bit more to slight breeze. They were driving through a lot of puddles, went through a couple of different versions of rainstorms, then they'd stop, then they'd start. We don't got to worry about that this year, Dane. We're not out on scene. We're not getting wet. I'm not in the cold. I'm not complaining.
Yeah.
It's 69 degrees. Maybe this is how football was meant to be watched.
Hey, for those of you who have watched our coverage, you all know I'm a fan of a certain college football team who plays indoors.
Yeah.
And it's 72 degrees and fair every home game. It is spectacular.
Yeah, and here we are.
Enjoying
a little bit of that Moscow, Idaho spirit right here.
Don't you know it? Speaking of, while we're here, I know this isn't really applicable to this year, but again, this is about fun and entertainment. How about Trayton Bessinger? I just got to throw this out there. Young man saw the light. He committed to black and gold for a school that starts with the letter I.
Almost.
Trayton, man, I love that kid.
Almost there.
Love that kid.
I was there with you when you pitched him on Idaho, and he did dismiss it really quickly. But for him to end up at Iowa, that's pretty cool.
It's pretty close. Black and gold. We'll start with an I.
Kind of the same.
They share three of the same letters. It's practically the same thing,
kind of
Jeff.
the same. Potatoes, corn. Really, they're both starches. It's kind of the same thing.
Oh, man. But only one is the pea and lentil capital of the world. All right, let's dive back into high school, shall we? We talk about changes to our show. Let's talk about changes to the high school scene. And maybe the one that is most interesting for all of you at home, significant playoff format changes. Jeff, let's start there because I think, you look at, past years and everyone makes the state tournament. And sometimes you see that 17 seed in basketball. You see a lot of 21, 22 seeds make postseason runs to the semifinals. No more. Playoff formats have changed for all sports this year. I'm actually a big... Talk to us about what this is, Jeff.
I like it. Look, the top 16 teams in each classification, according to the RPI, that's how they're going to seed the playoffs. That's how you make it. I like cutting it down. It did feel like, okay, if you're, 1-9 and you've got a shot at that last seed in the playoffs, it didn't feel playoffy in the last 3, 4, 5 years. So I like that we're getting closer to that. The only thing I don't like about this, at this point, what's the value of a region anymore? And I don't like diminishing the value of regions. We're seeing it, across the country in college football, that the conference championship, it means less and less. Well, look, a region championship used to mean a lot, especially as you get out and maybe some of those rural schools, or you get to, a region one that there's not a lot of state champions
schools
that come out of
military operations, right?
Yeah, so it's tough. It's tough for me to not get to celebrate. It's still there, but it just doesn't hold the value.
Okay, but okay, I understand what you're saying. And first of all, let me make this clear. I'm a big proponent of regions. Regions are so important, and we'll get into that. But this doesn't do anything about demeaning regions because they were already demeaned in the previous format.
Yeah.
Because the reality is whether you finish 5th in the RPI, 12th in the RPI, or 23rd in the RPI, your region standing really didn't have any implication on where your RPI was, which impacted your state tournament seeding, right? So for me, it's like I don't think it does anything to change that. But I will say I am fearful, and this sounds like I don't know, maybe
old.
I am old, but it sounds like maybe I'm inciting things that I shouldn't be inciting. I do worry about the potential of leaving a region structure. Not good.
Yeah.
Not good.
Yes.
And this state should do everything it can to protect regions. There's some other things we can do if we want to talk about changes to the overall landscape, and we'll get there in our shows over the course of time. But regions are really important.
Yeah.
Right. So I don't want to misstate that. We have to have regions in this state. It's important on so many levels. But I'm a fan too. And part of it for me is like it didn't feel like playoffs before.
No, it didn't.
It felt like your regular season was just kind of an exhibition, and then you go to the playoffs, and now the games matter. And now it's like, no, they do matter because you have to win. The playoffs are now a reward.
Yeah.
Whereas before it was like, well, really, you can make the argument your whole regular season is non-conference, as we like to say, because it just comes down to 5 games in the playoffs. And if there's one thing I don't like, it's about teams playing. I feel like your regular season should be your resume, right?
Yeah.
And when everyone makes the playoffs, it's not. And that's what I didn't like. So I actually like that there's value back in the regular season. There's value week to week in your record so you can qualify for the reward of the potential of playing for a state championship. I don't like a team being 1-9 having the opportunity to play for a state championship.
Yeah, one thing I do like about this change is it does incentivize scheduling. You don't want to be a 5A school that loads up on 3A teams before you get to your region just because you want to have a shot at going 5-5, right? Like if you do that, the RPI is not going to reward you, right? And so I do like that. That kind of takes away some of that incentive to maybe schedule light in your non-region play. So that's good, I think. So there's certainly some things to like. And yeah, I do think those October-November games are going to be a lot more competitive, a lot more fun right off the bat. So that's good too. I am very fearful that this is a dangerous, slippery slope to UHSAA saying, okay, well, why do we have why don't we just get rid of them?
Yeah, but
that scares me.
But we should clarify one thing in that too. This was not the UHSAA acting independently and saying, we know better than everyone.
Right.
We're going to limit our playoff participation. That's not what happened. This was based off of feedback from schools, coaches, right? So this was reactive
collective
to the environment, which I like. And so that's where, I just want to clarify that because it was not a decision made by any one individual or organization. But big fan. So big change there. 16, top 16 make it. Now we're all going to be paying attention. Are we on the cusp or are we not? But let's be honest, we're just one season away from that 17 seed being like, well, if I had that region scheduled, because that's exactly the argument we had, 7 years ago before we went to the RPI. To Jeff's point, then win your games. If you win your games, it takes care of the problem.
Yep.
Win your games.
Yep.
That's the answer. So
maybe that's it.
I'm just getting hard-hearted in my old age, Jeff.
Well, maybe it's, if you win your region, maybe it's the first place teams in each region, they get the top 4 seed or however many regions there are.
No.
You hate it all together.
I don't like that at all.
You like math.
No, it's not even that I like math. But let's talk about, so let's run a scenario, okay? Let's say you've got a region, a team goes 0-4 out of region play.
Okay.
They go 6-0 and win their region. They're 6-4 on the season. And we're going to give them a top 4 seed?
Yeah.
No.
I still like it.
I don't.
I like having value, incentive, something big.
But here's
in
your
that
incentive.
region play.
The region championship. That's why regions are important, right? Because not every team in the current landscape, not every team is positioned to compete for a state championship. And that's why region titles are important. Because if I am at a school that does not have the number of players that can come out to participate, or maybe my staff isn't as experienced, then it's going to be hard for me to compete with those programs that do have that. And so my competition then is a region championship. That's what my goal is for that year. And that's why I say regions are important.
Yeah.
Right. And so
we
for me,
agree
it's like,
on that for
but
sure.
I don't want to auto that into a top 4.
Oh,
bid.
see, I do. That's the only everything you said I agree with. I just think there should be a reward for it. But
it's a region championship, which is a big
and
deal.
And then the reward for that is you get to host a playoff game. I like it.
Okay.
I mean, we can disagree.
Agree to disagree. And that's what Fridays are all about. Let's go to other changes, shall we? Rule change. I'm a big fan of this one too, actually.
Amen.
All right. We've all been at those games.
A lot of people aren't.
It's 8:30 at night, 8:45, 9 o'clock, right? It's 35 degrees outside. It's 63-0. We get 3 and outs on one end. We get drives on the other end. No more.
No more.
Those days are gone.
Yeah.
44-point lead in the fourth quarter. Game's over.
Yeah. I like it. Well, as a broadcaster, I really like it because, look, you and I, those were the games where we'd get a little squirrely when it's, I don't know what's left to talk about.
We start talking about movie theaters?
Yeah.
I mean, it gets...
Things get a little weird on those broadcasts. So I do like that. The only downside that I can see is, in those blowouts, maybe that's an opportunity for, younger players to play. But there's a lot of teams that don't go to that. They continue to roll out maybe it's their second line of their 2 deep, but it's not like they're emptying their bench and putting in the sophomores and freshmen. So the games are just out of hand the whole time, and it's tough to watch. I like the mercy rule. Other sports have it.
Well, here's my thing. You can still put your backups in, right? Like, I understand in the past I've heard the argument made, well, you never want to pull your starters out too early, right? And I agree with all that. If the target is now 44-point lead in the fourth quarter, okay, well, if you're up by 35 in the third, then you can put your backups in then.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
That's okay. So I'm a fan. I think in some cases we've seen games where the situations are being manipulated for pursuits of numbers, and I just don't like that at a high school level, but that's just me. So
yeah, I agree.
I like it.
I do too.
I'm a fan.
I like it a lot.
Gonna be good.
I like it a lot. The other clarification, because you and I saw this a little bit, it seemed like once you hit that running clock, because that used to be, the mercy, it's still there. The running clock still exists. Yep. There was some clarification amongst all the referees of how the running clock works. That was something that bothered us. Every game that we hit that running clock, I don't know when it's supposed to run. I don't know when it's supposed to stop. It was always a little bit different. Now it should be uniform across the state. I maybe you and I are the only two that are actually interested to see if that stays uniform across the state, but I'm fascinated.
And I'll tell you this. I probably never realized how inconsistent we were, and that's not a knock on anyone, by the way. It's just the statement of where the environment was. When you have to manually run a clock, that's when you understand.
It's hard to do.
Oh man, we don't have the most consistency with that. And in fairness to our clock operators, sometimes it can be very challenging to remember. Look, the officials always come up in the booth pregame. They go through everything. Here's the clock rules. Here are my signals. But there are a million things going on. And if you don't believe me, just go to a game that's a 3-point game in the fourth quarter and sit yourself between the press box and the third row down, and you will hear all the back and forth that goes on between fans and the clock operator while they're trying to pay attention to an official. It's crazy. Crazy. So, yeah, we'll hope for that. We'll hope for that.
Yeah, I think so. Real quick, one game. We didn't talk about this in our pregame. Yeah. Brighton and Westfield. I'm real high on Westfield this year. Brighton, it's all new, right? The Coach Cetera is now at Corner Canyon. Yep. Coach Monzingo comes in to Brighton, leaves Park City after really kind of establishing Park City into a powerhouse program. They were always competing to go to Rice Eccles, felt like every year. They're up early on Westfield at Westfield, 7-0. I think Westfield's going to be darn good. Easton Eilertson, I got a take for you a little bit later on. I think Easton Eilertson, well, I'll tease her. I think he might lead the state in passing this year. There's some really good quarterbacks. I think the junior Easton Eilertson might lead the state in passing this year.
This is why you want to hang out on the Tailgate show, because we're going to have some takes tonight. And Jeff's going to have to convince me of that.
Yeah.
And he's got 30 seconds.
And I will do it. I will get it done. But no,
Great.
Brighton jumps out 7-0 lead. Yeah.
Good for them. I'm interested to see how Brighton is this year. You talk about, obviously, Coach Terra leaving. A lot of players found other opportunities.
Yeah. It's a very new look Brighton Bengals team. But look, Coach Montzingo, he had to deal with, a lot of new look Park City teams every single year, and he just found ways to win. I don't have any doubt that he's going to find ways to win at Brighton.
He'll be okay.
Yeah.
He'll be okay. So. All right, let's talk about some other change, shall we?
Okay.
Since you're all here with us, let's talk about it, because new format, but not only new format, how about your new home for television? High school sports, KSL. Man, so excited to announce it. Of course, some of you hopefully watched our pregame show on 5.3. There's a game going on right now on 5.3, JJ and Sly up at the Weber-Fremont game. Your new television postseason home, television home is KSL 5.3. We're going to have live games for you every Thursday and Friday. We're going to have live postseason games for you. We're also going to be replaying games from the prior week and weeks on 5.3. And folks, the great thing about this, I know we're in football season, but a lot of our viewers have kids that play other sports. The beautiful thing about this is not just football and 6 basketball games on TV. No, we're running TV all year long. Regular season, postseason, you're going to have TV coverage like you have never experienced before.
I think it's awesome.
It's going to be awesome.
I think it's
so cool.
The streams don't go away. There's also going to be a whole bunch of streams. Nobody gets out to more games than we do. Look, if you are a fan of high school football, if you're a fan of high school athletics in general, but right now, a fan of high school football, there is not a better place to be than right here at KSLSports.com. No matter how you like your football, we've got the channel delivery method for you. This is going to be a fantastic season.
It's going to be so fun. So fun.
My mom told me for a long time that I had a face for TV. You tried to tell me it was a face for radio, but look, bet. We're gonna challenge it. We'll see the ratings. They'll dip. They'll dip. It won't be good.
Well, I'll tell you this, Jeff. I'm super excited. Super excited about what's happening. And we're so excited to have you be a part of it too, by the way.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
It's going to be awesome. Going to be awesome. Any other changes, Jeff?
Changes? No. I mean, just the change of seasons, man. I'm just excited for football. And the question that I have that I ask myself, people ask me, they know, big football fan, what are you most excited for? And for me this year, this feels like the first year in a long time that when I look at the landscape of 6A, I have not one clue who's going to win it. And that's different. It's been a while.
We were talking before the show. I made the comment. Someone asked me who are the best teams in the state of Utah. I said, well, I think Orem's probably number one.
They're great.
And then I listed about 8 teams. And I said, I think they're all at the same spot.
Yeah.
Now, we'll see tonight because Mount Ridge played Sky Ridge last night.
Yeah.
Dave's playing Corner tonight. We'll learn a lot, week one. We'll learn as the weeks go along. But I'm with you. I'm like, in past years, you've got, it's Corner and Lone Peak are the 2 best teams this year, right?
Right.
Or Lone Peak and Sky Ridge or Corner and Sky Ridge. That's not the case this year.
No, it's wide open.
It's wide open.
It's wide open. And if this were a debate, like if we were at a debate competition and I was told what side of an argument that I needed to argue, I think I could draw American Fork's name out of a hat and make a pretty compelling case that American Fork is going to be playing in Rice-Eccles Stadium at the end of the year. Think I could do the same thing for Harriman. Think I could do the same thing for Davis, for Lone Peak, for Sky Ridge, for Corner, for Syracuse. There's a lot of teams. It's been so long since that has been there, that parity, that unknown, that uncertainty at the 6A level. It was just always Corner. And we're not even talking just about like that Corner run of Coach Kerr. I mean, yes, Corner obviously was there, but then it was also, it was Region 3. I mean, you kind of just knew it was going to be Lone Peak and Sky Ridge, and hopefully they could get to Corner. Otherwise, we already kind of know how this thing ends. It's pretty wide open, and there's a very real argument to be made that only one Region 3 team, depending how brackets shake out and all that stuff, but maybe only one Region 3 team makes it to Rice-Eccles at the end of the year because there's that much competition across.
Jeff, you're getting all your hot takes in the first 20 minutes, man. You've talked about special teams twice.
Yeah. Change. Maybe that's the change you should be
That
talking
is
about.
the change, huh?
Special teams,
You feeling
Jeff.
okay?
No. Now that you mentioned the special teams thing, I don't know, man. I don't know. We do need to talk about it. Fremont, real quick. They scored our Game Night Live game of the week. Fremont is up early, 7-0. Weber's moved the ball a little bit offensively, but they just can't. Penalties and negative plays have got Weber behind the chains. And that Fremont defense looks pretty darn good, and they have found enough to, get in the end zone. But that defense,
It's interesting because last year that Fremont team was supposed to be the year, right? They were all seniors,
Yep.
And but the injury bug, they got some big injuries late in the year. It was tough for them to work through that. It's not a great playoff run, but there were a lot of questions about. Well, we're gonna see, right? Like, what can this staff do, graduating all that talent? And we talked about it in our pregame show. We're learning about time management here. That's on me. But while there's a lot of new players, there are skillful players at Fremont, and I think that team's still going to be in the mix for that region.
and it seems like Fremont, dating back to when I was playing in Region 1, Fremont just always has size, and they always have this mentality of just hard work and effort and grit. And if Coach Tua Tagovailoa can tap into that, and then they can add the talent around them and get a Kyron Majors like they had a Celeste Moa or whatever that looks like, Fremont could be a team that's there and competing all the time, right? I think the talent is out there in Plain City. I'm really excited to see what they do. And I really am excited to see Kyron Majors, just because I know how much that team and that coaching staff can highlight somebody who's a really, really good player.
Talk to us about him.
He's freshman, 6'2", 175, can go both ways, can play receiver, can play defensive back, safety, corner, does a little bit of everything. I think they could move him inside and play some linebacker as he continues to grow. He's just a dynamic athlete, and he reminds me, it's hard to say he reminds me of Celeste Moa because we know what Moa became. But you got to go back to when Moa was at Weber, right? When Moa was young, there's so many similarities, both in the way that they're shaped, the way that they play, the way that they understand the game. I think you could see a progression that is similar to what we saw from Celeste Moa out of Kyron Majors, and he's playing for a coach who understands how to do that better than anybody else. So I'm excited. I'm excited to see how that plays out.
Big play for Fremont. Just had about a 25-yard throw. They're inside the 30, leading 7-0. Inside the 4-minute mark.
You know that place is great. That's a rivalry game.
It is a rivalry game.
They don't like each other out there.
And the thing about that one is it's kind of an unsung rivalry, which I don't know why.
It's great.
It's a great rivalry game. I love that game.
Great rivalry game. When we were out there last year, I had people coming up to me that graduated from Weber High 20 years ago. They still don't like Fremont. It's a true rivalry. And that place is hopping. We were out there for a playoff game. That place gets loud. That fan base gets into it.
Look, we go to a lot of schools. There's a lot of schools that we love, right?
Yeah.
Fremont's right up there on that list.
Yeah.
It's a very unique place because it's a big school, but it's out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
And you feel like you're hours from civilization.
You do.
But you're not.
And the mosquitoes are the size of your hand.
But
that's fun.
But it cools down at night, right? Because you have all the pasture land around you. You're driving under power lines.
Oh, yeah.
It is. I love going out to Fremont. I love it. Love it.
Too. I like Fremont. That's a fun game. I'm excited to see that Weber team with Carter Payne at quarterback, Creed DeVries. They've got a lot of pieces there too that have experience. They were really young. A lot of sophomores playing key roles last year. They're now juniors that have a full year of experience playing key roles. Excited to see how that goes.
You know who I miss already? I miss him already. Dyson Parker.
Yeah.
That kid was so fun to watch for Weber last year.
The way that he carries the ball, the way that his cleats were just so green. You always knew who he was. It's like, oh, there he is. Don't need to look at my roster for that one. I know that's Dyson.
Hey, you know what? That sparks a great question. We're going to talk about colored cleats.
Okay.
But we're going to do it when we come back. We got a break coming up. You're watching the Friday Night Tailgate Show here on KSLSports.com, 1280 The Zone and 97.5. We'll be back after this.
This feeling is brought to you by Aleve for Arthritis Pain Relief. What feeling is that? Well, it's the feeling you feel when you have relief from arthritis pain. It's that my hands don't hurt just holding things feeling. That wow, I can actually move well feeling. You know, that go about your day without worrying about every little movement or ache feeling. Oh yeah. because Aleve targets arthritis pain at the source of inflammation for long-lasting relief, so you can keep moving through it. Feel up to 12 hours of arthritis pain relief with one dose. Feel Aleve. Use is directed for minor arthritis pain.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
What keeps you up at night? Do you wonder if what you've saved will be enough? If your money will go as far as you plan? Or whether your retirement will look the way you imagine? What worries you? Everyone's concern is different, but ignoring it won't make it disappear. This is Ron Paul. You may not be able to predict what comes next, but you can take steps now to diversify your savings with precious metals before uncertainty becomes urgency. My friends at Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit explaining how gold can help diversify your IRA or 401k. Just text the word SECURE to the number 989898. There's no cost and no obligation. Just free information to help you consider your option. Take the first step with Birch Gold. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898.
Your student's career doesn't begin after college graduation. It starts the day they arrive. At the John M. Huntsman School of Business, every student is surrounded by career coaches, faculty mentors, employers, and real-world experiences that build confidence, professional skills, and meaningful connections. From the first semester to graduation, everything is designed to prepare students for career success. The John M. Huntsman School of Business. Dare mighty things.
You're the turf whisperer, the grass-cutting guru. Dandelions don't stand a chance on your watch. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Weed and Feed for strong, dark green turf without a weed in sight. IFA's Weed and Feed. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
In Utah, our first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So douse your flames, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight wildfire together. FireSense is the first response.
Welcome back here to our Friday night tailgate show. Dane, Stewart, Jeff Hansen. That's JEFF. That last F stands for fun. Here we go,
that
Jeff.
Is what it stands for.
So we talked about this is going to be, a bit of a looser show, opportunity for us to interact with our fans. So we thought, what a great way to kick off week one by talking about things you'll only see in high school football, Jeff.
Yeah. There's some really good things that you only see. There's some things that are just different about the sport.
Yeah.
And then there are some things that are very unique to high school sports. Just is what it is. The first one I want to talk about.
Okay.
Corner Canyon was a dynasty. You knew this is where I was going
Yeah,
right off
I
the
know.
bat because we talk about it all the time. And allegedly it's changed this year, so we'll see. Corner Canyon is a dynasty, right? They win 1,000 state championships in the last 10 years. Everybody knows. All the players are trying to go to Corner Canyon. Even Weber State went to Corner Canyon to pull out a head coach. This is a program that is the face of high school football in the state of Utah. And the face of high school football in the state of Utah just couldn't quite get their helmets right.
Well, hold on. Let's clarify what you mean by get their helmets right.
Yeah, we'll talk about it. Yeah, they didn't match. They were all matte blue. I'll give them that. They did get blue.
The base was right.
Yeah. Sometimes those helmet stickers, sometimes they were gray, sometimes they were white, sometimes it was an old logo. They were always a little bit different. I could never figure it out that, clearly Corner's not lacking for resources. We had conversations over the years of, Does it mean something? Do you have to earn your white
Well,
helmet
because like
sticker?
Highland, right? You didn't get the horns until you got to region, right?
Yeah.
Which I'm cool with that. I actually like that. I think that's kind of cool to have something like that.
I
right?
thought it was cool too, but I don't think that's what.
That was not the case. That was not the case.
I don't know what the case was, but I also know corner's not unique. We don't mean to single out corner.
No.
This is a very high school football thing that just sometimes, hey, yeah, your uniforms might look a little bit different. Might be your helmet. Sometimes you have a different shade of whatever color. Sometimes your socks aren't, they don't match. You got to wear the sophomore jersey because they don't have enough, and now you're dressing varsity. These things happen.
It happens.
It's a little different than what you see on Sundays and Saturdays, that's for sure.
Look, that's totally fair. And I to your point, I really there are some schools that just don't have the resource. They have to be decisive with where they spend it. That's not a school you'd expect that. I mean, I live in the Canyon School District. I know the kind of taxes that you pay in the Canyon School District. I also know how they spend that money, but that's not the focus of the show.
I don't know if
so
you guys heard it, folks, but Dane just told us that I know that I pay a lot of taxes. So, congratulations.
I know that my taxes go up seemingly like 18% every year, but
I had an executive
that's cool.
once. I was at lunch with somebody, and I was complaining about how much I had paid in taxes that year. And he turned to me and he said, well, how much did you pay? And I told him the amount, whatever it was. I don't remember.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, please, get on my level. Tells me the number that he pays in taxes. I'm like, well, okay. We live different lives, all right?
And let me clarify. My biggest thing is it's like double digit every year. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's a lot. That's a high school
and it
thing,
makes you feel really good when you just go and build I don't know, a 50 by 50 indoor facility. But that's...
Got to get a vinyl cutter somewhere there and get those helmets.
Anyway, look, mine's very similar, actually. And this one was also something that we had to deal with at corner last year. Okay. And it bit me a handful of times, actually. Okay. We have players on a team. Why do we share numbers? Okay. It's okay to say no. Yeah. It's okay to say... that number's already taken. There's 99 other numbers you can choose.
Yeah.
Like duplicate numbers. Well, is it offense or defense? Well, that doesn't help me on special teams now, does it?
No.
It's the worst.
Especially.
Multiple jersey numbers should be outlawed. It is awful. Awful.
It's tough. Well, and in college, they are able to delineate because there are multiple numbers in college.
I know.
But it's this is only the defensive number and it will never not be. But sometimes you're seeing, like Lone Peak, I that comes to mind. That I know number 5, Jaron Poola's playing both ways, but there's another number 5 on the sideline, and I don't know if he's ever going in. I think you can make some assumptions, but yeah, it does. It gets confusing.
But literally, and again, this will sound like I'm picking on them. I don't mean to, but if you looked at their playoff their semifinal and championship game roster from last year. Half of that roster wore the number 20 or less. I'm not kidding. Every number was duplicated.
That's true.
Every one of them. And so when you're trying to call a game or watch a game or cover a game, not a fan.
It's a little different.
Not a fan of multiple numbers. So I would love to jettison that one.
Just get rid of it altogether.
Just get rid of that one.
I've got another one that this is probably pretty broadcaster specific. But I think it could impact you as you're watching a game. But I remember the Syracuse game last year. Sometimes it was a yellow flag. Sometimes it was a slightly more yellow flag. And then sometimes it was a pink flag. And you just always had to be aware that the penalties might be any array of colors. You don't know exactly what you're looking for. You don't see that at the college level. Those refs get on the same page. In high school, it was a little different. Yeah, it made it a little tough. We called several penalties that, nope, that's just the towel that's pink, not the pink flag. Our bad, guys.
I will add this. I'm just watching that corner game, kind of side of the eye. Side of the eye. Did you catch that reference? Side of the eye. Side of the eye.
That's a reference?
Yeah, movie reference.
I don't know. This feels, no.
Really?
No, I got
this
not
one's
even
tough.
a little bit.
You got to dig a little bit on this one.
Nothing. Not even a foggy idea.
Okay. Well, I'm a big fan of this actor, so it's right here. Groundhog Day.
Oh, see, Dane, I don't want to bring it up, but I think when Groundhog Day was in its heyday, I think I was 3.
That's okay.
Isn't that like a 92?
Hey, you know what, Jeff? The amazing thing is the thing about movies
No,
is
don't
you
do
can
that.
actually like go and buy them, or you can go and rent them. Shoot, you can even stream them.
Yeah,
they're around still.
But if it's
phenomenal.
grainy and stuff, I don't watch it.
It's not grainy.
It's grainy. No.
Jeff, I have it on my phone. We've got breaks. I will pull it up and show you Groundhog Day and all those great Bill Murray movies.
Yeah.
We're talking, what about Bob, Ghostbusters, The Man Who Knew Too Little, and it like.
My dad talks about all of those movies too. He loves them. He loves them.
Are you serious? Have you watched these movies?
I have seen Groundhog Day. I have been forced to watch What About Bob multiple times, but I haven't finished it. I have been like, I don't get this. But again, when these were like in their heyday, I was but a child. And so, no, I did not. I've not invested the time to watch What About Bob.
Have I timed out? Has my entertainment timed out?
Not your entertainment, but your age. A little. It's okay. It happens to the best of us. One day it will be me sitting in this chair, and there will be somebody like me today that looks at me and says, "Wow, you're old."
I'm kind of flustered, Jeff.
I know. I'm sorry. I don't like to be the one that lets you know, but I will.
Okay. All right, can I make a plea?
We'll see if I accept it. You can plea.
The Man Who Knew Too Little.
No.
Have you seen it?
No. I don't even know if I've heard of it.
Okay, we got someone in the studio saying it's a great show. You can trust.
Well, he's got. I don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
We'll see.
Look, for those of you who are watching, hit us up on social media. Groundhog Day. What about Bob? Man Who Knew Too Little.
One of us
Jeff
is out
or Dane,
of touch.
right?
Who is it?
I'm
Is
like,
it
are
Dane
these
or
still
is it
timeless
Jeff?
classics, or can we not watch them because they weren't shot in, I don't know, like 27 HD pixel, whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know. Okay, let's go back. I'm watching the corner game, side of the eye. And no duplicate unis, and the helmets look consistent, Jeff.
They got new helmets this year.
They did get new helmets.
They're
Had a great
a little...
schedule. Actually, a great uniform release video. Did you see it?
Yeah, that was cool.
Come like up out of the water?
Yeah, I thought that was really cool. Well done, corner.
Fantastic.
Well done.
It was awesome.
Yeah. No, those helmets look good too. The uniforms
Looks
look
super
great.
good. Super good. That game, Corner Davis, we talked about it in our pregame, zeros at the end of the first, in case you're wondering. We said that corner defense would be good. It is.
They look good. I've got another thing that you only see at high school football that we saw come to life at Davis High School last year. And you've already alluded to it, the clock management system, the clock management apparatus. It's pretty inexact at the high school level. And it's really, really tough to do because all of it is manual, right? And so they also don't have replay review. Like they can't go back and say, "Oh, hey, look, we inadvertent whistle. We got to go back 7 seconds." You don't get a whole lot of that. The only way that the clock can change is if a ref, who's also reffing a game with only 5 officials, mind you, so down an official, happens to see out of the corner of his eye that, I heard a whistle, I see the clock, oh no, now I recognize it. It's a really challenging thing. So I am in no way criticizing anybody. And while all of that is going on with the referees, there's a clock operator that doesn't have any sort of communication with that ref at all. They've just got to look for hand signals and hope they hit the button the right time. Sometimes it gets a little out of whack when you go through that process. Like, for example,
we should probably leave names anonymous in this one.
The waning seconds of a playoff game, it can get a little bit askew, and it can result in one team, the road team, getting an extra shot at a field goal to win it as clocks don't expire because they should have. It's a challenging thing, but I promise you don't see that on Saturdays, and you'll never see that in an NFL game. That is a very unique high school football thing, but there's a piece of me, Dane, I kind of like it. I kind of like that manual process.
What?
I've watched. I'm a big baseball guy.
The manual. Okay.
Yeah. No, the manual process.
I don't love 50-year-olds threatening to come up there and
that was crazy.
I don't love that.
I don't love that, but I do love I'm a big baseball guy. And now you can challenge balls and strikes.
Strike.
And
strike.
That's going to suck, by the way. That's going to be
It's going to happen.
I know.
And as a Pirates fan, I'm like, please.
Because Skeens needs to recover. Whatever's wrong with him, he's going to need that strike year to get back.
Well, you know what's wrong with him, right?
That he plays for Pittsburgh. I think that's what's wrong.
It wasn't a problem when he came in the league, Jeff.
No, that's true. But now he remembers.
Well, you only get so much coaching, right? All right, go ahead.
But with the whole challenge system and the robot umps and all the replays now, I sort of miss that, hey, this is a mistake, but you just got to roll with it. And I like that in high school football, sometimes you think you got out of bounds and you have a second left and you just don't. And that's just something you got to roll with because it is what it is.
All right, you're a baseball guy. Let me just make a little here's some high-level analysis for you. Whatever happened to tie goes to the runner? I was thinking about this week. Whatever happened to tie goes to the runner? You know what happened to it? Out the door because we're going to stop and we're going to go shot by shot and analyze every little speck of dirt. And I hate it.
I hate it. And they're going to make up rules that if the ball is in the cylinder of the glove, then it's this is dumb.
And to your point, it's like, well, does that ball bounce out of bounds? Well, there's 0.1 seconds left. Or is it? It's like, no. So I'm with you. I love a manual clock and not having replay. It's so nice to just be like, hey, I'm going to go watch a game.
Yeah.
It's a game.
Not a replay. Yeah. It's fun.
So look, that was crazy. So I'll make a plea right now for all of us who are in the stands. It's a game.
It is a game.
It's okay.
And sometimes they're important games, but games nonetheless.
And we do not have to become threatening. That was cuckoo.
Crazy. I was nervous.
I was too.
We weren't the clock operators, but I did not know, Dane, if we were going to make it back to our clock.
Well, I did not know if I was going to have to be protection.
Yeah.
For the press box.
That got wild.
That
got wild.
Nuts. Okay. Good one. By the way, Springville in the red zone knocking on the doorstep at Alta. New field at Alta.
Oh, did they get a new field?
They did get a new field. Touchdown. Red Devils.
That rushing game, man. It is inevitable.
It's actually a good
taxes and the Springville running game.
Well, look, they've been in shotgun today.
What?
Shotgun for Springville. I told you, it's going to be different.
It's a new era.
A little bit of a different look here. Coach Valetti told me, we've always been kind of ground and pound. He's like, we're going to be a little more versatile this year. You want to hear a crazy stat?
They threw 4 times. That is the versatility.
I wasn't counting throws. But this is a crazy stat because I was getting ready for our preview show on KSL Sports and was talking with Coach Blake Bardette.
Oh, yeah.
At Alta.
Okay.
And he said, Dane, he's like, we got to be more balanced this year. He said, last year, actually, you watched the show, didn't you?
Probably.
Do you remember the percentage of how many of their passing plays or running plays? Do you remember how often they passed the football last year at Alta High School?
At Alta, I don't remember. I remember they loved that passing game, so I would assume a lot.
Well, I don't
remember
I don't know if they loved the passing game or if they felt like they had to throw the football.
Sure.
They threw the football, I think it was either 74 or 76% of the time last year.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
He's like, we got to be 50-50 this year. So they were expecting that they'd be a little more neutral this year, speaking of the Alta Hawks. But anyway, crazy stat, right?
Yeah.
That's a lot.
That is a lot.
For everyone who says, we love the air attack, yeah, we do, but you got to run the football, Jeff.
Yeah, that's strange.
Support your local O-line coach.
That's right. We want to run the ball, right?
Run the ball.
Speaking of O-line coaches, I did get designated as an offensive line coach this year.
You really?
Yeah, which
so
isn't
his
great.
Son,
so I've got an 8-year-old. We're playing tackle football for the first year, and I'll tell you how I wasn't planning on coaching because, believe it or not, I don't know very much. Most of you probably believe it. Don't say it, but I don't know very much. And I was asked by my former coach, my former baseball coach, when I was a kid. He's now the head coach of his grandson's team.
Okay.
My son is on that team, and he reached out to me, the head coach, said, hey, Jeff, I could use some help. And in that moment, I remembered one time I said no to my coach, and I don't know how many miles I ran or how many sprints I ran, but I remember running. And so I was that 12-year-old boy again. I can't say no. I have to say yes. He's the coach. So I say yes, and all of a sudden I'm on the staff. I don't know anything about it. And he asks me, hey, can you work with our linemen? And I just don't know very much, but I say, yes, I'm going to try. Watch some YouTube videos, make some phone calls, talk to some coach friends, think I got it. We get there, and we're doing okay. You know, that's the end. Like, this is really kind of an anticlimactic ending, but we do have our first game tomorrow, so we'll see how okay we are. We had a scrimmage.
How's the O-line looking, Jeff?
It's looking okay. That's about where I'm at. I do get the advantage of, in this league, the center can't be touched after they snap the ball, so that helps because he's, we're firing on all cylinders. He hasn't missed a block yet. There's nobody to block, but he hasn't missed a block yet. The other two, it's 8-man football at this age, so the other two, the guards, tackles, whatever you want to call them, we're getting there. We'll see how it goes tomorrow. So wish us luck, because I'm going to need it, that's for sure. The boys are probably going to be okay. We're going to talk about the West Point Titans junior mites this year, probably a few times. And look, tomorrow my goal, if we could keep our mouth guards in, and if I don't have to, I'm gonna have to put chin straps on. I know that. I just know I'm gonna have to help some kids buckle. I want to keep it under 10. If some reason we got to take off our whole helmet to take a drink, even though they're like water bottles, like I'm tired of that. I'm hoping that we can just keep chin straps on for most of the game, and then I hope we do okay. But I'll let you know.
I'm excited to hear about it. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, it'll be fun. So Dax, you know Dax a little bit. My son, he's pretty okay. He's a pretty good athlete. Most of the sports teams he's been on.
What does he play?
So it's a second and third grade league.
Okay.
And we had a scrimmage against a team that was mostly third graders. He's not. So he's a younger kid on this team. And his first carry as a running back out of the backfield. He looks great. Gets the ball, tucks it away nice. He hits his gap perfect. And I don't know what this third grader ate on the other side of the ball, but he is a horse. And Dax got trucked in like one of the hardest hits I've seen. And so there's some tears welling up in his eyes as he comes to the sideline. And, true good dad Jeff, get back out there. What are you doing? Go. This is football. Of course it's going to hurt. And then he goes and he runs it to the other side. Same kid, trucks him again. I mean, he got hit hard twice. So finally, it was like, all right, well, yeah, come on, let's get your wits about you. Just please don't go talk to your mom. You got to stay here on the sideline. He did go back in after on the defensive side, played linebacker. I got a video I could show you, but he sheds the block, makes a tackle. He pulled it together. Awesome. Yeah, he looked great, but he got trucked. I mean, he got hit hard. It was I felt a little bad.
How'd the running back coach feel about the O-line coach talking to the running back? I mean, stay in your lane, Jeff.
Well, he did end up playing O-line, too. There's only 10 guys, all right? We're playing a lot of positions. You get hurt a lot when
you
you're
You got to be versatile when you're that age,
you do. You might play quarterback one play, and you might play offensive line the next.
By the way, I think we had our first cases of the new mercy rule in effect. So LCA defeated Hunter today, 48-0, and Milford over Whitehorse, 52-7. So I'm guessing both those games were terminated due to a 44-point lead.
Wow.
How about we go through some games that are happening right now? Highland Westlake, we did not talk about this game. I did not know what to expect. Preston McCoviak, who was the quarterback at Summit Academy last year, had a great year for the Bears, who, by the way, watch out for Summit Academy this year.
Yeah.
They're going to be fun, and they're on the Rewind Sports Network here on KSL Sports. We're really excited about that. But he's now at Highland. And Highland with a 14-7 lead over the Thunder here early. That's a good one. Speaking of things you typically see in high school, second quarter Bountiful over Harriman 55-6. Yeah, I don't know that that's right.
I don't think it's
that
55.
seems early, right?
I think it's
I don't know what it is. It's not uncommon to have like duplicated, but I mean that'd make it 27.5. That's even harder to get than 55 in the second quarter, Jeff.
To do. Yeah, that is tough to do. That actually brings up something. We're going to ramble a little bit on this show. Scoregami. Are you familiar with scoregami?
I am familiar with scoregami.
Utah Rural
Sports. Are you doing
Sports,
a high school scoregami?
Well, I'm not. I don't have the ability to do that work. But Utah Rural Sports on Instagram, he's released a whole bunch of stuff on a website. It's fantastic. I'll show it to you.
Yeah.
He's got the scoregami for every high school football game ever played in Utah.
No offense. I was going to say there's no way, but I'm like, how? How do you get that score from 1920-aught when,
I don't know.
The South Cubs.
I know.
Like, I just.
But the most unique score that I can see here is 175-6.
Carbon, right?
Carbon in
Yeah.
1926.
Hey, did you catch that? I knew that.
You knew that right off the bat. But look at this, Dan. I mean, I'll show it to you. He's got them all. It's tens of thousands, 37,900 games that are included
now
in this.
the nice thing about that, if you think about it, I mean, think about all the scoring options you have. If you can go all the way up to 175,
Yeah, there's a lot.
right?
There's a lot. We're going to be tracking Scorigami. So that game last night, Sky Ridge, Mountain Ridge.
Yeah.
41-26. Not quite a true Scorigami. If you're not familiar with what Scorigami is,
Teach.
It's the end score of a game, regardless of win or loser. Just what is the score? 7-6, right? Well, okay, 7-6 has happened in the state of Utah. According to this, it has happened 408 times, so fairly common score. Scorigami, it would, of course, if it's a unique score for the first time, there you go. You have your Scorigami, right? So this is a matrix that has all the scores of all the games ever. 41-26, Sky Ridge and Mountain Ridge. Pretty close. It's only happened 12 times in however long we've been playing football in the state of Utah. That's a pretty unique score. I was kind of excited to see it. I've been cheering since I've had access to this. I've been cheering for Scorigami more than winners and losers. I don't care anymore. I want to see unique scores. I need to see.
Give me one. Give me a unique score.
Yeah,
Okay.
there has not been 37-11, and it's possible. Like, there's been teams that have ended with 11 and 37 points.
Okay,
We just got to bring it together.
Mr. Anti-Special Teams, do you realize what it takes to get to 11?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
I just
do.
wanted to make sure.
And for the first time in my life, I have been talking about special teams, and now I'm cheering for special. A lot of them are going to be special
They're
teams
gonna
mishaps.
have to be special teams.
I might be cheering for some mishaps, but I do. I want to see some of these things. I think it's cool.
We always try to stay positive until Jeff's on a game with Scorigami.
Yeah,
and I was like,
not
miss
anymore.
the kick.
Not
Miss
anymore.
the kick.
All due respect to you kickers, but sometimes I'm going to need like an 11, 13.
Hey,
I don't know.
Any
something.
votes on that movie poll? Not yet. Oh, come on.
That makes sense because nobody knows. Nobody knows. So this all tracks to me.
Shoot. Hey, Ridgeline and Morgan, we talked about that game.
Yeah.
14-7 in the second. Riverhawks, that's a team lost a lot of players.
A lot.
Now they return
A lot.
Noah White.
Yeah, they've got a few.
Cox is going to be the quarterback for him this year.
Yeah, that's worked out for them in the past when they have a Cox at quarterback.
It has.
They've
Probably helps
done-
that Cox is the coach
Yeah,
as well,
that
right?
helps too. They've got a Fia still, so like.
Oh, that's what I meant. I meant
the running back. Yeah,
Fia's the
Noah
running back.
Fia.
Yeah, I said White. That was from a couple years ago. My bad.
Yep. They got Owen Leishman, who, if you haven't talked about Owen Leishman or heard about Owen Leishman, he might be the hardest hitting linebacker in the state that nobody really talks about.
Well, because I was going to say, I mean, Baker's there, right? But
Yeah, Leishman's right up there.
Right up
They're
there.
in the same class of talent. I don't know who's 1, 2, 3, 4, right? But like, they're all in the conversation. Owen Leishman is absolutely part of the conversation.
Yeah.
Titan DeYoung is obviously there. There's a handful of guys who are there, but we're putting Leishman right there.
let's hit some other scores here. We're coming up against a break, top of the hour. AF at Pleasant Grove. That's a game on KSLSports.com. Cavemen leading the Vikings. This seems to be a region rivalry.
Yeah. Feels weird that it's not.
It does.
I don't like it.
15-9, American Fork leading PG in that one. Jeff, your Longhorns, man. Tough week one, 17-0, Brighton. Man, Coach Monzingo. Look, we dabbled in that. I loved that hire.
Yeah.
We've had Josh on with us multiple times. Look, Brighton already has a really good look when it comes to their uniforms. He's going to make sure that they look darn sharp, and they're going to play good football.
Yeah.
Good start for them.
Yeah. When you play for Coach Monzingo, you get coached really well, you get held accountable, and you can see that, right? Like those Park City teams have always been disciplined teams. They don't make a lot of mistakes. You're going to have to bring your best football if you're going to beat a Coach Monzingo-led team. And I think as he builds that program up at Brighton and gets that talent, they're going to be very good.
And I think the thing for me with that one is, he had good talent at Park City, but he didn't have depth of talent at Park City. Being in the Valley, can he get that going at Brighton? We've seen it in the past. I think I love that hire. Other scores as we navigate on over. Fremont Weber, that game's 14-3, still in the first half. Davis leading corner 6-0.
They got
Last
on
check.
the board. Okay. Syracuse, game we highlighted and talked about a few times. Ledger White has a couple of touchdown passes. They're up early. About 6 minutes left in the second quarter. 14-7 over Woods Cross.
We we got stats from that Corner Davis game. We're going to dive into those.
Okay.
We said it was going to look a little bit different. It looks a little bit different. But we're going to take a break as we approach the top of the hour here, watching the Friday night tailgate show here on 97.5 and KSLSports.com. Stick around with us. We'll be back here after this.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Joined by Jim Williams, longtime sports media producer, director, and executive. Keep an eye out when MLB expands. Salt Lake City is quietly becoming one of the hottest sports towns in America. Sports Business Journal just vaulted Salt Lake from number 44 to number 12 nationally, ahead of some legacy markets on its best sports business cities list. What has changed? What's driving that?
I think a lot of it is people are discovering Utah. And I think what's driving it is look at the attendance. Look at the attendance at the Mammoth hockey game. The Jazz have always been strong. And then you've got, of course, Real Salt Lake. People are getting to understand numbers are numbers, whether you want to argue them or whatever. But at the end of the day, you want to be where you're going to be appreciated. This is a fantastic up and growing market. It's going to help the entire region.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This feeling is brought to you by Aleve for Arthritis Pain Relief. What feeling is that? Well, it's the feeling you feel when you have relief from arthritis pain. It's that my hands don't hurt just holding things feeling. That wow, I can actually move well feeling. You know, that go about your day without worrying about every little movement or ache feeling. Oh yeah, because Aleve targets arthritis pain at the source of inflammation for long-lasting relief, so you can keep moving through it. Feel up to 12 hours of arthritis pain relief with one dose. Feel Aleve. Use is directed for minor arthritis pain.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
What keeps you up at night? Do you wonder if what you've saved will be enough, if your money will go as far as you plan, or whether your retirement will look the way you imagine? What worries you? Everyone's concern is different, but ignoring it won't make it disappear. This is Ron Paul. You may not be able to predict what comes next, but you can take steps now to diversify your savings with precious metals before uncertainty becomes urgency. My friends at Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit explaining how gold can help diversify your IRA or 401k. Just text the word SECURE to the number 989898. There's no cost and no obligation. Just free information to help you consider your option. Take the first step with Birch Gold. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCombe.
BYU has always done more with less. That's kind of their calling card. And it was only maybe a year or two ago where a prominent guy down there stepped up and said, look, we're never going to be the highest bidder. We're never going to throw as much into this as some of these big schools. Well, here we are now, and the coach is asking for more stuff. I honestly believe, Scotty, that what the issue is more than anything, this has happened fast. BYU's been in the game, but every single year there's a demand for more. You know, money is not, like everybody said, just growing down there on trees.
That is a huge reason why you're even seeing Alabama, you're seeing Michigan, you're seeing a lot of these schools begging Congress to get involved to protect them from themselves, because everybody has a point where it's like, we can't do this anymore.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Your student's career doesn't begin after college graduation. It starts the day they arrive. At the John M. Huntsman School of Business, every student is surrounded by career coaches, faculty mentors, employers, and real-world experiences that build confidence, professional skills, and meaningful connections. From the first semester to graduation, everything is designed to prepare students for career success. The John M. Huntsman School of Business. Dare mighty things.
You're the turf whisperer, the grass-cutting guru. Dandelions don't stand a chance on your watch. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Weed and Feed. for strong, dark green turf without a weed in sight. IFA's Weed and Feed. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
In Utah, our first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So douse your flames, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight wildfire together. FireSense is the first response.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Here, Studio D, as our Friday night tailgate show. Thank you so much for joining us. Dane, Stewart here. Jeff Hansen, that's Jeff. The last F stands for
football.
Hey, I love it. I was going to go a different direction, but it stands for football here in our 8 o'clock segment.
That's a different segment?
Love
different
well,
different meaning.
That was the plan. I got a lot of stands for, Jeff.
Okay, good.
Not to be mixed with Stansbury. So
yeah, okay.
We're going to kick this one off with a little bit of fun. Jeff had this great idea. He was like, hey, Utah has some really cool high school mascots.
Yeah.
So we're going to go fantasy.
Yeah. We're going to put them in a cage match.
But Jeff, that's about all I know.
Yeah. So let me take over. And a little thing about me, I don't know what kind of rule. Like, I don't know. I have these ideas, and they make perfect sense. And then when it's time to bring them to life, sometimes there's some holes. So don't poke too many holes through this. The question I have is producer Vince, are you in on this? Are you participating in our draft today? Okay. Well,
you see how big his eyes were?
Yeah, he did
not.
What? He did not want to do that. All
I'm
right,
busy.
So Dane, here, I'm going to give you a piece of paper because you're probably going to need one. Do you have a pen? Do you?
I can get one.
Okay, you're going to want a pen. Because look, here's the thing about fantasy football. I can't just draft and play all quarterbacks. There's positions that you have to fill. And in this fantasy cage match of mascots, there's going to be positions that you have to fill on your roster.
Okay, this is not how I interpreted. Let's have a fantasy mascot draft.
Nobody.
But that's cool.
Nobody thought about it this way. Okay, so here's the. I really only have 2 rules and a roster that you got to fill. So here's your roster spots, Dane. You can have a human mascot, like a human or a humanoid, right? The Warriors, Sentinels.
Do they have to be current or can they be previous?
I did not write a rule down. So you're all fair there.
All right.
You have to have an animal mascot, and now an animal cannot be a bird because you have to have a bird mascot. Birds are not animals today, right? Do you understand the difference between a bird and an animal?
Yeah, I think a veterinarian would disagree, but
I think so too.
Okay. Yeah, no, this is great.
Okay.
I actually feel really good about this, okay?
And then you have to have a mythical something or a historic. This is the category where I'm thinking of our dinos.
No. See, here's the this is you can't tell me a dino's not an animal, and some believe that that's what birds came into. So this is where I was going to get real creative, and now you're going to pull that, Jeff.
That's why there were rules, because I was trying to stifle your creativity. The last roster spot,
well done,
that you have to fill is an underdog. Okay, so this is the mascot that probably isn't going to do so great. We each have one of those on our team. And because I made up the rules, so the only other rules, there's no duplicate, okay? We can't say like, well, I took the Olympus Titan. You get the Syracuse Titan. No, it's Titans. There's only one, okay? And then, the only other rule is the roster spot. Those are the rules. So if you found loopholes.
We're drafting, so we're going back and forth,
Back and forth, yeah. And since I made up the rules here, you get first pick.
Well, I've had 45 seconds to think about this, so I feel really good about my green room.
Listen, I gave you a paper. I let you write it down. I could have made you remember these things.
All right, so hang on. Let me just do a little bit of research here.
Would you like me to have first pick?
No. Heck no.
Okay. Yeah, you can research.
There's
only 2 rules. I only wrote 2 down. Anything
Yeah.
else you find is a loophole that's all yours, man.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
Now, the judge at the end of this, we've got a couple of guys in here with us, and we will allow them to determine whose team wins in this cage match. So not only, like, the last part of this is there's some salesmanship to it at the end of it. You have to explain why your team is better than mine.
Okay, all right,
you're up. First pick, you're on the clock, whatever the noise is.
Boy, first pick. Fortunately, I got at least 10 minutes, right?
Well, yeah. This is the NFL.
First pick.
And you don't have to go in human order. You can pick whatever.
Yeah, no,
order.
I know.
Okay.
I'm just trying to figure out like what I want. I want first.
I'm just
right?
filling air so that you have time to think.
And because I'm not going to lie, some of these categories are going to be a little tricky for me to figure out, right?
Yeah.
Okay, my first pick. Oh man.
I think there's an obvious first pick, and the fact that you're stumbling scares me a little. But I think there's a very obvious first pick, and I don't think it's a secret. So, pressure is on.
Okay. Well, I'm thinking I'm going to go with animal, and I'm going to go grizzly.
Okay. That's not where I thought you were going to go.
Okay.
But I like the grizzly pick for the animal spot. For me, first pick, I'm going to fill my mythical spot. I'm taking a Titan. Okay. Because I don't know. I do have another.
That's fascinating because I would not have gone with a Titan.
A Greek god? You wouldn't have picked a Greek god in a cage? You don't want Hercules on your team in a cage match? Have you seen that cartoon? He takes down everybody.
Here's my thing, okay? Show me the logo for every Titan mascot. You know what it is? It's a sword. I'm not that worried about a sword, Jeff.
Hercules carried the sword. I'm getting a Titan, not a sword.
That's cool. Yeah, that's cool.
Right.
For my mythical, you know what I'm going to go with? Since we're playing this game,
I had a number 2.
I'm going to go with the Phoenix because it rises from the ashes.
Okay.
You can't kill it, Jeff.
It's a good
cage
thought.
match. It rises from the ashes.
It's a good thought.
I'm basically.
If you went Titan,
I just won.
I thought you'd go Titans at 101, and so my backup mythical would have been the Red Devils because not only is it a Red Devil, I get a lot of them. It's plural, so that one I think would have been great.
See, my backup would have been a Dino.
Yeah, Dino would have been.
I'm not going to lie, but I'll go Phoenix there. I feel really good with that.
Yeah, it's good. I'm going to fill my underdog spot real quick. We're gonna try to get that there. I'm going to go with the rabbits. I'm going to take the rabbits. I've seen that rabbit mascot down there, and it's a pretty mean-looking rabbit. And if there's nothing else, I know that the rabbit's going to be fast. He's going to be hard to catch in a cage match. So give me my underdog as a rabbit. I thought about maybe taking a dart, but we asked those guys what that meant, and they
I am going to go with the dart because you know what a dart is? It's a fiery. So that is a call to the fiery darts that you hear about.
Is that what it is?
That is exactly what it is.
Because the last time we were up there, they told us it was like a track guy.
Well, we talked to athletes, we talked to players, right?
But you talked to somebody real.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I've got the fiery darts with the Phoenix and a grizzly. I'm not gonna lie. I'm feeling okay, Jeff.
Okay.
I'm not saying I'm winning, but I feel like I'm doing better than I thought I would.
Okay, well,
you started laying out these rules. So.
Well, there was only 2 rules. Let's not make it sound like this was complicated. It's 2 rules.
Well, that's a lot for me.
I will go. Well, you're talking a lot about Brighton today. I'm going to go with the Bengals as my animal.
Okay.
Feel pretty good about a fleet of tigers. That feels okay to me.
Okay.
Okay. What have I got here? I've got underdog. I've got mythical, and I've got my animal. Okay, you're up.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where I want to go with this because this one's.
Well, while you're thinking about that, I did some research on this animal thing because I wanted to know. Well, really, on all of it, I wanted to know where charger fits. I didn't know what a charger was. Do you know what a charger is?
Yeah, I do. So what it is, with a lot of your electronic devices, they run on batteries.
Right.
And so in order to make sure that you have power, you have to plug them in.
Yeah.
And to do that, you use a charger.
Correct. And that is why Corner used a horse as their logo for so long. No, so it's a horse.
Well, because the other argument you could make is that, the Charger is also a vehicle that's made by Dodge.
Yeah.
And it measures its power in horsepower. So, rather than using a trademarked icon for your logo, you use a symbolic representation of the engine.
I'm impressed with this. So it is a horse, like a horse that goes, it's got some power. It's like a cool horse.
Yeah.
And I also thought phone chargers and other electronic chargers. I also thought of the car chargers. But when I thought of the San Diego Chargers, I thought surely one of those things is what the Chargers were named after. No. Do you know what it was? I did not know until 3 days ago.
Well, go ahead.
Okay. The founder, I wrote his name down, Baron Hilton. He was a huge fan when the crowd would say, da-da-da-da-da-da, charge. And that is why they are the Chargers. Because he
San Diego?
Yeah, originally, yeah. Because he liked the cheer. And so he's like, well, now I've got a team full of Chargers. We say charge. That's how it came to be. So not a horse, not an electric. They have the lightning bolt. Doesn't have anything to do with it.
Yeah.
Has everything to do with charge. And that is immediately the lamest name in sports. So I couldn't pick the Chargers, the horse, on my team. That was a roundabout way to, one, buy you some time to think, but also, lamest name in sports after that. It's named after a word.
Okay, my bird, I'm going to go with Eagles.
It's a good bird. That's a good bird. There's nothing wrong with an eagle. I'll follow it up. I mean,
you only have like 3 to choose from. We don't have a lot of bird variety in this state. But I know if you don't pick one of these, Jeff, you will not be back for week 2.
I know. I know what you want me to pick.
No.
And
you have to.
I know what my core identity says I have to pick.
It is.
But I'm going to pick a Riverhawk.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I'm not going to go with a Falcon.
You like to fish, huh?
But I'm going to go with a Riverhawk, which feels different than a regular hawk. I don't know why it's different, but they called it out. So
okay,
Riverhawk.
which let me get on this. We have 2 Riverhawks in this state.
Yeah.
With all the opportunities that we had with a new mascot, Riverhawk.
I got a rant. We got too many ridges in this. State.
Okay. Well,
Dude.
I was going to save that for later because.
Yeah. Okay. We'll bring it up later.
Yeah,
I got a whole thing I could talk about there.
I didn't even know Utah had that many ridges, but apparently they are all over the place.
And they're all important enough that a school needs to be named. Is it your pick or mine? I don't even know.
It's mine because I think we're down to the last one. Right?
Are we both at humans?
I'm a human. Are you?
Well,
are you a human?
I got a human left.
Which, by the way, let me just clarify something. You cannot say that. Well, I guess I can't make that argument because it would hurt me. So we'll have to pull that one back.
Okay.
All right. So humans. I'm going to give it one last look real quick because I just want to make sure. I've got a thought here, but I want to make sure I'm really committed to it before I lay into it.
While you're pondering, Davis, they are trying to get back in the end zone just before half. 40 seconds left. Scheinberg just found Sparrow. They're at the corner 25-yard line. That's 7-6. Corner did score. I don't know if we mentioned it on air or not. That game's tight. That's a defensive slugfest. Looks like Scheinberg's finally got a little bit comfortable. First start, new state, new everything. I'm sure there was a lot going through that young man's heads. Looks like he's settled down here in the second quarter. There's a timeout, 33 seconds left as Davis tries to punch it in the end zone before half. And also Fremont, the other game we've been following, our Game Night Live game of the week, 21-3, the Silver Wolves all over the Warriors. And it's been the defense that has impressed me. There's defensive touchdown in that game, and they've really shut down Carter Payne, Creed DeVries, and that Weber offense. And they're driving again under 2 minutes to go in the half, and Fremont is in Weber territory again. Not enough time. Okay.
Well, here's the thing. I'm really debating this last one. There's a couple different routes I could go. It really is. This could swing it.
It could. I don't think you're going to take what while you're pondering. Woods Cross with a 21-point second quarter.
Wow.
Yeah. 63-yard touchdown pass in the last Benson, 2 minutes. They are up 21-14 at the half over
Brody Benson.
Woods Cross, man. It's Tage Ita, quarterback. My goodness. He's got a long touchdown pass.
What's the score? What's Syracuse at in that one?
It's 21-14.
21-14.
Woods Cross is up.
I missed that. Look, for humans, I am going to be true to myself because, there's something about having integrity. So I'm going to go with Patriots as my human.
Okay.
I think that's worked out well for us as a country to stand up to those that may have more forces than we do, and it's the Patriots that are able to overcome that. So I'm going to go with Patriots.
Okay.
I highly debated another one. We'll get into that, but go ahead. Your pick.
Well, I got a few that I could go with, but I'm going to take Vikings.
Okay.
Because they're mean. That pretty much is it.
Okay. You want to know the one that I was seriously debating?
Miners, because that's the other one I thought about.
I don't even know if you know this is a mascot in our state.
Uh-oh, okay.
Because I don't even know how to say it, quite frankly.
Well, that sounds like it would have been a good pick.
I think it would have been, actually. But it doesn't suit up well in this game.
Yeah.
Because what their core function is doesn't really apply.
Okay.
Marauders.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Yeah. It's
is it a Spanish conquistador kind of thing? Not even close.
But Dons would have been an interesting pick.
It would have. I thought about the
Right,
Dons.
right.
Yeah, thought about the Dons.
What a marauder is it's one who roams from place to place making attacks and raids in search of plunder. Which, if you have a lot of...
My daughter's disappointed I didn't know that. The Marauders map, that's a Harry Potter thing.
Oh.
Yep. Now that you say it, I
Yeah.
probably should have. I didn't know that was a mascot.
It is. You want to... Well, clearly... Yeah. Utah Military Academy.
Okay. Hey, that counts. I did not have a rule that says it doesn't.
It's a sanctioned school,
Okay,
Jeff.
great.
Like what?
I said it counts.
Well, yeah, of course it counts. But if you had artillery, then I would have been all over that, right? If you chose Patriots, I would have been all over that because now you have no artillery to be a Patriot with, right?
Yeah. Well, I went with Vikings, and
You did.
Vikings can take dragons down. I've seen that movie, so
That's just a movie. That's
I feel
fake.
pretty
That's not
okay
real.
about your Patriots.
All right.
Final team. One
So
of our judges
here-
walked out of the room, so we got one judge.
He did. So here's what we got to recap our little draft. Dane has Patriots, Grizzlies, Eagles, the ever-rising Phoenix, and the Fiery Darts.
Yeah, and I've got Titans, Rabbits, Bengals, the Riverhawks, and the Vikings. So listen,
Half of those don't scare me, Jeff.
I can take you with the power of Zeus. That's what the Titans are. So let's
that
make that
sword
clear.
is going to be
That's pretty
tough,
big.
tough.
I've got the speed that you need with the Rabbits. I've got just sheer power with the Bengals. I can take care of the sky with the Riverhawks. You got the Eagles. I got the Hawks. We're fine. And then I got Vikings. So I
Okay,
can take it by sea.
First of all,
as we all get into the cage.
the eagle is the largest. It's larger than a hawk. Even a river hawk. An eagle is
river
larger than a river hawk. It's faster and it's more fierce, much more aggressive.
Listen, I wanted eagles.
than a hawk.
You don't
okay,
you don't got to sell me.
a grizzly. I mean, it's gonna overpower anything you got.
A Bengal tiger?
Oh yeah.
No.
A Bengal tiger is gonna run away, Jeff.
No. My Bengal's going to take your Grizzly.
I'm gonna stand up on my hind legs and I'm just gonna be like.
I don't think you guys understand how big Bengal tigers are.
I've never seen them on their hind legs, Jeff. Have you? Okay.
How
the
big is
Phoenix,
it? 9
we
feet
rise from the ashes. You can do whatever you want to us. We're going to come right back because that's what Phoenix does. It rises from the ashes.
Davis did not score at the end of the half. A sack, a penalty. They had to throw a Hail Mary into the end zone. They were in field goal range. And it was
7-6.
7-6.
Defense.
Man.
My fiery darts, those will, anything, a dart through the air is going to track down a rabbit, no problem. And one of those fiery darts, that rabbit's gone. And then I love my Patriots, just, the sheer will.
Yeah, no,
We can charge, we can shoot, and we're just tough.
I feel
We're
pretty
tough.
good. I feel pretty good about the rabbits and the darts. Listen, I've been rabbit hunting, and it's hard to shoot them with a gun. It's going to be a whole lot harder with a dart. So I'm not worried
Not
about
if you're
your dart.
skilled.
You're not skilled, and you're not participating. The dart itself is the combatant in this cage fight. There's nobody there to throw the dart.
Sure, I have Patriots.
No, the Patriots are busy. You think Patriots know what to do with fiery darts?
Yes, I do, Jeff.
I've seen Mel Gibson. No, he does not. Not a chance.
That's a movie. That's not real.
Not a chance. It's an accurate description or depiction or whatever. I feel good. I feel good about Titans. I think Titans is kind of I think it's like a trump card.
We don't even know what a Titan is.
Well, we know. A lot of we know. I don't know if you know. You think it's a sword. I think it's Hercules.
That's our logo. And the other thing is if you want to go look at other sports, it's a T on a shield. That's a circle, by the way. It's not even Captain America here. You know, it's like, nah.
Okay, but by this logic, like the Chicago Bear is a C? No, it's a bear.
No, they've got a bear.
We know what a Titan is.
They've got a bear mascot.
Yeah, the Titans, they've all got Titans. You see them running around.
So you're having to justify it. Like,
I'm not.
Again,
I feel
when
great.
I think
It's
Titans,
Hercules.
I
It's a
think
Greek
of a T.
Titan.
I think of a T. I don't even think of. I don't think of it as a mythical creature.
Think better because it's a mythical creature. We got to turn to the judge.
All right.
We've made our case.
Honestly, I'm going to go with Dane.
Okay.
Both missed Westlake Thunder.
Thunder. The judge. I don't know if can we hear him. I don't know if we can hear him. He's saying that we missed out on thunder.
Hey,
thunder in a cage match. Just a bunch of thunder.
You anointed him the judge.
Yeah,
okay?
This might have been a mistake. Okay, we missed out on thunder.
The Bear definitely
The Bear beats the Bengal. I don't know about that either.
I looked it up on.
Okay, the Bear beats the Bengal.
Neither of you guys
and
were with Cavemen, which is interesting. And
well, they didn't make
which
it.
is wild. But
I don't. Caveman.
Yeah, here's my thing with the beat diggers. I was like, what are they gonna do? I don't know what they're gonna do in this cage match. So that was why I was a little like, I don't quite know. So anyway.
Yeah, and Caveman, they did die.
Well, on my thing, I'm like, you just have a club.
Yeah.
Right? And so for me, I was like, I don't know if
I thought about it.
I thought about it too. Yeah.
Okay, now we can hear the judge's rationale a little bit better.
so basically, it came down to the Grizzly Bear versus the Bengal Tiger.
I love it. And by the way, that was my number one pick.
Okay, but I have a pack of tigers.
Grizzlies
don't travel in packs. Grizzlies are lone grizzlies. There's multiple tigers.
Have you never
together.
seen Brother Bear, where you've got the mama bear and the two little bears coming around?
So wait a minute. Wait, hold on. Brother Bear. So because of Brother Bear, we're pretty
You're
confident.
talking about Mel Gibson, and you're going to criticize a Disney movie?
No. I'll give you Bear Brother.
Where's your
bears,
soul, man?
Your bears are Brother Bear.
Huh?
Your bear, your Grizzlies are the bears from Brother Bear.
I didn't say that.
900 to
I'm just saying they
1,300
live in
pounds.
families. They live in families.
I feel fine.
Well, the judge feels great too. He's like me.
You can have the brothers bear. I feel pretty okay about that. I'm not real worried. I got, what is his name? Shere Khan? Jungle Book? I feel okay.
Yeah, and my fiery darts scare him into running away, Jeff. I mean, again, like I feel really good.
We let the judge.
He can't
the judge
handle.
gave you the
he
win.
can't handle a fiery dart.
The judge
he runs
gave you the
away
win.
like a little Bengal tiger.
I've already made the case that, hey, look, I'm tired of the replay. I'm tired of all the, like, sometimes you just have to let refs make mistakes. And that's what happened here. But that's okay. You get the win. So in our fantasy drafts on the season, 1-0 you. So
I feel pretty good.
Yeah, that's...
I like that. That was good. Good stuff.
We're getting into about halftime.
We are getting
for a
to
lot
halftime.
of games. You want to go through some
Let's do it.
scores?
We got about 3 minutes here before we hit our break here near the bottom of the hour. So let's just run you through where some games stand. We talked about that Corner Davis game, 7-6, the lead for the Chargers. Highland Westlake, that one tied up at 14 there, Jeff.
Yeah, Westlake, a team that they played great last year. Malik Sika, they had some expectations coming into this year. That's for sure. Timpview. Look, we didn't talk about Timpview in the opener at all because, Orem is Orem, and that's the talk of the town. But Timpview, they've got a lot of talent, too. It's 14-3 at Layton. Timpview's at Layton, by the way. Like, that's not something that happens every year, that they make the trip all the way up to Davis County. 14-3 at the half.
Summit Academy League and Logan 8-3. You know what that has written all over it? Scoregami. You get an 8. You're positioning the chess pieces, Jeff.
That's right. We're looking forward to it. Alta at Springville, game we've talked about. Alta, they've come back 17-7 at last check.
Hey, here's a school we haven't talked about. We'll talk about them later tonight. Speaking of the Grizzlies, Copper Hills up to a nice start in that first half. That's they got a staff there.
Yeah, they do. They do. New staff this year. A lot of talent.
You know who that DC is?
Tell me.
MJ Tafisi.
Ooh, that's a name.
Love it.
I do like MJ Tafisi.
I do too.
That's an Alta legend, right?
Yes, it is.
That is.
Yes, it is.
The score we've all been wondering, 17-7 for the Mighty Falcons.
Higher scoring than last year.
That's right. That
Trending
game,
up.
We're on the right track. 17-7.
Green Canyon leading Provo 7-0 at the half. That Wolves team.
Yeah.
Always strong defensively.
Riverton over West Jordan, 21-7. Mountain Crest.
San Juan and Grantsville. I think the Broncos is at 5 straight state championships now,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Trying to go for 6. That was one that I thought would be an interesting game. Those two powers meeting up down in Blanding, and it's the Broncos with the first half lead.
Ridgeline, Morgan. Ridgeline.
Yeah.
They came to play. That game's at Morgan. We know how that community shows up. It's 34-7. The Riverhawks, they're making my little fantasy team proud right now. The Riverhawks showing well against some Trojans.
Yeah, they're flying.
So they're doing great.
Any others you want to hit?
Snow Canyon, Spanish Fork. Snow Canyon's up 20-7. That's a tough trip when you get those teams that have to travel down to St. George. Snow Canyon 20-7 over Spanish Fork.
Okay, hitting our break, bottom of the hour. You're watching the Friday Night Tailgate. Don't go anywhere. We got more great content coming up here after this.
Welcome to. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Joining the show now, college football writer for CBS Sports, John Talty. I was down at Big 12 Media Days, and the buzzword was unsustainable. Is the status quo unsustainable? And if so, how long in the future is that?
You go back to the start of NIL when guys were just starting to get paid, and you had athletic directors crying poor and how this is not sustainable. We can't do this. The issue is that I feel like I've been hearing that for 5 years, and somehow the numbers keep going higher. The total numbers have probably 4x, 5x, if not more, than where they were back then. I do think for some conferences and some schools, you might eventually get that point where it's like, this is not worth it to us. We can't keep competing if such and such school is spending $50 million on their roster, and we're only spending $18 million on our roster, which there are Big 12 schools doing that this year. At a certain point, you say, can we win doing this, or do we have to find a different angle or focus on something else like basketball or another sport, and maybe we just try to get to a bowl, and that's where our aspirations are.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of acid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Here's a tale of Becky. Didn't know what to do with new meds prescribed and no real cost clue.
She squinted at prices, that can't be right. Then tapped GoodRx and saw the light.
She can get a deal. Book telehealth if she feels.
Learn about those meds without any stress. That one little app does all the rest. Even my horse downloaded it. Dang, save time and money on prescriptions.
Check GoodRx. GoodRx is not insurance.
UCCU Mobile Banking now comes with Learn and Earn, a fun way to learn about money. Learn and Earn breaks down financial topics into fun, bite-sized games like quizzes and trivia for your entire family. Every time someone in your family completes a game, they earn points towards gift cards from Apple, Amazon, Walmart, and a lot more. The more you play, the more you learn. The more you learn, the more you earn. Visit uccu.com/learn to start learning and earning today.
Turn it up. Let's go. It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get hunt ready before you head into the backcountry. Gear up at Mountain Land Truck Outfitters. Purchase $250 or more in rough country recovery equipment, and you'll get a free $25 Maverick G card. Don't miss his limited time hunting season offer. Visit your nearest Mountain Land Truck Outfitters location or shop today at mtnlndtruck.com. Offer valid through August 31st, 2026 or while supplies last. Purchase $250 or more in rough country recovery equipment to receive one free $25 Maverick gift card. Limit one gift card per customer account while supplies last.
Hey, honey, I was thinking about updating the house a little.
A little?
You know, new siding, new windows, gutters that actually work, maybe even a new deck.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah, I called RGS Exteriors.
Well, that's a good decision.
When it comes to upgrading your home's exterior, the right choice is easy. RGS Exteriors specializes in siding, windows, gutters, and decking that transform the look and protection of your home.
Hi, Tim Brown, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
Water runs Utah, and it's running out. They say there's nothing you can do about it, but I looked it up, and there's like 54 different ways to conserve water at slowtheflow.org. It would make a little too much sense if we all did our part to save water.
Welcome back here at KSL Studios. Dane, Stewart, Jeff Hansen, JEFF. That last F standing for food, because it's not a tailgate without food. And so, I felt like I was going to be in a generous mood today.
Thank you.
And seeing as how I won our draft, how about you gotta have some popcorn or something, right? So we got folks in our studio here, and just got to keep us all well nourished. So
throwing it around like it's a parade. I like it.
Why have corn when you can add a little pop to it?
Yeah.
So we got some popcorn. Of
I
course,
like
want to
it.
let everyone know that our show is sponsored by carbonated beverages.
Yes,
and
please.
so the official drink of Friday Night Tailgate, carbonated beverages. You can find them in multiple flavors at a store near you.
And
I want to thank carbonated beverages for keeping us going here.
If you're a producer of carbonated beverages and you'd like to be a formal sponsor, please reach out.
Hit us up.
Otherwise, it'll just be carbonated beverages, and people could go wherever they're sold.
That's a good carbonated beverage. All right. Hey, we talked about earlier, time for a little bit of rant. We love our Jeff rants, don't we?
Okay.
So, Jeff, I know you sent me this earlier. I am so excited.
No.
Rant on, my friend.
All right, so first we got to talk. We're not known for a ton of creativity here in the state of Utah.
What?
We're just not. I mean, we should be.
In fairness, we got mascots like beet diggers and darts and farmers.
But when you get outside of our state, one of the things that people complain about, the Utah Jazz, right? Not a lot of jazz here. We just sort of took their name. And look, even our state bird has another state in its name. It's the California Goal is the state bird of Utah. It doesn't make sense. So we got to work on our naming conventions. And this week, as I was prepping for Sky Ridge and Mountain Ridge, it kind of dawned on me, we got a lot of ridges, because there's Ridge Line, Sky Ridge, Mountain Ridge, North Ridge. There's a lot of ridges. And then that kind of led me down this rabbit hole, Dane. And I'm
excited.
I don't know if you have ever thought about this, but I now know the number, and I have a few bubble teams.
Okay.
How many schools in the state of Utah are named after mountains?
Mountains?
Mountains. Now, give me a guess.
Oh, boy.
Because as you start to go down the list...
So do you mean it has the word mountain in it, or it's got any reference to a mountain?
So Ridgeline, obviously, that's a mountain.
Oh, so you're counting a ridge as a mountain.
Sky Ridge is a mountain. Like mountain and mountain-themed things.
Well, I know there's Mount Vernon.
Okay.
So there's one.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with 18. I don't know the number. I'm gonna go with 18.
27.
27?
27. And I got some bubble teams too, like Skyview. Kinda. Could be. I think it's a bubble team.
I wouldn't count that.
Cottonwood is Cottonwood City, so I don't think so.
But
But
you
it's
have
also the
Cottonwood Canyon.
canyons. Yeah. But no, you could go down the list. Olympus, you've got Skyline, Snow Canyon. We got really lazy down there in Utah County. I think Ben Lomond kind of started it off, that they built a school, they walked out, said, oh, that's Ben Lomond. Let's just call this school Ben Lomond, and it kind of worked. And so then Timpanogos goes out, and it's like, oh, that's Timpanogos. Let's just name it Timpanogos. Then another school gets built down the road a little ways, and well, they took Timpanogos, but I could see it. So this is Timp View. Just kind of stole that name. And then another school gets built in Orem just down the road. It's like, well, crap. They took the both Timpanogos names, but it is a mountain, and I can also see it, so we're going to have Mountain View. And we've got a lot of problems because then up the road a little ways, you've got Viewmont that they tried to trick us. They tried to combine it into one word and flip it around. That's just Mountain View backwards. You couldn't sneak that one past me. It goes all the way down. You've got Snow Canyon. You've got Desert Hills, Salem Hills, all throughout the state. We've got mountain names.
Can I ask you this question?
Yeah.
Because you're going through this. I'm waiting for you to make a connection. I didn't hear it come out.
Okay.
Where is Lone Peak?
Yeah, I don't know where Lone Peak is.
Oh, you don't know where Lone Peak is?
No. Like the Lone Peak? Like the mountain?
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Is that a real mountain, or did we make that one up?
So I'm going to double check this. Is Lone Peak included?
Lone Peak is on my list.
Okay, good.
100%.
Good.
Because it's got peak.
Good call,
That's
Jeff.
a mountain.
Hey,
not sneaking that
I
one
grew up
by
in
me.
Idaho,
Yeah.
so my vocab, not my strong part, not my strong suit. I'm just.
Okay. Well, I mean, I could keep going because
I
we've
think
got more.
I know where.
We've got Olympus.
Oh yeah. Okay. You want to know where Lone Peak is?
Yes, please tell me.
You've been to Corner Canyon.
Yeah.
Right, Corner Canyon High. Corner Canyon High School.
Oh, the high
right?
school, yes.
So imagine you go to Corner Canyon High School.
Okay, yeah.
You sit in the press box. The press box faces which direction?
East.
East.
Yeah.
You're looking at Lone Peak.
That's dumb. See, that's dumb. We've got.
I've never quite understood that one. I'm like, okay.
So I took this one step further.
By the way, that's verified. Thanks, Google.
Well done. I've thought a lot about this. There are really good names that our high schools could be named. And I'm not even talking just like cities, which I think are great. Clearfield, right? Like naming it after the city. West Jordan, I think it makes sense. There's some cool names. But there's some names that are just there for us, and I want to run them by you. I've got some Jeff-approved names that I think the future high schools, and these are serious. I thought about do we make these punny? No, I wanted to do some of the work for the future school districts across the state. That hey, next time you build a school out in Tooele, you don't have to just look at the mountains and say, well, Deseret Peak, let's do that. That's what we do. No, because out there in Tooele, you know what else is there? There's the Onaki wild horses. Have you ever seen these?
No.
It's a very famous herd of wild horses that is specific to Utah. They're called the Onaki horses. Why is there not an Onaki high school? Some acceptable names, because you got the horses. You could be the Mustangs, the ponies, the Colts, the Stallions. I think that's a great high school name. Certainly better than the 28th Mountain High School. What do you think of Onaki? I think Onaki's cool. It's different.
It's not bad. So let me tell you one of the things I'm a fan of, right? So actually in high school, this was actually a very fun project. As a senior in high school, I think it was my English class. I don't know. It was something up there. I wasn't really paying attention. We had to come up with a new high school.
Okay.
So we had to come up with a name.
So you've done this.
And a mascot.
Without
and colors.
AI even.
Yeah, exactly. Back in my day, you actually had to use your head for this sort of a thing, right?
Crazy.
Idaho, the great state of Idaho. So the state flower in Idaho was a syringa.
Okay.
So I came up with Syringa High School.
I think that's great.
I think that's a great high school.
Yeah.
I'm actually a big fan of using your state symbols. I think that's amazing.
Yeah.
Right? Utah's a little bit tough because some of the state symbols are
mountainous.
A little tricky. Well, and there's a lot of throws to bees, right? Which is great. That's state history. I'm not saying anything to be critical, but it's a little tough. Or the goal high school, right? That's not really super intimidating, right?
Yeah.
So, but there's still opportunities, right?
Yeah.
I actually don't mind it. I just don't know how to say it. I mean, the one you I don't even remember it, Jeff. Like you said it, I'm like, yeah, that's not bad.
Onaki.
Onaki.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not bad.
I've got more. And to your symbolism, I've got two that you could pick which one.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of the same thing, and I don't know which one you want to go to.
Sure.
Golden Spike. There could be a Golden Spike High School or a promontory.
Yeah, I don't like Golden Spike.
Yeah, a promontory high school, which is not a city.
Can I tell you where I think there's a swing and a miss?
Okay.
Actually, not a swing and a miss. It was a called strike three is what it is. There's no Centennial in this state. Shocks me.
Yeah,
I mean,
should be.
I graduated from Centennial High School in Boise, but I'm just like, I feel like most states have a Centennial High School.
I think there should
Utah
be.
does not.
I think there
and
should
that
be.
surprises me a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't know who it would have been, but
But it would have been a good one.
1996, sitting right there.
Would have been a good one. I've got a couple more, some throwbacks to our Western heritage, an outpost high school or a frontier high school. I think
Frontier, yeah, that's not
either
bad.
of those would work. My favorite name. This is a name that honestly I'm a little bit, I don't know if insulted is the right word, but I'm upset. I'm upset that it doesn't exist because I think it is perfect. Bridger High School. Buffalo, bison, trappers, beavers. I mean, it could be, there's 100 mascots that it could be. Jim Bridger discovers the Great Salt Lake. That's a missed opportunity by multiple school districts across the valley. But Bridger High School, I think, is phenomenal.
You know, and we had a middle school, it was Lewis and Clark Middle School.
Okay,
right? Like
same idea.
You've got some of those throwbacks to early explorers.
Yeah.
And, that's not bad.
And look, if you're going to go with mountains, go to our national parks, like an Arches High School, I think would be great. A Canyon Lands High School. At least it's not just as simple as, I could see the mountain view. We got to get a little bit more creative than that. So, no, that did upset me as I was doing some prep. Like, look, we already have to fight this reputation that we just took the Jazz and kept the name. Let's be a little bit more creative than like... the mountains. We have more to our personality than the mountain.
The state reptile is a Gila monster, so Gila High School.
Great.
Right? I don't mind that at all.
No, I think it'd be good.
Your state dance is the square dance.
It's tougher.
Well,
tougher to work in.
Could be the squares.
Yeah, footloose maybe.
That'd go over great, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Your state cooking pot is the Dutch oven.
Is that ours?
Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah, that's official. The reason I know this is we were actually talking about, going back to baseball.
Yeah.
If baseball came to Utah, what could some names be?
Yeah.
Because I'm not a big fan of using a minor league mascot for a major league team.
Sure.
I know Utah loves its minor league baseball teams.
Yeah.
And they've had great minor league teams here. I'm just not a fan of promoting that to your major. This is not minor league. This
it's
is
gotta be new.
Major league, right?
I get that.
I'm not a big fan of using some of those prior names. I know a lot of people love them and would love that for their major league team. I just prefer
get
something
new. The only opinion I have there is it can't be the Outlaws, because I have played enough. I have coached in enough and been around enough 11-year-old baseball to know that any Saturday, go to a park, there will be an Outlaws.
You want to know the name I came up with?
I'm ready.
I don't know if you'll like this or not.
Okay.
The Cutthroat.
Yeah,
it's
I didn't
state
mind
fish.
it. Yeah, I didn't mind that one.
It's a state fish.
That one feels minor leaguey to me.
It does.
But I like the name itself.
Yeah, you could do Spikes. Spikes isn't a bad one either.
Is good. Yeah.
Right.
Man. Anyway. So now, 27. 27.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. That's too many. I don't know how many high schools there are. I probably should have looked at that, but 27.
I think it's probably in the it's over 100.
Yeah,
I want to say basketball is
lot.
like 120,
yeah,
118,
there's
something like
lots
that. I don't know.
of little academies and things as you start to get out there. So it's a lot, but still, 27 mountain names is a lot of mountain names.
It's a lot of mountain names.
So, anyway, that's my rant.
Huh. Well, fascinating, Jeff.
Bridger High School, missed opportunity.
That's a good one.
That's a great one.
Okay, yeah. I don't know how many of you know this, but do you remember when, I don't know if we had this conversation, I've had it with a couple people, including with the naming committee. So this tells you how good of an idea this is because they did not go this direction. Did I tell you my idea? When I heard that, Westfield was being built.
Yeah.
I had a great idea for what I thought was a great idea for the high school name and the mascot. Have I told you this?
I don't think you have.
Okay. So Westfield, do you know what city Westfield is in?
Taylor.
Yeah. It's in Taylor, Utah.
Yep.
Okay. Now you can go, and this is true. You can go and do web searches. This is true. There were rumors in the early 1900s that they trained, not like taught, like literally put them in a train and shipped a whale from the Pacific Ocean to the Great Salt Lake.
Wow.
There are articles about this rumor and whether it's true or not true. That was a story in the early 1900s. And I'm sitting there like, I'm a big hockey guy. You know this about me.
Yeah.
And our producer here at KSL, he's wearing a glorious hat tonight. And you know what it's for? The old Hartford Whalers.
Yeah.
I love that logo. If you don't know it, all of our hockey fans here in the state of Utah, go look at the Hartford Whalers logo. It is a classic logo on so many levels. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, you have a beautiful logo you can use because that hockey team is relocated. I'm sure it's still probably trademark and owned, but that doesn't stop us. You could be
the Westfield
Taylor Whalers.
Yeah, the rhyme.
Because here's the beautiful thing: when you look at the Hartford Whalers logo, are you familiar with it?
I am not. I'll look it up.
Look it up. So it's an H. Okay, it's an H, and then it's got a whale fin at the top.
Tail.
And so the beautiful thing about that is you have the whale. You also have a T with the whale tail.
I get it.
I'm just like, it's sitting right there. It's right there.
That
The
would've been
Taylor
good.
Whalers.
Westfield's a cool name, though.
Okay, I'm fine with Westfield. The Longhorn thing, I don't know the
Longhorn's
history there, so it was a little
talent.
tough for me to be like, I get it.
But you know the history of Westfield?
No.
The city of Taylor used to be named Westfield.
Oh, that's cool.
Like that
Okay.
whole area.
I'm down with that.
We're
I'm
bringing
cool with
the
that.
history back.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. That's cool.
Corner. Big play down to the 1.
Ooh.
And if they can punch this through, they could take a 14-6 lead in their opening drive of the second half.
You know, it's interesting. One of the things we love about Davis High School, they always send us stats. It's awesome.
Yeah. Did you get your stats?
I did. Curtis Pettengill, he does a great job of tracking stats for every Davis game, both football and basketball. You look at the stats at halftime because he updates these quarterly. How about this? We talked about these are two different teams. At the half, Davis had 113 passing yards, 154 total yards. Corner, 96 yards at halftime. 3 of 6 for Jackson Pearson. They only threw the ball 6 times.
Wow.
For 66 yards. Jackson Caruth, 7 carries, 9 yards. Pearson had 21 on the ground.
Jackson Caruth,
Different time.
We're not watching. I don't have the stats in real time. He had the big play to set up this corner drive.
I know we're going to talk about Caruth over the course of the year.
Yeah.
You know a little bit about him.
Yeah.
Talk
very
to us,
good.
Jeff.
Well, just in the offense that was corner, right, under Coach Kerr, that running game had to be a staple. You always remembered the passing game, all those receivers, obviously the quarterback history. But it was the running game, really, especially towards the end of Coach Kerr, that kind of stabilized corner. If things started to get a little out of whack for them, if they were in a close game, whatever it was, they would go to that run game to kind of set everything else up. And Jackson Caruth had a monster year last year, and I expect him in a similar offense to have a very big role. And here tonight, corner did punch it in. It was a direct snap to Diesel Dart, which that's not something you saw very often under Coach Kerr. But direct snap to Diesel Dart to punch it in, but it was set up by a big play by Jackson Caruth. The experience, he's a team captain over at corner this year. I really like Caruth's game. Just a big bully of a running back, hard to bring down. And he seems to be one of those that gets better as the game goes on. He's going to be really good.
You know, we talked last year, especially in their playoff run and route to their state championship game, how good Weston Briggs was for them.
Yeah.
And not your prototypical running back out of a Coach Kerr system. Had more size than used to seeing out of a backfield for Coach Kerr. And I loved how they used him the last 2 years, right? And you can make the argument that he's a big reason why they had the year they had last year,
100%.
Including in that national championship game they went out to play. He had some big plays in that game for the Chargers. And so, and then you think about the style that Coach Terra ran at Brighton. Now, at corner, that running back position going to be big for the old Chargers.
Yeah, for sure. Games starting to come out of halftime. A couple of quick updates on some of the games we've been tracking. Harriman, we haven't talked about a lot. But they're pitching a shutout so far against Bountiful.
Speaking of tailbacks.
My goodness. Felici Felipe, unreal. And behind the offensive line, led by Toa Fanga, that's a really, really dangerous rushing attack. Harriman is one of those schools. When we talk about those 8, 9, however many schools in 6A that could be there at the end,
Yeah.
Harriman is absolutely one of them.
Coach Rickards, by the way, when he got hired at Mountain Ridge or at Harriman, it's like, okay, that's a good job.
Yeah.
It's also like, we're going to find out how good he really is.
Yeah.
He did a great job at Kearns, right?
Yep.
But sometimes, you never know if a coach can really take that next step. And I feel like they've been patient with him. Not that he's needed patience, but a lot of times when you're at a program that has the talent Harriman does, you expect immediate change in year one.
Right.
Right? And it's like Rickards, I think, has done a good job of building this program the right way, which when you talk with coaches in this state and you ask them, if you could pick any job, where would you pick? And the answer for me has always been Harriman. And now Mountain Ridge is right there, right? But that's the growing areas where a lot of these athletes, their families live. Man, he's done such a good job of getting that program established and built. Their line is big. They can run the football. They are a physical football team.
Yeah.
Mustangs.
They're going to be a team that we talk about a lot. Another team We talked about early, kind of in passing, American Fork, Pleasant Grove. American Fork is up 22-9. There's a quarterback at American Fork, Jake Matson, kind of bursting onto the scene. He's already picked up some scholarship offers from some big-time programs. His recruiting profile is only going to continue to grow. He's got a touchdown tonight. Just one? Yeah, one touchdown tonight as he's got the Cavemen up ahead over Pleasant Grove on the road. A lot like Jagger Fountain, that, okay, whatever happens in week one is going to happen. I think AF is a really good team. They will probably come out on top at the end of this game. But we're going to hear that name, Jake Matson, more and more and more as the season goes on. They've got a lot of weapons there in that offense with Christian Hanshaw, Cash Taisi. They've got weapons for Matson to throw to. And Matson can play. And as he gets more comfortable, he's going to get better. You go back a couple of years ago, right? Remember junior version of Keneal Sweetwine at Sky Ridge. Made some mistakes, had some plays that you were like, man, that was tough to watch. But then you saw senior Keneal Sweetwine, and oh my gosh, all the talent came together. I think Jake Matson's maybe a little bit ahead of where Sweetwine was as a junior, but I think that same kind of progression. I think you're going to see the same thing out of Jagger Fountain. A couple of really good quarterbacks at Sky Ridge and American Fork that are young, just getting started, but pay attention to those names.
We talked about San Juan and Grantsville. 12-7. Broncos with the lead over Grantsville in the second quarter of that one. Cowboys on the board trying to mount the comeback. Farmington Bingham. We have not talked about this game. We talked in our pregame show that Region 1, it'd be interesting to see who can kind of show that they're the second best team. Obviously, Syracuse in a battle tonight, trailing at Woods Cross. Weber trailing to Fremont.
Yeah.
Farmington, I don't know, Jeff.
Yeah.
This could be a really good year for this Phoenix team.
Yeah, they've got a lot of talent. Coach Fia now in his second year in the program, and he took over that program late last year and had to kind of cobble things together in a hurry. It's now his program, and I think Farmington, they're going to surprise some people. I don't know what that means, but if you're not thinking about Farmington, you will by the end of the season. Another game, back and forth, a close game that's gone back and forth a couple of times. Pineview at Manti. It's 28-21. Midway through the third quarter, Pineview on top over the Templars, but that game, that has been back and forth, and it's been a little bit of everything, just an offensive display.
How about this one? This one's a little shocking to me. Park City Skyview, zeros at the break. They've not scored.
I wondered, was that sometimes you don't get scores. I wondered if it was a score thing, because I didn't expect a 0-0 game out of those two teams.
Yeah, I didn't either.
And so
that's a fair question. I mean, just like, typically you don't get to 55 in the second quarter, right?
Well, right. But also, I mean, to that end, another, I guess not quite Smithfield, but North Logan, Green Canyon, is in another pitcher's duel. It's 7-6 over Provo. That Provo team, I'm curious to see what they do this year. They've got some talent.
Yeah.
They've got some talent, but they're
new head coach.
Yeah, it's new.
It's Coach Chambers stepping away. Found another source, Park City leading Skyview 7-0 according to another website. Clearfield is pulling away. The Falcons, Jeff.
Falcon. Falcon. Falcons.
Although he doesn't pick them in a mascot cage match.
It wouldn't have helped. I wanted the Eagles. I thought about going Golden Eagles. You didn't specify, but
no, you said in the rules.
That's a different
mascot.
No,
it's not. You said in the rules.
Different.
You said in the rules.
No, I said Titan. I said you can't have the same. You could have the bald eagle. I'll take the gold ones. That was the argument, but I didn't want to do it.
In fairness, I would have asked for you to take that hat off, and I would show you couldn't be. You would have to be a bald eagle, and I already took it. So
yeah.
NA.
Brighton is a game we've talked about a few times. Brighton, man. 24-0 over Westfield. My goodness. Timpview.
Good stuff.
20-9.
Yeah, I kind of wonder about that. I mean, that's Layton, right? And look, Layton, actually, if you look at Layton, typically they can play strong in their non-region as the season goes on, and depth and some of that is where you start to see them maybe not be able to maintain momentum that they try to find early. Yeah, I'm curious in that one.
Yeah. There's a lot of new things there that have got to come together.
Got to love to see Carbon up, right? I mean, we keep the Juffy Bowl going along here, but 21-14, old Dinos.
And Rabbits. We talked about Rabbits, but we didn't talk about Delta. 21-10 20 in the third quarter
leading
over
Juab.
Back and forth game.
Out to Springville, 24-21. Said that'd be a good back and forth game. Has been. Of course, you can watch that game on KSLSports.com. And that beautiful new field for the old Alta Hawks.
Yeah, look at that. Last game, for me, out-of-state game, but Beaver playing Moapa Valley, 7-7. We love the Beavers.
Leave it to Beaver. Love it. All right, there you have it. Quick score roundup as we head to the top of the hour. We're going to step aside, take a break. We're going to allow our crew here to get a little food. Last F and Jeff stands for food. We'll be back. You're watching the Friday Night Tailgate Show on KSLSports.com.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LaCombe.
You have made it through the desert of sports radio.
Yeah, and you know what? We had help. I want to thank Brennan Storsby for his contribution to this summer.
A lot of people have gotten us to where we're at today, and what we want to do is thank you.
The injunction definitely bought us another week.
A lot of judges have helped us throughout this summer.
Injunctions are the new rage.
You're not cool these days unless you have an injunction. They're handing them out like candy right now. Everybody's got an injunction for something.
Injunction.
What's your function?
Slowing down things we don't want to happen.
We've just spent a lot of time this summer talking about things that aren't necessarily sports, that would show up in a news headline instead of a sports headline. If you're a guy that got out of coaching, which you are, you couldn't have timed it any better.
No, I timed it
You
so
couldn't
good.
have timed it
I missed
any better.
COVID and an idol.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. With the price of just about everything going up, we thought we'd bring our prices down. So to help us, we brought in a reverse auctioneer, which is apparently a thing.
Mint Mobile Premium Wireless. How to get 30, 30, bit to get 30, bit to get 20, 20, 20, bit to get 20, 20, bit to get 15, 15, 15, 15, just $15 a month? Sold!
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3 months, $90 for 6 months, or $180 for 12-month plan required. $15 per month equivalent. Taxes and fees extra. Initial plan term only. Greater than 50 gigabytes may slow when network is busy. See terms.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/groundadvantage to learn more.
As Americans, we love to try and fix our own stuff. It's as American as Paddington Bear. We pride ourselves in going to the hardware store and knowing exactly where to find the tools we'll only use once. But every once in a while, we bite off more than we can chew. When once all the screws are stripped, wires crossed, and hairs grayed, isn't there a certain charm to admitting you need an expert? And don't worry, there are lots of things that need help, but don't like to admit it. Things like self-checkout machines. I feel like I'm doing most of the work there. Autocorrect, again, most of the work. Also, the French. So if you've general custarded yourself into a bad situation, give Shamrock Plumbing a call. We're here to help.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the Coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Your student's career doesn't begin after college graduation. It starts the day they arrive. At the John M. Huntsman School of Business, every student is surrounded by career coaches, faculty mentors, employers, and real-world experiences that build confidence, professional skills, and meaningful connections. From the first semester to graduation, everything is designed to prepare students for career success. The John M. Huntsman School of Business. Dare mighty things.
Wherever Utah vehicles are headed, they're ready for the road. Utah's first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So check your chains, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight roadside fires together. Fire Sense.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back to the Friday Night Tailgate Show. You know what? That is such a perfect lead-in because we're going to head to our next segment, buy or sell. Well, Jeff, you okay if we just dive right in? Actually,
Yeah,
I should have asked that question.
No, you don't have to ask questions. You just
Hear that?
throw it up. I got it. Usually when you ask me questions, it doesn't go well. You're always asking me trivia questions.
I enjoy it, Jeff.
It makes me, well, it doesn't make me look dumb as much as it exposes how dumb I really am. Those are different.
Well, that's why I try to ask the question, because if I ask, then I get to hide behind my own ego, I guess. Yeah, that's probably
okay.
Right. Hey, let's start. Let's go into a little buy or sell. Here's what we're going to do. We each have the opportunity to take 30 seconds to make a pitch.
Okay.
And we got to convince the other person. We do have judges in the room who can weigh in. I trust them. I don't know if Jeff does, but I think they do a bang-up job. We'll see if that holds for the next 15 minutes or so. But, Jeff, would you like to start, or do you want me to?
Well, I'm happy to start.
How do you want to do this, actually? Do you want to... Yeah, we didn't really talk about the how.
No, not at all. I think we'll just throw it up. We'll see if it works.
All right, great.
If you guys hate this segment, feel free to just let us know. You can tweet at me specifically, Rakutu10. Just tell me, hey, Jeff, this is bad. Don't do this anymore. And yeah, okay, message received. Number one, a lot of my takes here we've kind of alluded to throughout the show.
Oh, great.
But my first one, the 6A state champ will not come from Region 3. And that's not aging great with Davis playing right now. They're down corner scored again since we last updated the score. But there's still plenty of hope for me because that's how wide open it is in Region 3. I think that Mountain Ridge is going to absolutely be there in the end. The question that I had two. Who else other than Titan DeYoung and Jackson Hunt? I think they answered that question. I wanted to see how physical they could be, and they were physical in the trenches on both sides of the ball against a team that is traditionally, and we don't know, right? We don't know in week one, but a team that is traditionally one of the most physical teams in the state. Mountain Ridge matched up in every call. I thought Mountain Ridge is great. I don't have any questions about how physical Harriman can be. That's another school that is going to be right there. Look, we don't know about what corner looks like. We don't know exactly what Skyridge is going to do, and they just fell, right? Dropped a game to a non-Region 3 team. We don't know exactly what Lone Peak is going to go and look like. I think Lone Peak, for my dollar, might win Region 3. I think they would be my pick. I know the coaches pick corner.
They do probably have the best receiver in the state, right? Speaking of the Knights.
Probably. Dylan Sykes, yeah. I think so. Unless Bodie Sparrow, where are you putting him? Bodie's number one.
He's committed as a defender.
I look at him as a safety now.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to my take. I do think the 6A state champ at the end of the season will not be from Region 3. And look, I believe in Davis. I think that Brody Scheinberg, he's struggling against really good corner defense. I've seen him play. I think he's got the talent. This is a tough test in week one, first start at a new school. It's a really tough test. I think he'll get better, like some of these other junior quarterbacks we've talked about, Fontaine and Mattson and some of these other guys. That's my take.
Well, so I mentioned, thanks to Curtis Pettengill, we do have stats at halftime from that Davis game. Here is Brody Scheinberg's numbers. He's 16 of 27, 111 yards with a touchdown and an interception. The thing that probably stands out to me about his numbers, his longest throw or completion of that first half was only 14 yards.
Yeah.
So what that tells me, 16 of 27, that's not a bad percentage. The 100 yards is low. right? I'm actually a big fan of 10 yards per attempt.
Yeah.
That's where I love a quarterback to be. 10 per completion I can live with. He's below that in both. To me, that speaks to the defense.
Yeah.
That is the impact of the corner defense he's going against, which is probably the best defense he'll play against all year.
Yeah.
Right? So, and it's his first game here with his new team, his new teamates, his new offense. I don't think he's having a terrible night, but I think it's a night where it's like he's learning.
Yeah.
Right? He's learning.
Yep.
So that, just want to clarify that.
Yeah.
I think your best case is Mountain Ridge and Harriman, right? Those are probably the two best. And I don't know if I'm there yet, Jeff.
Okay. Well, the question, I think what really opens the door is there isn't anybody in Region 3 that I am definitively crowning as the team.
Sure.
And that is new, right? That has not been the case. Like I say, I think for my dollar, I would pick Lone Peak. Look, this corner defense looks great tonight. Defense is going to be able to play well every week, so maybe that defense is how they do it. I have some questions about their offense, right? I do. Skyridge, I don't know, right? I don't know what Skyridge is. So there's not that juggernaut out of Region 3, so I think it's just open. And I like the experience that comes from Mountain Ridge. I love what Jackson Hunt did. Look, he's been there at Rice Eccles, I think. Cruz Christensen kind of, but Keppa played in the playoffs. So really, I mean, Jackson Hunt's going to be the guy who has the most playoff experience out of all of these schools that we're talking about. So I think it's there. And then I love the run game. I love the run game of Harriman. That is something that you can repeat every single week if you have that dominant of an offensive line.
Yeah.
That's my take. So how are we doing? Are you buying, selling?
I don't know. What are we doing?
I don't know. Whatever we're going to do. We'll let...
take a poll?
Yeah, okay. We can take a poll.
Take a poll? We got 3 voters in the room.
Okay.
How many buy the argument that the state champion in 6A will not come out of Region 3 this year?
I'm going to sell it just because I really liked your points with Lone Peak. If their receiver can come on, I mean, there's some great talent there, but I really, really like Mountain Ridge with Foster and the people in the backfield.
So that means you're buying
changed everything. No, I still have Lone Peak as my winner right now.
All right.
Okay.
We got another voter? Buying or selling? Okay.
Okay. So
it all
he
comes
said
down to
he
me.
agrees with all of it.
Yeah, so he's buying. He's
Great.
selling.
I'll take
right?
it.
I'm going to sell for one reason. I'm selling in week 1. Okay? Now, let me tell you why. I'm super impressed with what we saw from Mountain Ridge on Thursday night. Can they do it in week 2? And can they do it in week 3? Because when you get to the playoffs, yeah, you can win a quarterfinal game, but then you got to go do it again the next week.
Yeah.
And then you got to go do it again the next week. And so I love your point about experience because a lot of those Region 3 teams graduated a ton of experience that has been there and has done it, right? I mean, we didn't make this point earlier, but when you talk about that Skyridge defense, they didn't have Griffin Coons.
Yeah.
Right? Like that guy just gobbled up tackles, right?
Big
So
plays.
there's just a lot of players that are learning, that are getting experience for the first time in Region 3. So that's a great point. For me, it's just, is there the sustainability and the consistency for the Mountain Ridge and the Harriman to be able to do it in multiple weeks? Week 2, week 3, I might buy that. Week 1, I'm still probably on the sell, but it's like 55-45. I'm right there.
Okay.
How's that?
Yeah, I can accept that.
All right. I went a different direction because that's what I tend to do. My buys and sells are not really like team specific.
Okay,
but
that's okay.
One of them is still one of them is applicable to the state.
Okay,
so
great.
here's our first swing. All right, one of the things we love to do in this state is we do realignment every other year.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, we love it.
It's tough for me. I'm a big fan of high school rivalries.
Yeah.
It's really tough to cover it because like you just get comfortable with the regions and then we change it all again. And one of the things, even when you get into your prep mode, is, well, where's this player playing? Where's that player playing? And all the movement that exists. And I'm okay with open boundaries. I'll make that really clear. I'm okay with open boundaries. But I do think one of the realities that we have is it's difficult to maintain a competitive landscape. So here's my buy or sell. I think that we should repurpose 6A, get rid of the 6A classification. 6A is gone. And instead of 6A, we're going to create an open classification. And in this open classification, we are going to place teams. It is not an elective. It will be decided who's in the open classification, and we're going to do that by some math. Jeff is a big fan of math, aren't you, Jeff?
Always.
So I have some initial proposals, but I could be convinced on these. If your roster is over 20 individuals, if you have more than 7.5% of your roster who did not live in your boundary last year, you're automatically bumped to the open classification.
How did you come up with 7.5%? What does that represent?
Well, so theoretically, let's say that you are a 1A football program.
Yeah.
And you have, I don't know how big a 1A football team is. 35 kids, 40 kids? What do you want to say, Jeff?
That seems high, but
what do you want to do?
30, call it 30.
30? Okay, 30 times
huge
7.5.
Corner.
Oh, boy.
By the way. You are doing math, but corner.
Touchdown.
After a punt, it was Jackson Pearson with a, I don't know, 85-yard touchdown run. Corner. 27-6. PAT
oh, boy.
penalty. Goodness.
Tough night at the dartboard, eh?
Keep going with your math.
So if you have a football roster of 30 players, 7.5% of 30 is 2.25.
Okay.
So if you have 3 players that are on your roster that did not live in your school boundaries last year, you're bumped to an open classification.
No, that makes sense. I understood what the 7.5. How did you come up with 7.5%?
I just ran a few scenarios.
Okay, so
like
we'll
this.
do a 6A scenario.
Yeah, so 6A.
So call it, what, 70? I don't know how many people are on a roster there.
Let's say 75.
So if it's 11, then we're...
6.
6, okay.
6.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Now, again, I don't know if that's the right number, right? We want to say 8% or 10%, whatever.
Okay.
I'm cool with that. And if it's less than 20 on your roster, because this is applicable for all sports, because we manage our classifications now kind of dependent on sport. We have exemptions for certain sports, and there's a football classification and a non-football classification. If it's less than a 20-person roster, that percentage is now 14%.
Okay.
Okay. So in basketball, right, if you have a roster of 14, well, that means you can have 2 players on a 14-person roster, you're bumped to open classification. Yeah. And this is not newcomers. This is anyone who did not live in your boundary last year. So there was an intentional move.
So you've got to
into the boundary.
You've got to stipulate it. Somebody who played at a different roster the year before.
Yes, because your initial enrollment, you can go anywhere.
Does not matter.
So it's strictly a transfer policy, right? It's strictly you played elsewhere and now you're playing here.
Yeah.
So
okay, I'm with you.
My justification for it, I think. The schools that have the resource and ability to actively seek out transfers and recruit are now competing against each other. And we get rid of, I'm going to go and play a bunch of schools that don't have the coaching staff, the time, or the resource to do it. Right now we're playing different games. And we're basing it based off of a school enrollment size, not a participation size, a school enrollment size, which is, I'm not saying that's a bad way to do it, but it does create challenges with competitive balance.
Yeah.
I feel like this equates your competitive balance so that you're going to pull a recruiting school out of 1A, 2A, 3A, 4A, 5A, and they're going to play each other because they're playing the same game. And then it allows your community schools to play community high school sports.
Yeah.
So that's my proposal.
Yeah.
Buy or sell?
I buy. I'm all in. As soon as you said open division, I wanted to hear the argument so that everybody could understand, but I'm all in. As soon as you said open division, I'm in because I think that that's the way to do it. And look, like a Leighton Christian, that there's a lot of newcomers every year that come from all over the place. Great. We don't have to condemn it, criticize it, talk about it in the shadows anymore. It just is what it is, and you play in the open division, it doesn't matter. I'm all
And the beautiful thing is it's up to coaches and administration which they want to play.
Yeah.
Right?
I think it's great.
If you want to play where we're going to have an international profile, we're going to bring kids in, that's fantastic. It's great for the state of Utah. It's great for your program. It's great for those kids. So we're going to compete against other programs who do the same.
Yeah. And if you do it and, this isn't as fun anymore, then okay, great.
You can change.
Go back, be a community-driven school. I'm all in. Do we go around the room? I'm seeing some shaking heads, nodding heads, I guess.
Bye.
I think this is actually a brilliant idea, and I think there's other teams from other states.
Oh, I would. Yeah, that's definitely brilliant.
I actually love it.
This
because
judge, he's fantastic, man.
No.
He's coming back next week.
I'm actually stoked about this.
We got to make his role bigger, huh?
No. It's a really good idea. So, we look at Bishop Gorman right now in Vegas, and all the schools refuse to play there.
Yeah.
They're dropping out of the state title game. What if we kind of just went in and took Bishop Gorman in and allowed them in our open division?
Yeah, I don't know if the Nevada High School Association would love that, but hey,
I'd
why
be
not?
hyped about it.
Well, look, I actually think the state has a great relationship with Bishop Gorman because we keep playing him, right?
Yeah.
So, sure.
I mean, why not do that and be like, hey, come on into our open division? And that would be huge. Arizona already does an open division.
Yeah.
And I love it. But seeing like Layton Christian Academy being like, hey, you guys can't play in state games, that's rough.
I think the key, for me at least, is this is not an elective decision.
No.
There are parameters of qualification. And when you meet those parameters, you're in. This is not we want to play in 5A, or, we've always been in 4A rivalry, so no, we're not doing that.
I mean,
there's criteria, and when the criteria is met by your choice, you're in.
More than anything, I want to see Orem against some of these top 6A teams.
I do too. I think that'd be phenomenal. And you think about for the last, 12, 15 years, how many years have we said, man, I'd love to see the 4A winner or the 5A winner or the 6A winner play one of those other classification champs? Think about the Orem Puka team. We all wanted to see them play 5A, 6A. Did we not? I did.
Yeah. No, I think this is great. I'm all in.
All right. Cool.
We're on Scorigami watch.
Sweet. Tell me.
We're on potentially true Scorigami for the first time. We've got an 11-11 game, Bingham and Farmington. As soon as you get into the 11s, weird things happen. So if we check the Scorigami scoreboard, look, 11s, there's not very many 11 matchups that have happened more than 10 times. So, but we are on, I think we're hoping for, I need a touchdown. I don't care which team. We need a touchdown and a missed PAT.
And we got it.
And we're
17-11.
17-11. That has never happened before in the history of high school football in the state of Utah. We've got, what do we got? We've got, at last check, 6 minutes left in the game.
Oh, man.
This just became the most intriguing game. Yes, it's a close game, and yes, it's Bingham. Yes, it's all the things. The Scorigami could hit our first night. I don't know that we'd top that the rest of the year. This has not happened in 120 years of football in the state of Utah.
Huh.
This is fun.
Hey, by the way, this is fascinating. According to that website, it includes 37,900 games.
That's a lot of games. Yeah, you're going to have fun. There's a lot of other things on this website. You're going to click around. Yeah.
Sweet. All right. You got another one, Jeff?
Yeah, I got another one. And this one... Okay, yeah, here we go. I think that... I think I got to talk myself into it a little bit. But the take... I think it's defensible.
Okay.
Stansbury, the team to beat in 4A.
Ooh, boy.
Ridgeline looks great, right? No question about it. Ridgeline looks great, and I think that there's
you have the floor for this one.
There's Crimson and there's Ridgeline, and they are obviously very good. Those would be the two teams. I think that I don't know everybody, but I think there's a pretty easy argument to make that Stansbury's right there at number 3. So really, you're talking about Stansbury versus Ridgeline and Stansbury versus Crimson. And Ridgeline has lost a ton. We've talked about it. They can reload. That coaching staff is phenomenal. And I think objectively speaking, Ridgeline, and until the top dog, everyone's shooting for Ridgeline. But I think when you start to match up and you look at what we know Stansbury has, we know they've got a great quarterback in Brighton Retzel. We know that they've got some weapons that they bring back from a pretty good defense last year. We know that coaching staff. We know a lot of things about Stansbury. I think we know more about Stansbury than we know about Ridgeline. Now, we may learn about Ridgeline here in a month that, Ridgeline is still the same, and okay, maybe that's the case. We have a lot of unknowns down at Crimson Cliffs. They lose their offensive coordinator. It's all brand new. Coach Olofpo is bringing in a lot of new stuff. I think there's an argument that we know more about Stansbury, that we can be confident in who they're going to be than those other two teams. And when it comes down to it, I do love Cox at quarterback, and I do love Tanawai Anderson, but I love Brighton Reitzel. I think he might be the quarterback out of those three very good quarterbacks. He might be the one that I trust the most. If the game is coming down to the last drive and I need 6 points and somebody's got to drive the ball 80 yards down the field, I've seen Brighton Reitzel do it a bunch. That might be the guy that I trust the most out of those three. I think there's an argument to be made that Stansbury here in 5 weeks is the team that everybody in 4A is looking at and going, oh my gosh, they came out of nowhere. We've got to beat the Stallions if we're going to get to our goals. I don't think anybody's buying this. I'm looking around at faces. Nobody's believing me, but I think I can argue that. If this was a debate competition, I drew that one out of a hat. I think I could argue that. You're not saying no right away. And usually when you think I'm way off base, you are very quick to point it out.
That doesn't sound like me at all, Jeff.
So you're pondering, but I'm curious if you're pondering that I'm right or if you're pondering which direction you want to tell me I'm wrong with. You've been known to, poke a lot of holes through my arguments. And that's okay.
Yeah, so here'd be, I'm an old soul.
Okay.
Right? I don't know what I'm love Brighton Reitzel.
Okay.
Love watching his game. So impressed with him last year. Set program records. Expect big things from him this year. When you look at the returning quarterbacks, he's a top 3 quarterback in the state in terms of production from last year and coming in this year. Familiarity, second year in the offensive system. He's got talent around him. We talked about that defense. I think that defense is good for Stansbury. Here's the thing I would say, and I don't know Stansbury well enough. I watched a little bit of them on Thursday night, but that game was kind of in and out. Again, there's a lot of things breaking that game up. We talked about this earlier. You have to run the football. And does Stansbury have enough of a ground game to carry them in a playoff run to get past the teams that you just mentioned?
Yeah.
Because when you look at last year, who plays for a 4A state championship? Well, it's Ridgeline, who's there seemingly every year.
Right.
So we know that Ridgeline will be there again this year, right?
Yep.
So now Stansbury's got to come through the other bracket. It's Green Canyon. Well, Green Canyon's offense last year wasn't breaking any records. You know they did? They didn't turn the ball over with Ethan Monk, who's back this year, and they had a great defense. Great defense. That's been their MO. They've been in state championship games 2 of the last 3 years on that same recipe with Coach Tau Ely. For me, you've got to run the football. And as much as I love Lincoln Reitzel, can his arm do enough to overcome that? I don't know that I'm there yet.
Yeah.
But I
think they can run the football this year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
I think
everyone here's nodding their
head.
head, so that's fantastic. Again, I didn't get to see much of the game last night.
With Vaca at running back, it changes what that Stansbury offense looks like.
Okay.
I think they can run the football.
Great.
Yeah, I'm actually in the same boat as Jeff. So Petty Vaca coming in, he is a monster, 2029, and he came in and just really changed it. They played a game yesterday where basically they're playing in every advantage to Skyline. It was raining, terrible weather. They couldn't really throw the ball.
Yeah.
But Vaca coming in here and them doing it on the ground, it made a huge difference. I really like Lincoln as well. The twins going in there, that is a huge thing, playing with your brother your senior year. And they've been hungry this whole time. They've never quite made it to the top of the mountain. And I think this is the year that they can do it. I've got them at about a 40% chance of doing it, which is huge. But you brought up some great points with Green Canyon. I mean, the Pututau kid there is a great old lineman. Having Mark Weber at Green Canyon is huge. But Stansbury has been building to this class, and I think it may be their time.
Okay. We had a nod over here, so we got 2 buys. Is that right?
Wow. I did not.
Look at you,
I did
Jeff.
not think that would go my way. And that, of all of the... Anyway, great. I'll take the win. I don't know if it's a win or a loss anymore, honestly. But
yeah.
Whatever it is, I'll take it. You got one more?
So I have one, but it's football. It's generic football.
Okay.
But I'm kind of thinking about one in my head.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm ready to make the plea, but here we go. I can dive into this one.
All right.
Actually, we are hitting the end of the segment. It's 9:25.
Well, I got one real quick.
Okay.
Chick-fil-A is releasing a new sandwich. It's a waffle sandwich, like a chicken and waffle thing.
Okay.
I don't think Chick-fil-A should try to be creative.
Yeah, I'm a buy on that because I'm a hard pass on a chicken waffle sandwich.
I'm all out on Chick-fil-A trying to get anything away from just do the chicken.
I'll go this route. Box Elder gets to the semifinal in 5A this year. With the return of Judd Howells, averaging 7 yards a carry.
Yeah, I like this.
That was a really good Box Elder team last year, too.
Yeah, and
that we thought actually could have made the semifinal. Phil, they maybe lost in the playoff a little bit early. I think that's a sneaky team in 5A this year. I think the ground game's really good. Box Elder to the semi.
The only reason I sell that is because of math. I don't know how their bracket is going to shake out, and if they were to line up with Orem somehow.
Basically, what I'm saying is they could be a top 4 team in 5A.
I'm all on board.
To your
that.
point, if they play Orem in a quarterfinal,
that's going to derail things.
They could get to a semi this year. They've got a top 4 team in 5A.
Yeah, I'm there.
We got a bye here, 2 over here. No? Okay. Well, guess what?
We're the ones with the
I have the microphone, and you don't. You know that movie? All right, we're going to give you the answer when we come back from our break here. You're hanging on a cliff. More movie trivia when we come back here to the Friday Night Tailgate.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoe.
BYU has always done more with less. That's kind of their calling card. And it was only maybe a year or two ago where a prominent guy down there stepped up and said, look, we're never going to be the highest bidder. We're never going to throw as much into this as some of these big schools. Well, here we are now, and the coach is asking for more stuff. I honestly believe, Scotty, that what the issue is more than anything, this has happened fast. BYU's been in the game, but every single year there's a demand for more. Money is not, like everybody said, just growing down there on trees.
That is a huge reason why you're even seeing Alabama, you're seeing Michigan, you're seeing a lot of these schools begging Congress to get involved to protect them from themselves. Because everybody has a point where it's like, we can't do this anymore.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Bubba Wallace here from 2311 Racing. On the track, my car's look is everything. But today, I'm talking about more than just paint schemes. I'm talking about my favorite games at Chumba Casino. Check out exclusives like Stampede Fury and my own King Croc Fury. It's just as wild as my car looked in Texas. With over 200 games and new ones weekly, play for free at ChumbaCasino.com. Let's Chumba.
Sponsored by Chumba Casino. No purchase necessary. VGW Group. Void where prohibited by law. 21 plus. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, Doug. What is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
There's never been a better time to fall in love with Subaru. Now through August 31st, get award-winning vehicles and exceptional offers from a brand you trust during the Subaru A Lot to Love event.
Hey, Doug.
Your student's career doesn't begin after college graduation. It starts the day they arrive. At the John M. Huntsman School of Business, every student is surrounded by career coaches, faculty mentors, employers, and real-world experiences that build confidence, professional skills, and meaningful connections. From the first semester to graduation, everything is designed to prepare students for career success. The John M. Huntsman School of Business. Dare mighty things.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Should BYU and Notre Dame be playing football every single year? An annual matchup.
Yeah, if they have this opportunity, build something new and see if it sticks. So if you have a chance to get Notre Dame, sign on.
I would assume that Brett Yormark would be in Santiago's ears and do it. How can I help you do it? It's just going to elevate the league's profile.
I don't think we appreciate the level of improvement and status BYU football program is right now. This is a team that has won double digits here 2 years in a row at the Power 4 level. It's something that has never been done. And you can argue that this is the best that the program's ever been.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Thinking about replacing your windows? Choose the company that builds and installs them right here in Utah. Advanced Window Products is Utah's local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to homeowners. Hi, I'm Nate Orchard, the mayor of Sac Lake City with Advanced Window Products. At Advanced Window Products, there are no dealer fees, no middleman markups, and no extra costs to cover someone else's profit. From manufacturing to installation, every step is handled by Advanced Window Products' local team. Every window is custom built in Salt Lake City for Utah's homes and backed by one of the strongest warranties in the industry, a lifetime warranty covering labor, glass, and parts. Even better, it's fully transferable to the next homeowner. Right now, get $2,000 off when you purchase 10 or more windows. Financing is available, and Dominion Energy rebates may help you save even more. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. Or visit us at advancedwindows.com. That's 801-850-9100 or advancedwindows.com.
I don't need to explain to you that water runs Utah, that we didn't get enough last year, or that Utah is one of the driest states in the country. But I will tell you, slowtheflow.org has tons of tips for saving water. Head to the website to learn how you can keep Utah beautiful and livable.
Back to our Friday night tailgate. We left you all hanging, and Jeff, do you even watch movies?
Yeah.
What do you watch? Give me a movie you watch, because I'm like 0 for 4 tonight on movie trivia with you, and I'm just kind of stunned.
Thinking of my favorite Bill Murray movie, and it's Zombieland.
That's your favorite Bill Murray?
Yeah, I think so, and I feel pretty good about it. And I know a lot of people probably don't consider that a Bill Murray movie.
Oh, my gosh.
But it's a pretty awesome movie, and he's funny. So.
Okay. Great. Hey.
Listen, I didn't bring it up in buy or sell. Okay. I'm not asking anybody to agree with me, but yeah.
Tip of the cap to you there, Jeff.
I haven't watched a lot of Bill Murray movies, and apparently I'm the one who's wrong, and I can accept that.
Have you seen Space Jam, the original?
Yes, I have seen.
He's
Space
in there.
Jam. Yeah, it's not a great show. Don't do this.
Okay.
Nobody actually.
All right,
thinks
we got
like
judges.
Cinematic
Space Jam?
masterpiece
Space Jam?
here. Come on.
Space Jam is a phenomenal
No,
movie.
it is not.
Come
when
on,
have
Jeff.
you ever rewatched it? When have you ever been like,
I
you know
own
what?
it. It's on my phone right now.
Is it really?
Yes.
Dane, that says more about you than anybody else. You got Space Jam on your phone? That's crazy.
Why is that crazy, Jeff?
Well, you're a grown adult.
Yeah, and?
So you're telling
I believe
me,
I can fly.
You're telling me
I
that
believe I can touch the sky.
in order to have it on your
I
phone.
dream about it every night and day.
What you're
Spread my wings and fly away, Jeff.
What you're telling me is that there have been enough times in your life that you've been like, I need this on my phone, but that you've been, I don't know, at the airport, in a board meeting, and that you've been like, you know what? I really could go for some Space Jam.
See that right there?
I see it.
All right, so here's the deal.
This is downloaded on your phone?
No, it's not downloaded right now.
Oh.
Now, I can download it.
But it's been at one point downloaded on your phone.
Oh, yeah.
Is this for like a niece or a nephew, or just for you?
For me.
Guys, I don't know.
Look, okay.
I don't know anymore.
Okay, first of all, I have the Mighty Ducks on my phone. Is that acceptable?
No. But I mean, it's
No?
more acceptable.
No, you don't accept the Mighty Ducks.
It's
the Mighty
more-
Ducks, Emilio Estevez.
On your phone?
Yes.
No. Absolutely not. Is Space Jam? Are you kidding me?
I'm
if
dead
Sean
serious.
Bradley's in the cast, it should not be on your phone. Like, I think that's just a rule. Like, there is nothing. No.
Really?
Absolutely not. No. Like, this is crazy.
No, it's not, Jeff. Okay, now let me tell you my philosophy, okay? If there's a movie...
It's not going to help. It's not going to help.
If there's a movie... I'm in the Apple ecosphere, right? I've got a Mac, I've got an iPhone. Okay, they do movie sales. So when a movie goes for $5, I'm like, okay, well that's the same price for me to rent the movie once. So it's a movie where it's like, yeah, I like that movie. It doesn't mean I'm watching Space Jam every night. I limit that to once a month, Jeff.
Okay,
but,
so no.
But if it's a $5 movie, I'm like, okay, yeah, I'll buy that because it would cost me that much to rent it once. So that's why I have them. I don't watch them all the time. But yeah, if I'm doing yard work, sometimes like, you know what? I want to see Michael Jordan's failed acting career. So I throw it on and I listen to it.
So here's what I'm hearing.
It was for sale.
When you used to go to Walmart back in the DVD days.
Yes.
They had the bins.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
You know the DVD bins. Where
have you
all
ever
of the
looked at those
movies
bins?
Were $5.
Have you bought movies out of those bins?
Yeah.
Okay, that's my methodology.
No,
this is not crazy.
No. Because then you turned around and said that the movies in those bins are great. You buy those as like guilty pleasure. This is pretty lame, but I need something to do. Or I'm a college kid and I'm poor, but I got to watch a movie on this date, so let's just go find something for $5. You're telling me, and then you're allocating phone space to it to have it downloaded on your device just in case the internet goes out.
Not permanently.
You can still get your Space Jam fix.
Not permanently, Jeff. I told you it's not downloaded right now, but I have access to it.
I think we need to move on. I think I have held you in pretty high esteem.
First of all,
as long
this
as
judgment's
I've known
coming
you.
from a guy who says Bill Murray's best movie is Zombieland. So we'll just throw that for some context.
Have you seen Zombieland? Because it's excellent.
No, and that's my point.
And it's a pretty good show.
Okay, tell you what.
Space Jam.
I'll watch it, Jeff, just for you.
My kids watched Space Jam, my boys, and they were like, Dad, this sucks. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. But you have to finish it. And then we watched it once, and that was the end of it. Never in my life have I thought, I got to rewatch that. Man, it's been too long. You were here.
I watched The Karate Kid today. Is that acceptable?
And now you're here. Yeah, that's timeless. That's a masterpiece.
Okay. I'm just checking.
Space Jam.
Just checking. Oh. Some people's children,
By the
right?
way, well, never mind that. We'll share that another day.
All right.
We're moving forward.
Do you want to hear my last buy or sell real fast?
Yeah, I'd love to.
My last buy or sell real fast. This is not going to be popular with our judge. Get rid of kickoffs and just have teams start with possession of their own 25. And if you want an onside kick, go 4th and 15 from your own 25-yard line. I think it's just a rule we should just do in football in general. So,
yeah, my man.
Do you like that, really?
I do like that. No, I am. Bodie Sparrow just caught a touchdown, by the way.
Oh, that's awesome. Good for Bodie. That game got sideways.
Yeah. Yeah.
And in future weeks, we're going to have games that will be in and out. This is our first week of the show. We got a lot going on here at KSL, so it's been a lot of Dane and Jeff. It's not always going to be that way. But corner, they had 19 yards at the end of the first half. Or at the end of the first quarter. Sorry, 19 yards at the end of the first quarter. End of the third quarter, over 300. We had questions about their offense, Jeff.
They hit big plays.
They did.
I mean, it wasn't, and I don't say this as a criticism, but let's just call it what it is. It wasn't sustained drives that it was like, oh, this offense is humming. It was huge 80-yard plays, 70-yard, which is great,
but you
phenomenal.
You don't care if you're a corner fan.
No, not at all. I just, looking forward, knowing what corner's going to have to do in their region and who they're going to have to play, those big, massive plays like that, we'll see how repeatable those are. Those are tough to count on every week. We're going to have 80-yard touchdown runs. Hey, we're going to have kickoff returns for a touchdown, right? Like, I don't know how repeatable that is, so I still got some questions, but boy, they answered a lot of those questions for me. Corner looks fantastic. Scorigami update.
Is it over?
Yeah. 14-11. Farmington gets a field goal, which, by the way, though, I mean, we shouldn't scoff too much. That's only happened 6 times, of 14-11. So it's not common, but it's not new. So
I'm sorry, Jeff.
It lives for another week.
Wait 1 second here, Jeff. You said something very key from Dane's buy or sell, where you talked about a very exciting play called a kickoff return for a touchdown.
But he bought getting rid of it.
Yeah, I'd be fine getting rid of this.
Oh, the blasphemy in this studio. I can't even handle it.
Actually, I'm curious. As a kicker, you're pro kickoff return for a touchdown.
Yes.
As the kicker.
Well, I would make the tackle. But I do enjoy
Hold on. I just want to understand your argument. You, the kicker, Want to see the kickoff return for a touchdown, live to see another day.
I enjoy great special teams play.
You still have field goals and PATs.
And punts. You can have a punt return for a touchdown.
And there's some great special teams play tonight. I mean,
as a quarterback, really love pick sixes. That's my favorite play.
Gosh, dang it.
That's what I heard.
No, I mean, I'm a special teams coordinator too. I like good kick returns. I like it when you can dominate on the field, but
hey,
I am
Moose, don't worry about
that.
it. He's a poor judge of, good decisions.
I like field goals a lot, but kickoff returns for touchdowns are really exciting plays in football.
I'd be okay with them gone. Like, I agree that the kickoff return for a touchdown is great. Like, that's fun to watch, but also just I would be fine getting rid of the kickoff in general and spot the ball. Let's play offense.
For me, I think that the running, let's just run into each other at full speed. I don't get it. And most of the time, I think we don't make very good decisions on kickoff returns anyways. Like, high school, it's dead when it crosses the goal line, but you go watch college, it's 8 yards deep, we're coming out. What are we doing? What are we doing?
Right.
So I'm just like, just start at the 25. It's essentially like, anyway.
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay. Hey, let's go through some wrap-up, shall we? Okay. Some games from across the state. Okay. Let everyone know kind of where we're sitting. Fremont's pulled away in their game as 34-3, the lead for the Silver Wolves. 5 minutes to go in that one. Springville turned it over on downs. Out to offense, back out on the field. I don't know what the score is in that one, though. Anyone have that?
I haven't seen an update on that one.
I am not either. That's what I was hoping.
I've got 35-24.
For Springville?
Yep.
How much time's left? Do you have that?
I just have for fourth quarter.
Alta trying to mount a comeback.
I've got a final score here.
Ooh.
Game we haven't talked about. Salem Hills 41-7 over Granger.
That Salem team, I think they're going to be really good.
I do too. Cash Hollingshead at quarterback. And he's good. And he's got a lot of weapons down there.
Yep.
He's got a lot of weapons. Peyton Higginson, of course. Joe Hughes had a couple of touchdowns today. Ran one.
What position's he playing now?
Who? Joe?
Yeah.
I think football player. He's got 2 rushing touchdowns.
Football player. Thank you. Appreciate that.
He's got two receiving touchdowns and a rushing touchdown.
Didn't he play quarterback as a freshman? Am I thinking the same kid?
I don't remember him being a quarterback as a freshman.
I'm probably wrong.
I might be wrong, but I don't remember that.
Yeah, I mean, I've been wrong before, but, both times it wasn't about football. So, Harriman Bountiful final, 25-14, the win for the Mustangs. Look, we talked about how good Harriman is. That's either a really good showing by Bountiful, or Harriman's going to have some opportunity to grow, right? Yep. I thought that game could have been a little more separated than that.
We have an overtime game.
Ooh, fantastic.
Up in Smithfield, Park City and Skyview in overtime. Those fans got treated to an offensive
7
display at 7-7 going into extra time.
Hey, maybe Jeff, you should have picked the Thunder. Westlake, how about the offense tonight? 42-21, leading Highland fourth quarter. My goodness.
That Westlake team, they've got some pieces. Malik Sika out there is phenomenal. Yeah, I'm excited to see what they do. Ridgeline did get the win at Morgan, but Morgan came back late, 42-28. I think when we looked at it, it was starting to get away from Morgan. 42-28, they came back.
We're actually going to see that Morgan team next week, Thursday night. That will be a KSL game. That'll be Ridgeline. Nope, that was tonight.
That'll be
Skyview at Morgan. So Skyview going to OT tonight, and we'll get a chance to see those two on Thursday night. You can catch the game here on KSL.
Get to see George Thurston, one of the better players that most people don't know about at Morgan. Phenomenal football player.
Excited to see him. You know who has donuts tonight? Brighton pitched the shutout.
Yeah.
34-0 over Westfield.
A good Westfield
We did not
team.
get to your take
on
that Westfield quarterback. I'll be interested to see his stat line when it's all said and done. Ellertson, right?
Yeah,
Ellertson
Easton Eilertson
had a great year last year. I
phenomenal.
would not have thought that would be the performance by that Brighton team. And
No.
Coach Monzingo, man, again, we talk about all the players leaving.
Kudos to him. And
what a start for Brighton.
Because, yeah, that Westfield team with Easton Eilertson and him back and Gavin Ortegon is back. Like, they've got a lot of the pieces that were a really explosive offense back. They were playing at home against a brand new team. Yeah, I expected Westfield to show well. But Coach Monzingo, man, don't doubt him.
Yep.
Don't doubt him. Great win.
Knows what he's doing.
Syracuse and Woods Cross came down to the wire. Syracuse scored inside 2 minutes left in the fourth quarter, and they went for 2 and the win. We've seen Syracuse do this before. Came up short.
Oh,
Woods Cross gets a 1-point win,
really?
27-26.
Well, that brings up an interesting topic, Jeff, because we kind of danced around it a little bit, but we never really got to it. And that was, there's a lot of expectation for Davis this year, and obviously a tough week 1 for the Darts. Who's that next best team in Region 1? We were interested in Weber tonight. That game's lopsided, 34-3 with inside 3 to go. We talked about potentially Farmington, who squeaking one right now with Bingham, and then we talked about potentially that Syracuse team who falls on the road. We're not going to dive into that now because we're going to wait for our Fremont Weber crowd to check into this one as we talk about learnings from that. But Region 1.
Yeah, I mean they had an opportunity up there in Region 1. I say they, that's my hometown, and I know that there's a lot of confidence in those football teams. So yeah, disappointing display. I think that's fair. Maybe that's a really good Woods. We saw this from Woods Cross a little bit last year.
I think it's a good Woods Cross team.
Yeah,
I do think it's a good Woods Cross team.
Woods Cross all of a sudden was like, oh, they're really good, and they're surprising a lot of people. So, yeah.
How about a 10-6 final, Green Canyon over Provo?
I didn't know
Green Canyon does.
It is exactly what Coach Tailgate likes to do. He likes to keep those games. We talked about it a lot during their playoff run of ugly football, right? Of have defense force turnovers, make the game gross, and all of a sudden it's Green Canyon who comes out on top. And that gross football, they excel. Like they can get a team outside of their game plan as well as any team we've seen. I didn't know what to expect out of Provo, but I do know they've got a lot of talent. I thought we would see it for no reason other than I trust the talent that's on that roster. I thought we'd see more put together offense. So I'm curious in the weeks to come, does that say more because, hey, Green Canyon, this is what they do? Or are there some questions that were further from answers than I thought out down there in Provo?
Yeah, I think it was Provo and Salem Hills picked 1-2 in that region, in Region 8.
Yeah.
And to your point, it's a good Green Canyon defense. It always is. I think next week will be a telling week for the Bulldogs just to understand where they're at, who they are. But
team I want, I'm trying to find a way to talk about them, and I just haven't done it yet because I think they're going to be really good. Richfield. I think Richfield's going to be a great team in 3A. They get a 62-20 win on 20 win on the road at Dixie. They've got another Yardley. And when Richfield has a Yardley, they tend to do a lot of really good things.
They get a lot of yards.
Yeah, Yardleys even. And he had a couple of touchdowns today. Caught a long pass, had a pick 6. I mean, Trey Yardley's great, but that Richfield team has a lot of players back from a year ago. They're going to be very good. That's look, I don't know, we don't know what Dixie's going to be. But anytime you go on the road and you come home with a 6-score win, you played a pretty darn good football game.
We talked about this game earlier in our pregame. Lone Peak Crimson Cliffs 33-21. Lone Peak leading, but how about the Mustangs? We know that that's a program that always just reloads. And you're at home. Lone Peak had to bust down, but it's a good showing for the Mustangs, is it not?
That is. And again, I mean, to that 6A question of who is what in 6A? I just, there's a lot of questions. Speaking of 6A, Lehigh, we haven't talked about Lehigh, but Lehigh hosted Maple Mountain. They get a 35-13 win. Really kind of a convincing win. They controlled 21 first quarter points and just controlled that game for 48 straight minutes. Really good showing.
I don't think we've talked about this team tonight, Olympus. Dominant win tonight. 49-14. New coach for the Titans. But, man, it feels like, Jeff, it's been a while since they've had that kind of offensive performance. Big night in week 1 for the Titans.
Yeah, that is a big night. Game we didn't talk about, but we had here at KSL Sports, Viewmont. They pitched a shutout over Bonneville, 24-0. Good, solid statement win for Drew Jones. And really, you think of Drew Jones's teams over the years, you kind of tend to think of the offensive side of the ball. So pitching a shutout against a Bonneville team that's going to go through some struggles this year. They're trying to implement a lot of new things, but a good, strong opening season win for Viewmont.
Yeah, they lost some players over the course of the offseason, and that Region 5 will be interesting as that Fremont score has gone final. They have defeated Weber 34-3. Fremont winning that rivalry game in week 1, protecting home turf. They were picked to finish second in that region behind Box Elder. Roy had a big night tonight. We talked about the offense of Westfield. We're going to talk about this Region 5 because I think that Region 5 can be really, really interesting. But again, we'll wait a few minutes for that one. Summit Academy Logan, another game that was on KSL here tonight. 21-18, Summit Academy leading Logan as the Grizzlies here trying to make a late drive.
Spanish Fork made the long drive down to Snow Canyon, and they are in a dogfight late. It is 35-34 Dons as the fourth quarter is nearing its end. About 4 minutes left in that game at last check.
We're going to just audio this one for you. It is Logan trailing 21-18, trailing Summit Academy. There's 18 seconds left. Logan has the ball, 3rd and 1 on the 2-yard line. It's a quarterback keeper, and he's in. Is that Easton Favero?
I think it is.
I think it is.
It's a Favero
13
again.
for Logan. Kept that ball, went around the right side, able to score. And the Grizzlies.
Wow.
New head coach at Logan as well. Looking for a week 1 win on the road. Wow.
Wow. That's a good win. That's a long drive for Logan. Good win. Speaking of new coaches getting week 1 wins, Bear River 36-13.
Who is that new coach up there?
Coach Onder, long
How
time
about that,
Skyview coach.
So good to have him back.
Yeah, that is great. And I think that's a really good fit for him. I think
Yeah.
he's going to do some good things at Bear River. And that's a good win against Ogden, 36-13 on the road. So, yeah, strong start to the Coach Onder era.
25-21, the lead for the Grizzlies. No scoregami there. Sorry, Jeff.
Shoot.
It has happened 20 times before.
You're checking, though.
Well, I'm trying to make your wish come true.
Skyview and Park City still in overtime, which brings me maybe to what should have been the buy or sell. And I've said this before, and nobody agrees. I'm the only one, except for, I don't know, maybe you placated to me once. I love the sudden death 2-point overtime. I want it. I want it now. In high school football, bring me this sudden death 2-point conversion overtime in overtime 1. I think it's fun. I think it's the most exciting football just because it's like, hey, every play, game could be won or lost right now. I think it's great.
Yeah, I'm not there for the first overtime.
Second. Because what is it now? It's like the 5th?
It's the 5th.
That's too many.
Well, but
that's 2 drives. That's too many.
That's not too many.
I think that's too many. Maybe do the 3rd. I could get on board with that. Give everybody 1. But at that point, you've had 48 minutes plus at least a drive. So now we're saying 48 minutes plus 2 additional untimed drives.
Of 25 yards.
Yeah. Make a play. Now? Sudden death. Now we're here.
That's why I'm actually okay when they do it because it's you have kind of I think it's the 3rd. I think it's the
Is it the 3rd?
Meaning
because the 3rd I'm okay.
Each team gets a possession.
Is it the 3rd or I thought it was the 5th?
Is it the 5th?
I thought it was the 5th because that Beaver game is the one that I always think of. And I think that was the 6th overtime is when it was decided, and they only exchanged 1, if I remember. But
look, that was really fun, and
I'm fun, and it was late
for
me.
You
get to this 10 o'clock, and now you're just watching this crazy football at the 3-yard line every time. This is great.
It is one where for me, like I like that as a way to end a game. I don't want that to be. I'm okay with that being the end. I don't want that to have to be the way to end it.
Yeah,
right? So for me, it's like I'm okay with a couple 25-yard drives. Right, and I'm like, okay, give each team 2 or 3 opportunities and then move to it. I'm fine with that. But I think the first OT, I'm like, no, that's way too early.
I think it's one of those. Well, we've got a fact checker. Third.
Yeah. See, I think that's reasonable.
Fine. I think it's fun. Look, college ends in ties. College doesn't. NFL ends in ties, right?
Sure.
So
but they play a full 15 minutes.
But the point is that even at the NFL,
10. Sorry.
At some point, the game's just too long, and they just say, forget it, we're over, it's done. That's where I'm at. Like, if we're in overtime, let's just go to the conversions. It's like PKs. Like, I get it. I hear all the soccer purists and the hockey purists. That's not a true depiction of how a game goes. Like, yeah, I get it, but we
can't play for 6 hours.
We've got to go home. Like, we have a ghost runner on second base in extra innings now. And it's just one of those things.
Pirates still can't bring him in, Jeff.
Yeah. So we let the other team, whoever the Pirates are playing, let them end the game quick.
We're going to head to a break here. Top of the hour, we'll be back with our post-game show here on the Friday Night Tailgate.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Joined by Jim Williams, longtime sports media producer, director, and executive. Keep an eye out when MLB expands. Salt Lake City is quietly becoming one of the hottest sports towns in America. Sports Business Journal just vaulted Salt Lake from number 44 to number 12 nationally, ahead of some legacy markets on its best sports business cities list. What has changed? What's driving that?
I think a lot of it is people are discovering Utah. And I think what's driving it is look at the attendance. Look at the attendance at the Mammoth hockey game. The Jazz have always been strong. And then you've got, of course, Real Salt Lake. People are getting to understand numbers are numbers, whether you want to argue them or whatever. But at the end of the day, you want to be where you're going to be appreciated. This is a fantastic up and growing market. It's going to help the entire region.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Every year, summer ends and the kids go back to school. This year, I'm going back too, at My Computer Career. They'll help me get the skills and certifications that can get me noticed by top employers in months, not years. Now I'm on a fast track to a high-demand IT career where the rewards can finally match my value. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation today. That's mycomputercareer.edu. It's never too late to go back to school.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
I have a dare for you. After you use your old mop and bucket, put on your whitest socks and walk across the floor. Now look down. What's that gray stuff on your socks? I used to have that too, until I switched to Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop breaks down and locks away tough messes. Take the dare. Try Swiffer Power Mop. White sock approved.
The smarter way to clean your floors. It's time to make the swap. Swiffer Power Mop.
Everyone knows that having a good credit history makes it easier to save money and get approved for the things in life you need, like credit cards, auto loans, home loans, and a lot more. But here's the problem. Building your credit history takes time. That's why UCCU created Credit Builder, an innovative loan program designed to help you build your credit history and raise your credit score. Visit UCCU.com to start building or rebuilding your credit today. UCCU. Love where you bank.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth, and I drive a BMW. Performance matters to me, on the ice and on the road. That confidence lets me focus on what matters most, performance. That's why I trust BMW Utah for everything, from service to tires. They've always got my back. Between scoring goals and scoring the perfect ride, it's a tough call, but scoring is what I do. And the win? Driving a BMW from BMW Utah. When I came to Utah, everyone talked about the greatest snow on earth. But during the 2002 Olympics, the world saw something else. This place also has the best ice on earth. Since moving here, I've done my best to own that ice and live up to that standard. It's about preparation, precision, and trusting what's beneath you every single day. That same mindset is why I chose BMW Utah, because great performance doesn't happen by accident. It's built, maintained, and earned. And I'm proud to work with a local dealer that represents Utah at that same elite level. Proud to be a Utahn, proud to support BMW Utah, drive elevated.
Right now, JCW's has 15 bus and billboards depicting our delicious, mouthwatering hamburgers across I-15. We've also just learned that I-15 averages 15 fender benders a day. Probably a coincidence, but just in case, keep your eyes on the road. Here's what our burgers sound like. Now with your hands at 10 and 2, safely turn into one of our 5 locations in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it.
In Utah, our first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So douse your flames, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight wildfire together. FireSense is the first response.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome in to Studio D here at KSL. Dane, Stewart, Jeff Hansen with you as we kick off our Friday night tailgate post-game show. Thank you so much for all of you joining us here on this Friday night. Fremont with the big victory over Weber in our KSL Sports Game Night Live game of the week. Jeff, we're going to get into things that we learned tonight, but when you look at this Fremont-Weber game, what maybe stands out to you, things that you saw or learned in this matchup?
The Fremont defense. Man, that Fremont defense played incredibly well against a Weber offense that we'll have to see what they turn into as the year goes on. But we expected that Weber offense to be a pretty potent offense. They've got a returning quarterback. They've got a stud at wide receiver. They've got a lot of pieces that you can count on. And Fremont shut them down. And they had the points, obviously. They scored a lot of points in that game. But it was the defense that impressed me the most. That was the part of this team that I did not know what to expect, and that was an early statement for sure that, hey, Fremont, the fall off, it's not going to be that much. Fremont is still a very good football team.
You know, when I looked at this game and just thinking about this particular matchup, we know the rivalry that exists up there. We talk about all the players that graduated from Fremont. Weber returning quarterback, receiver. I actually expected Weber to win this game for the fact of Fremont holding them as they did, and it was the Fremont offense that looked like it was familiar and good to go. I was surprised that Weber did not have more offensive success in this one. Especially given the talent that we know they have with Carter Payne and with Creed DeVries. That's what surprised me. And I think the thing that, we talked about this a little bit during our Friday night tailgate show is where Fremont will stack up in that Region 5. We know Box Elder's really good. We have expectations of Westfield. We know it was a tough week 1. This Fremont team, they sent notice like this is a region championship contender?
Yeah.
Having to replace everyone already?
I think so. One thing I want to do a little bit more this year, Dan, is when we look at these post games, what is the player thinking, right? Because we've done the analysis and we've looked at it, but from the point of view of the player, right? So you're a Weber player, you're a Fremont player, you're getting on the bus and it's time to go home. What are you thinking if you're Fremont, right? If you're getting on the bus and you're on that drive home, you're feeling, obviously you won, you're feeling great, but I think they answered a lot of questions themselves. I think they went into this game, and certainly they expect to win this game, but now they're believing probably more than they did when the season started. Because not only did they get a win against their rival, they got a big win. They dominated that game. Now I think there is a belief that whether they really believed it, whether they just said it, whether they didn't, you have no idea. But now there is a piece of evidence, and if you're a Fremont player in that locker room, you just listen to whatever Coach Nate told you after the game, and all of a sudden now there is, holy cow, a lot of credibility. My head coach knows we did what he said, and look what happened. Now you're getting on the bus, you're driving home, and you're believing that we're a team to be reckoned with. I think you're feeling great. And on the flip side of that, what is a player thinking right now on that drive back to Weber High School? I think that there might be a little, here we go again. And they've got to find a way, Coach Cannon's got to find a way to shake that feeling from that locker room, because that can spread and that can be really tough. No matter how much talent you've got, that can be a really tough feeling to shake after you have that up and down year that they had last year. You go through the offseason, you're feeling confident, you're feeling great, and then that first game you come out and you get punched in the chin. Oh, man, that can be deflating, and if they don't nip that in the bud, that could be a theme this year.
For a team that returns a lot of talent in the Weber Warriors, this season starting almost the same as last season. Last season, week 1, playing Fremont, their rival. They lost 42-10.
Yeah.
This season, playing week 1, your rival, you lose 34-3, 34-6.
Yeah, something like that.
Next up, Brighton. Who they play week 2 last year? Brighton. Like, to your point, you do not want to have deja vu, right? And there's too much talent on this Weber roster to slip into that. So clear the mechanism, right? Go watch the film.
I know that movie.
Do you?
Yeah.
What is it, Jeff?
That's For Love of the Game.
Hey, there we go.
I got one.
There we go.
I got one. I'm one for 35.
I was getting nervous. It's 10:03, man, for crying out loud.
Man, we got there.
We got there. But watch the tape, learn from it, clear the mechanism, and get back to work against what looks to be a really good Brighton team. Let's talk about what we learned tonight. We were here in studio. Someone in studio, Great Moose Bingham's like, I'm most impressed with Brighton. Wow, that score. We did not get to see that game, but we'll talk about expectations from another team in Region 5, returning their quarterback in Westfield. It was all Brighton.
Yeah.
All Brighton.
On the road at Westfield, another team, quarterback, they've got the receiver, they got it all. And Brighton, my goodness. Like that's just a statement on both sides of the ball. That rushing game, they have, counting them up real quick, they have 3 touchdowns on the ground, at least by last count. I mean, that's just a statement win. That's the kind of performance we saw from Park City for so many years. That you may not know who the players are, but you will. By the end of the year, you will. And every year, Coach Monzingo seems to just trot out this team that they just play fundamentally sound football. And again, from the point of view of the player, that's the buy-in. Right? You don't know who this coach is. You go through a whole offseason, but you don't know who he is. He's new. You don't know if it's going to work. And then you make the long trip from Brighton up to Westfield, and you play an offense that was great a year ago with the quarterback who's great, and you pitch a shutout? Man, I think Coach Monzingo could tell them they all have to wear purple shirts and spin around when they go to classes. They're all going to say, yeah, sure, Coach, whatever you say, we're in because it works. That's a big win for the rest of their season.
Just here trying to make Brighton look like Clemson. Have to wear purple shirts and a paw on their helmet, and they got to spin around,
to make
too.
Brighton look like Clemson, okay? So.
You know who's looking really good tonight? Region 6.
Okay. I don't know the numbers. They change every 3 years.
Jeff.
This isn't my fault.
Jeff.
I know a couple of the numbers.
This is your part-time side job. I mean, come on, man.
That's true.
Come on.
That's true.
Let's just talk about Region 6. Viewmont.
Okay.
Win. Woods Cross. Win.
Big win.
Olympus. Win. Brighton. Win. Bountiful. Tough against a top 5 team in Harriman. They lost. Alta. The Hawks came back to beat Springville 38-35. They trailed that game by 9 in the fourth quarter. Book it, Dano. Xavier Kochi and company get the job done for the Hawks. They start 1-0, protect that beautiful new home turf.
Wow. That's a good Friday night for that
region.
That's
a good Friday night for that region.
Great Friday night. That's a big win for Alta.
Huge win for Alta.
That game, good game. Everything we hoped it would be. I mean, back and forth game. That's Alta. They didn't get there in those close games last year.
Correct.
Like,
you think about that playoff game, it was like
Yeah.
they're right there on the verge of upsetting Fremont.
Yeah.
And the Silver Wolves made the play.
It felt like every week we talked about Alta, that, hey, this is going to be the week that they have a big upset. We thought it was going to happen, and then they just came up just short. For them to, call it an upset or not, whatever, but for them to come down to the wire and have to grit out a win late in the fourth quarter, that's huge.
And not only that, to come back
that's
against
huge.
Springville, right? Like, Springville's not a team that gives up leads, especially in the fourth.
Right.
That's a great opening week win for the Alta Hawks.
I'm just waiting for our resident Alta expert to have something to say about Alta.
Oh, I'm freaking hyped. I mean, the Kochi brothers coming in, I was like, I don't know if I can hop in, but I'm going to, because those Hawks fly together, and goodness gracious.
Hey, where'd that come from?
Hawks flying together?
Yeah.
That's ducks fly together.
Oh, shoot.
Good one, though.
Yeah.
They're both birds.
What kind of version of Mighty Hawks is on your phone? Jeez.
In fairness, Adam Banks was a hawk, okay? If you watch the movie, Jeff, you'd understand.
Yeah, that's true.
But I'm so hyped that the Kochi brothers are no longer at Skyline and they're at Alta. This is a big win for everyone in Sandy. Just awesome. I'm hyped.
Hey, what are the official school colors of Alta?
It's silver and black.
Okay. Because I don't say to be critical. They use red, and they use red as an accent, so I just didn't know. Because I wasn't like, hey, the black and silver, right? I just wanted to check.
Yeah, Raiders ripped us off, whatever. It's chill.
That's what they do. They do raid. It's in the name, Moose. Hey, we talked about this team a little bit. Copper Hills shut out as well, 29-0. Love that start for the Grizz.
Yeah. You love those early season shutouts when you get some confidence on the defense.
Well, look, I mean, really, Copper Hills, the Grizzlies are 2-0 tonight. Actually, they're 3-0. Logan beat Summit Academy. Copper Hills beat Northridge, and Dane beat Jeff.
Yes. It's all
3-0.
coming up Grizzly tonight.
All
folks.
coming up Grizzly tonight.
Everything is looking Grizzly.
Let's talk about the game that we really had high expectations for. And, the first half, first quarter took a little bit for it to get going. But once it got going, those Chargers charged.
Yeah.
And they charged.
Just kept coming. Man.
51-14. Here's the line for Jackson Pearson. Well, I had it. There we go. Yeah, you have not seen this line in a long time for Corner Canyon for their quarterback. 10 of 13, 206 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception. 5 rushes, 103 yards.
Big plays.
With a touchdown. His long is 82.
Wow.
So a total of 309 yards from the quarterback. And Jackson Caruth, 12 carries, 64 yards. Davis, it's not like they played bad, but it's big plays, timely plays, and momentum that really just led Corner in the huge lopsided victory week 1.
Yeah, you have to feel good if you're Corner Canyon. This Davis team is good, right? Like there's some questions with some new quarterback and all that stuff, but the playmakers are for real, and that's not really up for debate. And Corner did a great job of shutting them down. And we didn't get to watch every single play of that game, but I saw enough of it to know that Casey Cetera defense, man, he's got the playmakers.
It is legit.
It is legit. They are able to do things at every level of the defense. They can, sit back, play it safe, say, hey, defensive lineman, we'll just rush 3 and play coverage and try to confuse a quarterback. Casey Cetera, he likes to bring up pressure too. And I saw a lot of 6 guys, 7 guys coming after and saying, hey, we just don't think you're going to be able to get rid of the ball before we get there. And they didn't. Man, and Diesel Dart had a great game. He has, did he have 3 touchdowns in this game? Playing receiver as well. A 63-yard touchdown.
2 receiving for Diesel. 1 rushing.
And then 1 rushing. I mean, my goodness. So just a really, really strong performance for Corner, and that defense it's going to be really good.
Well, we talk about that Corner Canyon defense. They finished with 6 TFLs. They had an interception, 5 pass breakups, and 3 sacks.
Wow.
The sacks by Wyatt Warner, James Bowman, and half sack for Tate Patterson and Jack West each. Here's the thing when you look at the line for Davis, Bodie Scheinberg in his first start as QB1 for the Davis Darts, 25 of 40, 182 yards, 2 touchdowns, and an interception. Also ran the ball for 40 yards on 10 touches. The big thing tonight, and I think this speaks to what Jeff was talking about, is the night for Sam Coleman. And not the receiving version of Sam Coleman, and that's where it's tough. 8 punts for the Davis Darts tonight. Sam, their punter as well. You cannot give up big plays and have 8 drives end in punts.
No.
Right? Just not going to go very well, and it didn't tonight.
No. So for Davis, again, we go back to our point of the view of the player. What are you thinking if you're Bodie Sparrow? What are you thinking if you're Jackson Tai Howe? All offseason long, I think you're expecting to be one of the top schools, right? One of the schools that is going to be there, and then you come out and you lose 51-14. You've got to regroup, and you got to regroup in a hurry, because here's what we know about Davis. The talent is still there. right? The quarterback is going to get better. That line for Brody Scheinberg, that's a decent.
It's not a bad line. The yards are low,
not
but
pushing,
again, it's the defense, right? And you got to love that he's not trying to force it down the field, right? Because the last thing you want to do is turn it over, being too aggressive, right?
Yeah.
But you got to find that balance at the same time.
And for all we know, maybe there was game plan to some of that.
Sure.
That, hey, you're looking across and you don't know a whole lot about the Corner Canyon offense. So it's, hey, protect the football. If we can score 20 points, we don't know anything about that offense. We might be okay. Well, they didn't score 20 points, and that offense had some big plays. You got to forget it. I mean, this is just one of those throw the film away type games that hey, you cannot dwell on this. You've got a big game coming up against Mountain Ridge. You have another chance to make a statement. You've got a region that's still going to be wide open. You've still got the top rated player in the state. You've still got talent on both sides of the ball. This Davis team could still be very, very good. And this win, or this loss rather, doesn't have to mean anything for them, right? But you got to forget it, because this is the kind of loss when you come out, you have those expectations, and it goes that way, that fast, and in that dramatic of a fashion, that can linger. And so they got to forget about it. Coach Perry's got to put that one behind him and move on in a hurry.
Bodie Sparrow had 11 receptions for 100 yards and a receiving touchdown. Also, defensively tonight, ended up with a TFL. So, the future Oklahoma Sooner had himself a nice night, but he was the only player near, he hit 100 yards, but everyone else was 20, 30 yards receiving.
Yeah.
And look, Scheinberg was not in the program last year, so he's building a relationship with all of his receivers. That takes time, right? Yeah. It's not a bad experience to go through so long as you learn from it if you're a Davis Dark. But you got to learn fast, because next week you get Fremont, and that's a rivalry game. And we saw what Fremont did in their rivalry game tonight, and they were causing ruckus last year in this matchup as well. The Silver Wolves were. So Davis got to get it right, and move forward. We'll see if they can do just that.
Another game I want to talk about, American Fork. They get a 36-16 win over Pleasant Grove. Jake Matson, just get used to the name. Jake Matson has a pair of touchdown passes. He's really good. American Fork did that 2-quarterback thing last year, and it worked pretty well until there was some injuries and things like that. But it's always tough, right? It's always tough when you just don't have that guy. No matter how effective it can be, as teams see it more and it's on tape and you kind of learn what the tendencies are, it becomes stale. But if you have a quarterback who just knows the offense, can do everything, then you're going to be as difficult to defend in week 10 as you were in week 1. And Jake Matson's only going to get better. So he played great today. That's a good AF team. When you look at those teams down there in Region 3, AF could be there.
Let's talk about that, because I think one of the things that's interesting is, and you can tell me if you feel different.
I do.
Okay. Well, that killed it. You look at Region 3 teams, right?
Yeah.
So you have Corner, Skyridge, Lone Peak, AF, Lehigh.
Yep.
Okay. It's amazing what's happened in the last 5-7 years. It feels like AF has become the least talked about program out of that group.
Yeah.
And yet they're right there. They're competitive with all those schools. So, you make that comment that you think AF will be really good this year. And we talk about the parity that exists not only in that region, but in 6A. Is this an AF team that can get to a semifinal or a state championship game this year, Jeff?
I think so. I think you look at the teams those last 5 years, since Maddox Madsen, it's kind of been the quarterback spot. That you look at. It's not that the AF has had bad quarterback play, but in that region, there's been a lot of really good quarterback play. And AF, I don't think, has been quite at that same tier as where Corner has been over the last couple of years, and where Lone Peak was, right? They got the guy now. And we'll see how the season plays out. But there's an argument to be made that, okay, hey, if you're doing a fantasy draft of Region 3 quarterbacks, maybe you're taking Jake Matson 1, right? There's arguments for a couple of guys, but he's right there. AF has the quarterback. They've had the other pieces for the last several years.
I mean, you think about Prince, right?
Awful, great.
Amazing out of the backfield.
Yep.
And you think about all the receivers they've had and tight ends. I mean, it's like they've had a ton of pieces over the years. Ever since Beam's been there, which is what, year 15, 17, something like that? Crazy.
They got
guy looks like he's 31 years old.
They've got the guy this year. I mean, Jake Matson is that guy. We're going to be talking about him a year from now. Him and a handful of others is the best quarterback in the state. That's the kind of talent he has, and it has been a little while since AF has had a quarterback in that conversation. That makes them a different team.
Well, I think the last couple of years, with at that position at least, you've had guys that are skilled, but with very different skills.
Yeah.
Right? And so now it's like, well, depending on who's on the field, it changes, how your O-line's going to block. And I mean, you're running the same plays, but you have to be more mindful of this is a pocket guy versus an athletic guy, and he'll get out like that. That is always, I mean, I would think, not a lineman, I would think that's always kind of running through your head play to play, especially when you're mixing series as they've done in the past. How about this game? We've talked about this one kind of in and out. Low scoring game. Farmington beating Bingham 14-11.
Look, I'm not sad that Farmington won. I am sad that it was 14-11.
It was right there for the taking, Jeff.
So close.
Right there. And you're going to be really disappointed if you hear there's a missed field goal in this game.
No.
I don't know. I'm not saying there is. I'm just saying because it's right there. It was right there.
It was close. Scorigami, man. We were almost there. Never had a 17-11 game in the state of Utah. That's my analysis.
Maybe next
Go ahead
week.
and talk about the rest of the players and stuff. That's my analysis.
I guess for me, it's one where we talk about Region 1, and obviously a tough night for Region 1 tonight. The Davis loss, the Weber loss, the Syracuse loss. Farmington, the only team coming out with a win in Week 1 when you look at Region 1.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Crazy. Would not have thought that, right? And to do it in a low-scoring game, albeit at home. We've talked about the potential that exists there, but what did we learn tonight about Region 1, if anything? I know it's early, it's Week 1, but...
Yeah, well, I think we learned that there's a lot more questions. I think we thought that maybe a lot of these questions were answered, and I think that's what we learned is that we don't know very much about Region 1. We thought we did, and we don't. And there's some... they've got all of them. They've got... I mean, even Farmington, even getting a win, like, I don't know, are they... Did they come out of that game feeling great after a 14-11 win against a Bingham team that I don't know what Bingham is yet, right? So I think we learned that there's a lot more uncertainty than we thought there was in Region 1.
I know that we didn't have opportunities to have streams going for you tonight on our Friday night tailgate. We'll get there just as we're rolling out this new format. Anything, Jeff, that you feel like impressed you tonight as you just look kind of at the state in general, scores, high level, I know, but even storylines we've touched on, anything that kind of stood out to you as we look back?
Yeah, the defensive play, I mean, there was a lot of really good defense. We've talked about several different shutouts. We've talked about a lot of low-scoring affairs. So the defense showed up, ready to go. I think that what I'm really excited for this year is just that parity. Like it really does feel, with the exception of Orem and 5A, we didn't get a chance. They're playing out of state, so we didn't talk a lot about Orem. But with the exception of Orem, it really feels like every classification we talked about. Hey, is it Stansbury? Is it Crimson? Crimson looks great against Lone Peak, right? It's open. It's a little bit more open in 4A than it's been. It's a lot more open in 6A than it's been. Morgan, Richfield, there's a little bit more open in 3A, and it's been open in 3A. But I think you could go throughout the classifications, and there's a little bit more parity. And when you have strong defensive play, and you don't have that offensive juggernaut that's just going to come in and score 50 against everybody, there's a lot of crazy things that can happen. This is high school football. I mean, most of these teams, one or two injuries away from a dramatically different season. This isn't the NFL that they just got depth upon depth. This could be a really competitive season in most classifications. And I think that's exciting to see in Week 1 as you see some of these upsets already. That's exciting. That means we're in for a really fun year, I think.
A couple of other games that I meant to talk about that I didn't. This is, we're learning. All of us are, right, Jeff? Final score up in Cache Valley. Skyview getting the OT win, 13-10. That game, I don't think it got to all number 3. Sorry, Jeff.
I don't think it did. I think this was a classic football game, so I guess that's good. My parents, both proud Skyview Bobcats, so I don't know if they are still real invested like they should be, but...
Did they go?
No, they went to the Davis game.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
So. Yeah. Sorry. And then there's another one. I can't remember off the top of my. Oh, I know what it is. Got to go see if we got an update because Grantsville started pulling away. We talked about the matchup having to head down to Blanding to take on San Juan, and San Juan with a little response. Fourth quarter, last check, 30-20 the lead for the Grantsville Cowboys. That's been a fun little matchup the last couple years they've played.
Yeah. I got a score update for you.
Yeah,
it's
bring
the
it.
most important game of the night. Clearfield.
Oh,
I believe
you got good news.
That's undefeated. Clearfield is now what we say.
What?
And it's look, you can mock 1-0 and one, undefeated. I haven't been able to say that in a while. So undefeated Clearfield, 24-7 win over Cypress. They do get a little revenge after that opener last year.
Why would we mock?
Yeah, don't.
I want to know.
Undefeated Clearfield. It's a good win for that program.
It is. Coach Caputo been there. Is this year 2, year 3? Man, time.
Yeah,
time
that's
flies,
crazy,
doesn't it?
They got an opportunity. Kearns next week. They got to go to Kearns, but that's another game that I think should be a competitive game. Excited for it.
We got a few minutes still. Let's do that. Let's look ahead to next week. We talk about obviously Thursday night. We've got a couple good games. How about this old school rivalry, Bingham at Alta? That'll be a doozy. Skyview Morgan, that'll be your KSL game on Thursday night. Come check that one out. Friday, all right, Jeff. I don't know what this game will mean. Corner and Timpview. A number of years ago, I would be really excited. Timpview got the win tonight over Layton, 40-21, I think was the final score.
Yeah, that'll be interesting.
What do you think?
Yeah, that'll be interesting because Corner is going to feel great off of that big win. Timpview, I don't know. They did score 40 points. Like that's not nothing.
Yeah,
like we're not. There's nothing to scoff at when you win by 3 scores on the road. But yeah, that'll be interesting to see what exactly Timpview looks like. And how the matchup, right? When you have all off season long and all camp to prepare for your week 1 opponent, how does this Corner Canyon team turn it around in 1 week? We'll see. We'll see how they go. Another game I'm excited for next week.
Yeah,
Crimson Cliffs and Provo. What is Provo? Crimson Cliffs gets an opportunity. They fought against Lone Peak. They look good. They came up short, but they look good. They're going to have – that game was awesome last year, if you remember. That game down to the absolute wire. And I think Provo has more talent than they showed today. I think they're going to be a more competitive football team.
AF going to take on Mater Dei. That'll be fun.
That's big.
We'll learn a lot about AF,
yes, we
right?
will.
I mean, that will be a great litmus test for where they're at. We talked about some of the rivalries, Davis-Fremont, Olympus Skyline next week. I think it'll be interesting to see the bounce back from Skyline after a disappointing loss, a game they led at home in week 1. Battle for the Rock will be fun on Friday night.
Farmington Bountiful next week. Another I guess you probably call that a rivalry. They've never been in the same region, but they're kind of cross town here. They play every year, it seems like. I don't know if it's a rivalry or not. I got to think through this because those games are always close. There is a lot of, Bountiful and Farmington aren't that far away from each other.
Yeah, but there's a high school in between.
Yeah, that's true. They play all the time. I think Farmington plays Bountiful more than any other non-region team up there. It seems like it's been every year lately, and the games are always fairly close.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe it feels like a rivalry. Anyway.
I don't know.
We'll see.
Maybe, so we talked about...
What makes a rivalry?
Well, that sounds like a great topic for next week, Jeff, does it not?
I'm thinking about it because, Farmington's a new school. Do they just get to say, okay, yes, Davis, that's natural. They took a lot of Davis kids when the school split. But other than that, how did they get to determine who a rival is?
But, isn't there... I think this is a great question. I think in high school, a lot of it comes from, where did you separate and how close are your battles and what have been the meaning behind those games and being in different regions and different classifications. I think this sounds like a great topic. We've got a week. to do our prep,
to
Jeff.
Research what makes a rivalry. Okay.
Tell you what, for those of you listening, hit us up on social media at KSL Sports Rewind. I never know how to say your handle, Jeff.
Rakutu. 10. 10 is 10.
And how do you spell?
Was that the part that you were confused about?
No.
Oh, Rakoto 10.
That's Rakutu?
Yeah.
K-O-T is ku?
Yeah. It seems obvious to me, but
hey, why don't we suggest that for a high school name, huh?
Well, I didn't, but we could have. I think it'd be great.
I think it would be too.
Yeah, let us know. Hit
us up on social media. Let us know what you think makes a rivalry, or why you prefer your rivalry over others.
Yeah.
Huh?
Okay.
And even rank your rivalries. And in week 2, we'll have a bit of a rivalry conversation on our Friday night tailgate.
Okay. I like this.
I like that.
Yeah, I like this.
It's week 1, and a lot of teams are learning. We're learning too. We want to thank you for joining us. We want to remind you, every Friday night, come join us. 6:30, we'll start our Friday night tailgate pregame show, where we will do some quick recaps of games from the prior week, and then we will preview games coming up on Friday night. We'll send you to our KSL Game Night Live Game of the Week at 7 o'clock. You can stay with us, though, here on the stream and on the radio on 97.5, as we will have our Friday night tailgate. That's football, family, food, fun. It is 3 hours you're going to want to be a part of as we continue to make this, grow this and make this better and better. And then, of course, our Friday night post-game show, which will start immediately following the KSL Game Night Live show. Whatever game you go to, whatever your plans are next Friday, be sure to tune in to us at the end of your game on KSLSports.com, 97.5, 1280 The Zone, or Digital Channel 5.3 as we bring you football from across the state every Friday night. Jeff, week 1 in the books.
I thought it was great. If you, the thing about the tailgate is it is collaborative. We're going to talk to each other. We're going to have fun, new ideas. If you have segments you want to see, if you have a fantasy draft you want us to talk about, if you are as upset at the injustice that we saw, as I am, about the injustice that we saw today with the ruling about Grizzlies and Tigers fighting each other, let us know, and let us know what you want us to talk about. I think that the more you tell us, the better it's going to be. So please interact with us. Find us on social media. Talk to us at the office. I know Dane loves to hear about fantasy topics when he's at the office. So
it's the best.
If you see him at work, please let him know.
Yeah.
Let him know and be like, hey, mythical creatures, you were wrong.
If there's other movies you want us to talk about, can quiz Jeff on
other movies that I haven't seen that you want to talk about.
Fundamental movies, you know, and we can even see if we can pull out some more movies for him to make fun of me for. So I'm not going to let you see my phone, Jeff, because there's some on there that I am embarrassed, but I'm not embarrassed about the Mighty Ducks or Space Jam. I'm drawing the line. So thank you so much for joining us. It's been great. And as Jeff said, reach out to us on social media. Give us topics wherever you're at. If you're at a game, if you're at home, hit us up on social media. As he said, we want this to be interactive. It's football, it's family, it's fun on Friday nights. Only on the KSL Friday Night Tailgate Show. For Vince Francis, Jeff Hansen, Moose Bingham, my name is Dane Stewart. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you next week right here on KSL Sports.
This is St. Jude patient Reagan. She's 3.
Ooh, I like sparkly.
This is Jeritza. She's 5.
Na.
And this is Delta. She's 4.
Can you see me now?
They all received treatment for cancer at St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Now they can spend their days playing with dolls, making art, and dressing up.
I look beautiful in it.
Instead of thinking about cancer. Thanks to supporters like you, the team at St. Jude has helped push the overall childhood cancer survival rate in the U.S. from 20% to more than 80%. And we won't stop. This is what childhood should be like. Let's help more kids just be kids. Learn more at stjude.org. Finding cures, saving children.
Some things in life are preventable. Ooh, gas station sushi, yum! That's preventable.
I'm just gonna tell my boss what I really think of him.
Oh boy. That's preventable.
Maybe a face tattoo would look good.
That's preventable too. The Colorectal Cancer Alliance wants you to know a lot of things in life are preventable. Colon cancer is common and deadly, but that's also preventable.
Oh my gosh, it's a bear! Let's get a selfie with it.
Also preventable. The Alliance is doing its part to end colorectal cancer. Now, do yours. Get involved. And if you're 45 or older, talk to your doctor about the colon cancer screening options available to you.
Betcha I can eat 50 hot dogs in an hour.
Preventable!
Actually, Your Honor, I'm representing myself.
Go to colorectalcancer.org to learn more. That's colorectalcancer.org. And together, we can save lives.
Hey, honey.
Oh no.
Check this out.
No.
We are Mercy on a mission. Together we bring hope and healing.
Imagine living with a condition that could be cured by a simple surgery, but there's no hospital nearby, no trained surgeon, and no hope for treatment. This is the reality for millions of people across Africa and around the world. Mercy Ships changes that, bringing free, life-changing care to those who need it most.
There's no other ship in the world that has a cargo of hope and healing.
You see tangible change and like futures transformed. We leave people who've been healed, not just physically, but spiritually and emotionally.
Mercy Ships has delivered hope and healing to thousands, and there are so many more who need us. Learn more about our mission at mercyships.org.
The panic button is up, and I had got the attention. I had to be told, hey, Steve's wants to hear from you. And he started to mimic an instrument. Yeah.
Steve DeSager, what do you have for us, Steve?
Guess who's coming in from the pen to close it out at Dodger Stadium tonight? The man with an ERA of 11.57. Edwin Diaz is on in the top of the ninth. LA 3, Brewers 1. You may have heard how the first game of the 4-game series went last night. I don't know if maybe it just wasn't discussed on the show. I'm sure it wouldn't have been brought up, but 3 runs, 4 hits allowed last night. Diaz lost.
And I want you to confirm this for me, Steve. He has thrown 2 pitches already, and the bases are loaded.
I thought you were going to say he's thrown 2 pitches, one to the backstop and one into the seats.
You think Dave Roberts went and said, "Hey man, I really went to bat for you today. You got to come through."
That's right. And by the way, the definition of going to bat for you is who else you got. That was basically what the manager said. Okay.
I don't like anybody else in my bullpen. I'm not saying I like him. I just don't like anybody else more.
Well, he's thrown 2 pitches, and the count is 2-0.
No.
So that's how the top of the ninth started.
I warned you.
3-0
I warned all of you. I warned you all. You didn't want to listen to me.
You know, they're talking about rebooting Glee, Steve, the Ryan Murphy Classic. Jason handled that last night when Diaz melted down. He was beyond gleeful to cover a globe.
You know, there was one game in the last week where Diaz actually got 3 outs and allowed no runs. It actually has occurred once this month.
Yeah. And if you remember, that what was the second batter of the inning flew out to the wall and nearly tied the game. It almost turned out badly for Diaz there.
This is not a 1-year contract. Can we just put a little context on this? Edwin Diaz.
It's too bad you can't just pay him when the years he's good. Like, okay, so no money this year, but because he's an every other year guy next year, you can pay him a lot of money.
So what you say is you want like the opposite of the deferred money they've been doing on some of the other guys.
Yeah.
Pay to play.
Oh my
We're
goodness!
only going to pay you every other year.
3-2 count. He just hit the batter in the shoulder.
Yeah,
that wasn't even close. He hits Vaughn with a fastball in the left shoulder, so the leadoff batter is on. The tying run has come to the plate, and Sandy Koufax is up in the Dodger bullpen right now.
You know, Kershaw was here pregame. Maybe they could work some eligibility in still for the guy.
Here's your bobblehead.
Wow.
Grab a glove.
They just showed
bad.
They just showed the angle of the hit by pitch from a first base angle, and you can see where he kind of turtles a bit because he's going to get hit, and you see the reaction. 3 Dodgers along the dugout just put their heads down like, oh, come on, man.
It's a little bit like some of these Jared Goff incompletions downfield in years past, where it's just so far outside, you really can't tell where he meant to throw it originally. This pitch on a 3-2 count, you kind of have to throw a strike. It didn't just miss the old strike zone box on the television screen. It almost missed the batter himself completely. It hit behind the left shoulder of the right-handed hitter. So,
see, here's the thing, Steve. You're not telling me anything I don't already know. You're not telling me anything I haven't known for years. Now you're just figuring. You just get to see it now. Congratulations.
And then a pinch runner has just stolen second. So there we go. It's 3-1 Dodgers against Milwaukee, top of the ninth. And
well, he will give. Look, he's one of the worst guys in the history of baseball at holding runners on. Like you can walk to second and third like it's a softball game, and the pitch goes behind the catcher and goes to the backstop.
How did we not get any games over the years with like John Lester starting and not holding anybody on, and then Diaz coming to try and close it and not holding anybody on? This is a 4-game series at Dodger Stadium this weekend, including Saturday night on Fox TV. Pitcher Jacob Mizorowski will start for the Brewers. He of the ERA of 1.76. The Brewers are first in the NL Central, 3.5 games up on the Cubs, who won 3-0 over the Cardinals today, thanks to a 3-run homer in the 6th by Seiya Suzuki. The Cubs winner today was Clay Holmes, going 6 2/3 innings. The Dodgers starter tonight, Yoshinobu Yamamoto, with 6 quality innings, 9 strikeouts, 97 pitches, so he came out after 6. Well, Evan Phillips got a scoreless 7th, Tanner Scott a scoreless 8th, and then they go to Diaz, so stay tuned. A's are leading the Rangers now 8-3 in the top of the 9th inning, and the Rockies lead at the Giants 5-1 in the bottom of the 9th. The Giants will be hosting the All-Star game in 2028. Cincinnati shut out Miami 1-0 winner Chase Burns of the Reds 14-2. He had 7 innings, 8 strikeouts. Wins for the Mets and Pirates. White Sox won at Detroit 9-5. Miguel Vargas 2 more homers, 27 this year. The ex-Dodger prospect had 4 hits in this one, so the White Sox with a 3.5 game lead in the AL Central over Detroit. The Padres won their 6th game in a row, 7-5 at Cleveland. Baltimore won at Tampa Bay 6-5. Gunnar Henderson 4 for 4, including a homer. That snaps the Rays' 9-game winning streak. Toronto beat the Yankees 3-1, beat Garrett Cole. Arizona defeated Atlanta and Chris Sale 2-0. Hey, ball 4 from Edwin Diaz. It is now 1st and 2nd. With 1 out in the top of the 9th.
He should have walked him on 4 pitches, but for some reason Contreras swung at a slider that was probably 5 feet outside of the strike zone.
So he's thrown 16 pitches already in the 9th, only 1 out, 9 balls out of the 16 pitches, and yes, somebody, and it really doesn't matter who at this point.
Jonathan Hernandez is up in the bullpen.
Do something even if it's wrong.
Hernandez back up from the minors.
Mike Marshall is up in the bullpen for the Dodgers.
And the thing is, it's the outfielder, Mike Marshall. To the NFL preseason, Denver a dominant winner at Atlanta 27-7. It was 24-0 at the half.
He almost hit the next guy. He almost hit Laura. Had to dive out of the way.
Would have loaded the bases. The Broncos, Cortland Sutton, 3 catches, 60 yards. Tampa Bay beat the Jets 24-16. Bucs wide receiver Emeka Buka out with a sprained toe. Washington 20-7 winners over Miami. Devon Achane with a touchdown run. Saints rookie wide receiver Jordan Tyson will miss some time due to a hamstring injury. Edwin Diaz update, a splendid play at second base.
Tommy Edman just saved the game for the Dodgers.
That would have been a base hit to right.
Lara rips a 1-hop liner that Edman somehow gloves. He's got to dive to get it. Gets the out at first, but the Brewers, the tying runs now at 2nd and 3rd with 2 outs in the top of the 9th inning. Edman absolutely saved Edwin Diaz on that.
Wow,
100%.
So 3-1 is the Dodger lead with 2 outs and 2 on in the top of the 9th. Indiana Fever and the WNBA beat Dallas 98-87. Caitlin Clark, 29 points, 10 assists, just 1 turnover. Portland won the late game at Seattle 84-82. The Seattle Storm 7-29 this year. Still not as bad as Venus Williams, who's attempting to still play matches on the tour. She lost her first rounder in Cincinnati today. which means Venus Williams has dropped 13 matches in a row over the past year or so. The PGA playoff started this week. Scottie Scheffler leads by 3 strokes after a second round 61 in Memphis. And we can update that Edwin Diaz with a 2-0 count is getting a visit from the pitching coach Mark Pryor. They are talking on the mound, by the way, with their mouths covered. That would be a red card in FIFA, but
yeah, that is right. Steve, also want to tell you, Steve, Jim Gott is up in the bullpen as well.
Nicely
for
done.
the Dodgers.
I was kind of hoping for the red card so Diaz would be tossed, but it's 2 outs, second and third.
Even if you can't bring in another pitcher and a position guy has to finish, you got to finish with 8. A red card, you can't replace him.
Bring him
you got to have
first.
8.
Sure. Freddie Freeman's getting the night off. Can he pitch? Anything at this point. Anyway, remember, it is Fox TV with the Brewers-Dodgers battle, rematch of the NLCS from last year. And another ball inside, 3-0 from Diaz. Back to you.
Thank you, Steve-O. The Jason Smith Show with my best friend, Mike Harmon. So coming up, we got a couple of big hot takes off of the NFL action tonight. Plus, will Narco be playing as Diaz is escorted off the mound again? Keep it here. Jason and Mike, Fox Sports Radio.
After review, number 10, Paraguay, cover his mouth. Decision is red card. Decision is red card.
When the storylines hit the cycle, we know how to cover them. Breaking news from the NFL.
Kyler Murray, the little fella, gets a big boy seat.
When you need the storylines covered.
The Lakers have just been resold $12 billion. And I was like, well, what is this?
You get it here on Fox Sports Radio.
Turn your sports knowledge into strategy. On Webull's prediction markets, your opinions become tradable positions. Buy yes or no contracts on game outcomes and adjust your position throughout. Watch the market move in real time and even join the conversation in Webull's community as the clock runs down. Beat the final whistle and download the Webull app today to explore prediction markets and get started with less than $1. That's WEBULL on your app store today. Event contract trading involves significant risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Sports-related event contracts are restricted in Nevada and Maryland. Webull Futures LLC is a CFTC registered FCM and NFA member. Event contract accounts are not SIPC protected. Review risks and disclosures before trading. Webull.com/disclosures.
Pros, find the right flooring for the job in Lowe's newly redesigned flooring showroom. Shop our expanded assortment of trusted brands and get up to 35% off style selections, Stainmaster, and Stainmaster Pet Protect Special Order Carpet. And while you're here, save $100 on the DeWalt 20-volt Max 6 amp hour 2-pack of batteries. Now just $179. Get more of what you need faster and save more where it counts from the ground up. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 8/26 while supplies last. Selection varies by...
Did you know that for 80 years, Paralyzed Veterans of America has been a lifeline for our nation's veterans with spinal cord injuries and diseases like MS and ALS, and all people with disabilities? In just the last 12 months, PVA has funded research of the first non-addictive pain medication in over a decade, partnered with an award-winning sports anchor to fight for accessible medical care for women veterans, ensured all women with disabilities feel seen and empowered with help from a top cosmetic company. And that doesn't even include what PVA have done over the last 80 years, like secured the passage of the Americans with Disabilities Act, pioneered wheelchair basketball, helped design iconic landmarks, made the DC Metro a model transit system, and wrote and distributed resources in over 60 countries in 4 languages. None of this would be possible without your help. Every breakthrough, every battle won, and every life impacted is driven by you. Visit PVA.org to learn more.
When you need them, your local volunteer fire department routinely answers the call. Whether it be a fire, traffic accident, or a cat stuck in a tree, there is always someone there for you. However, because of declines in memberships, departments are becoming understaffed and struggling. Here's how you can help your neighbors and your community. No matter what skills you may possess, you can make a difference. Your local volunteer fire department desperately needs your help. Can you direct traffic, install a smoke alarm, help at fundraisers? Your community needs you. You don't have to fight fire to be a volunteer. Will you make that difference? Will you answer the call? Brought to you by the National Volunteer Firefighter Recruitment Center, a program service of the Volunteer Firefighter Alliance. For more information on how you can help and make a difference, visit www.nvfrc.org. That's www.nvfrc.org.
Children everywhere are making lists and checking them twice. But for Native American children, holiday wishes can look a lot different.
My holiday wish is to be warm.
Many of these boys and girls live in deep poverty and have for generations.
I wish for a yummy holiday meal.
But for the students who spend much of their year at St. Joseph's Indian School, the holidays aren't just about wishes. They're about hope for the future.
My holiday wish is to have a brighter future. And thanks to St. Joe's, it's coming true.
And at St. Joseph's, an impressive 96% of students graduate high school, putting their dreams and wishes within reach.
Happy holidays from all of us at St. Joseph's Indian School.
Learn how holiday wishes come true at stjo.org today.
There's a world of opportunity out there, beyond the typical 9 to 5, where purpose and grit come together, where the American spirit and ingenuity are welcomed in places that could really use your skills and your experience. We're talking about the Peace Corps. With volunteers living and working in communities around the globe. And it's been called the toughest job you'll ever love. Tough, because it asks so much of you. To dig deeper, get your hands dirty, to go that extra mile, to rise to the occasion and meet challenges head on. And the love part comes from being part of something bigger than yourself, from building bonds that last a lifetime. It's knowing your hard work transformed lives, including your own. After 65 years, the Peace Corps is still the toughest job you'll ever love. Explore opportunities in more than 60 countries. Learn about benefits and apply at peacecorps.gov/serve.
Listen to Jake and Ben, afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We give you a platform.
Go ahead, you're on Fox Sports Radio.
SGA is great as he is. We give you the best sports talk lineup in the nation. All day, all night. We're giving it to you.
How you do anything is how you do everything, right?
You know you're listening to Fox Sports Radio, the premier sports lineup in the nation. FS1. To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1. Go to foxsports.com for details.
Fox Sports Radio, the Jason Smith Show with my best friend Mike Harmon.
OJ did it.
Well, Edwin Diaz gets out of it thanks to a couple of slick defensive plays. Kike Hernandez saves an error at first with the bases loaded. Whew. And despite pitching horrendously, Edwin Diaz gets the save for the Dodgers against the Brewers. Woo.
Another lively edition of Dodger Talk coming up on our local affiliates.
Telling you, man, like that's the thing about Diaz, right? Everybody's seeing it now. Dodgers fans seeing it. Like he creates his own trouble, and he's done that. And he's not always great. Every other year is great, and he doesn't bounce back in a bad year. This is what you're going to expect. This roller coaster ride the rest of the season. That's how it goes. That's Diaz.
Yeah, it's insane. I mean, we've had Sweating Jansen and Kimbrel and other closers across the league, usually reserved for the Dodgers, but, you know, we're all inclusive of the league. And right now that's Edwin Diaz. Because every shot they showed of Dave Roberts, like, please, kids at home, don't read his lips. That I mean, how? Yeah. But he wasn't even near the plate. Was the scary thing, right? Like
he wasn't.
He was drifting, and it was like just a guy going out there and throwing. It's like he stopped pitching after about 4 pitches.
Yeah, he was lucky to get by with what he got by with tonight. 100%.
But that Tommy Edman play, I mean, he owes him a sandwich.
Thanks, Tom. Sandwich, yeah. You owe me a sandwich, Diaz. All right, I'll get you a sandwich. It's okay.
Actually, a little bit more than that. The anger and vitriol of an entire city. I think it's worth a little more than that.
All right. So we got more baseball on the way next hour. I'm sure we'll hear from Dave Roberts, who is probably just taking his heart medication. 2 hot takes coming off of the NFL tonight. We got a big NFL stuff coming up next hour on the show. We got big stuff on Mendoza and all kinds of stuff, but I'll give you 2 big hot takes. Number 1, after tonight, seeing how things are, I am not going to be surprised if the Jets lead the NFL in rushing. I know they're talking big with Geno Smith and throwing the football and Garrett Wilson, all these wide receivers, but the offensive line is really good. Breece Hall is Breece Hall. You saw tonight Braylon Allen is back. The guy is an absolute truck. And when he's healthy, forget it. They're going to run the football with these two guys. You know that's what Aaron Glenn really, really wants to do. I'm not going to be surprised the Jets have two guys with 800 yards rushing, and they lead the league in rushing this year.
So if they run the ball effectively and the defense is up to what Aaron Glenn was supposed to bring, even if Geno, all he's got to do is not throw up on himself, are we talking playoffs?
5 wins. 5 wins.
Are we talking,
Five,
we're hitting
6.
that over-under of 5.5?
Maybe 6. Yeah, maybe 6 wins.
Well, it's 5.5. I need to know, is it 5 or is it 6?
I'll give you 6 wins. I'll give you 6 wins, yeah. I'll give easily, I think the Jets will win 6 games this year.
Because I've seen some thought pieces that, they could be one of those surprise, hey, there's always those random playoff squads that the Jets could find themselves in that mix, which would be chaos, winning a ton of games 16-13.
Now, the other take from tonight, and this is where we always look for teams from the year before to fall off for next year. Everybody expects the Patriots to regress back to the middle. But, just watching this team tonight just dominate the way they are with their backups, and it seems like every game is a business trip. The Broncos aren't going anywhere, man. They are going. You think, maybe we'll figure out Bo Nick. No. Broncos are going to be right there all the way to the end. They are a terrific football team. They will win games machine-like this year. May not be that exciting, but it's going to be games like 27-7, 21-3. This is how they're going to do it all.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest Peyton fan because, well, I can tell you're good. You don't need to tell me. But the addition of Jalen Waddle to that receiving core makes that much more interesting.
Coming up next, another big story out of the NFL coming your way. Fuck.
It's summertime, and Aleve is here to keep you on the go. Whether it's planes, trains, or automobiles, Aleve's got your back with up to 12 hours of back pain relief. With just one dose, you'll get to your destination and be ready for your next adventure. So pack your sunscreen, your shades, and your Aleve. No matter where your final stop, Aleve will keep you moving. From sunup to sundown, Aleve's got your back this summer. Feel Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
James was diagnosed at 3 months old with neuroblastoma. We went from thinking we had a healthy 3-month-old little boy, all of a sudden he had this super serious cancer. It was heartbreaking. He had chemotherapy until he was just under a year old, and at that point he was in remission.
Went that way for a year and then relapsed February of 2023, and here we are 1 year later finishing up treatment, hopefully.
The research is extremely important. The treatments that they're developing here get shared with all the doctors to help treat children worldwide.
It's contributing something like one more piece of the puzzle to curing this horrible disease. We all want the same thing. We all want our children to live, have long, meaningful lives.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
You know a thing or two about the moments in life that matter. You've seized those moments to embrace joy, accomplish great things, and build meaningful relationships. Is it time now to sit back and reflect on a life well lived? Maybe. Or maybe there's more to be done. Maybe this is the most important moment you've encountered yet. By volunteering with AmeriCorps Seniors, you can seize the moment, lend a hand, and get back more than you give. We connect you to local volunteer organizations with opportunities that fit your schedule and match your interests. Through AmeriCorps Seniors, you can support people in times of need and make your community stronger. You can become a companion to your older neighbors, brightening their days with friendship. You can even become a mentor for young people, serving as a role model and enriching their lives. Are you ready to seize your moment? Visit AmeriCorps.gov/yourmoment and get started today.
My mom is a veteran and she was injured in the line of duty.
I hurt my leg in a training accident when she was only 2 years old.
She had 7 different surgeries over the span of 9 years, and there were tons of complications.
I couldn't be the mom my kids needed me to be.
She missed so much.
After my last surgery, I got an infection so bad I thought it was going to kill me.
I told her she couldn't leave me yet. There was still so much she had to see. I hadn't even graduated.
I'm doing much better now. I may have lost my leg, but I've gained so much. I'm an active part of my kids' lives.
She can kick a mean soccer ball.
DAV's been there for me and my family. Through thick and thin, they've had our back.
Every year, DAV helps more than 1 million veterans like Sandy get the health and disability benefits they've earned, so they can achieve victories great and small.
My victory is getting my life back. I got my joy back.
We got our mom back, thanks to DAV.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Enough already.
We can do more.
Enough already. We can find a cure.
Enough already.
We can do better for our kids.
Enough already. We are relying on you.
Childhood cancer is the leading cause of death by disease for children in our country. We can do something about that. We can come together to support the best research for safer, more effective treatments and cures for our kids. We can come together to support Children's Cancer Research Fund, a national nonprofit dedicated to ending childhood cancer that is on the front line of breakthroughs. Because
it's enough already.
Go to childrenscancer.org to join us. Go to childrenscancer.org today.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. And here's what you need to know.
The Dodgers at home held on to take the late ball game against Milwaukee 3-1 as the Brewers left bases loaded in the 9th against Edwin Diaz. The win to Yoshinobu Yamamoto. Kansas City and Colorado with road wins at home. Houston got 5 runs in the 10th to defeat Seattle 10-7. Houston now with a 3-game lead ahead of the Rangers in the AL West. Texas was beaten 8-3 at the A's. Toronto down the Yankees 3-1. Baltimore snapped Tampa Bay's 9-game winning streak 6-5. San Diego won its 6th in a row, 7-5 the final at Cleveland. White Sox won at Detroit 9-5. Saints rookie wideout Jordan Tyson will miss some time with a hamstring injury. In an exhibition, Denver dominated at Atlanta 27-7. The Cleveland Cavaliers are trading Dennis Schroeder to the Hornets. WNBA, Indiana over Dallas. Caitlin Clark, 29 points, 10 assists. I'm Steve DeSager.
Get ready for this! Departure frequency, Roger. This is the Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon.
Look at the money that I'm making on this.
You know where this is going, Jason Smith and Mike Harmon.
You can make fun of it if you want.
You're listening to the Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon.
Lights out. That's what this is.
And here they are.
What's going on?
Now, live from the Fox Sports Radio studios with Mike Harmon, here's Jason Smith.
Greetings, welcome inside. Final hour tonight. The Jason Smith Show with my best friend Mike Harmon.
Well-dressed hobo.
Where sweating Diaz has become the norm now in Los Angeles, but he gets out of it. The Dodgers win. Justin Frostberg can heave a big sigh of relief and stop texting me the profanity that he's been texting me over the course of the past few minutes.
You were too gleeful. You were too gleeful about the struggles of Diaz.
I was realistic.
No,
but realistic was what I was.
But you go back and listen to it. There's the tinge of you're the little kid in the corner cackling, or you were part of the D23 announcements like you were Nelson Muntz going, ha. I mean, that's really what you sounded like with every pitch, especially when Steve started doing the update and started telling us pitch by pitch, it's 3-0 again.
that's
you
the way it
got
was.
too giddy.
Yeah, he should have never gotten out of that inning. He was behind 3 balls on every batter. Tommy Edman makes a great play to save him, and Kike Hernandez nearly botches one at first base, but comes up with a big play. He should have never gotten out of that. Never. I don't know how he struck out Christian Yelich. I really have no idea how he struck out Christian Yelich, but he did. Should have never gotten out of it, but he did. But okay, and I give him credit because he did. He created his own trouble, and got out of it. But like I said, the biggest thing with Diaz that people are going to find out is that, okay, he comes into a game that you think is safe. Here's a 2-run lead, and all of a sudden you look up, 3 batters are in, and there's 2 walks and a hit by pitch, and that's kind of what it was tonight. You get 2 walks and a hit by pitch, suddenly the bases are loaded, and it's a game. Like, he creates his own trouble.
But it's cool because you never know what you're going to get. It's unlike a lot of movie trailers where I know, all right, you showed me everything. With Diaz, we know we're getting chaos. What form it's going to take, we have no idea.
That is true. We do know we're getting chaos.
It's a disaster movie. We're not sure how it ends.
What form is the chaos taking? Well, that's where we get a little bit interesting.
Wonder Twins powers activate. Oh, no, just kidding.
Shape of a giant wave. So, 3 games tonight in the NFL. We've talked about Tua and the Falcons, and wow, how absolutely awful that was. It was insanely bad, and really concerns for the Falcons 150%. Like, this is